for the motherland. Be all I could, I would make a stand. I'd walk through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. Hero, I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah. You make something worth fighting for, and nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as the wild birds sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do we do? As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? Call the shots, bring it back to what it's not. Deepest oceans become petri enough. Empty spaces turn to rust and dust. There's no wonder left for us to love. No warmth or shelter, just satellites above. All the shots bring it back to what
Right now, I got this beat in my head. Right now, I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is our light. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. Will they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane? All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. A freedom, conviction, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない理解不能のスピード100倍速い地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよね負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me get you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる際にレクチャー全力で追い越してよさトレーディングモード始めよう 近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげた気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listen 地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me yet when you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる生命フェッチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreaming の始めよう
Country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on. Another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. Got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, dripping paint running runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love. Oh, hey, 'cause I need to find a new life, no love. Oh, I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love. Oh, hey, 'cause I need to find a new life, no love. Oh, I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me. Yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love. Oh, hey, 'cause I need to find a new life, no love. Oh, I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me alive. I'm sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know?
I never
You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning
I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pen, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. On the lock, on the key, and I'm doing time. Someone to save me, turn on the light. I don't know what is wrong, but it just feels right. Won't you break me out? Won't you break me out? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems that I just for my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out? Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever.
Sleep in the arms of my only, my new tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay until you can find your own way. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. There you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way さす血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab my killer chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my education in the old school, surfing on a
came along and walked into my dreams. It's funny how the times can change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to finally be back here after what has been a little bit of a awareness call for myself and even for Lyric, who's by my side today as well. Welcome back to the LPL for day 2 of week number 4. The full-on weeks continue. And Lyric, it was only last week that you and I took a little dip out. And,
Yeah.
I mean, that went by in a jiffy.
I know. We actually got to see each other in person. I got to experience Woolies, which has long been part of the LPL lore because you're on the broadcast. So, you know, it was a good time. And it's even more fitting that we get to come back together and have, you know, an awesome day of games.
Yeah, I mean, man, again, just quickly, I'm glad you get to experience that because that means now I've got someone to talk to about it as well. But yeah, let's speak about yesterday first up. Who else was getting bargains? I mean, WE, because they came back off the road to Asia Games after only playing 3 series. And again, just looked fantastic. I mean, I love this new WE.
I mean, WE are still undefeated. I don't even mean in series. WE haven't even dropped a single game yet in the LPL. You know, a little bit on their schedule. Haven't faced any hard teams yet. But still, this is a roster coming into the split with the upgrade on the top side we knew we could believe in. But going into that second series, also an important one because LGD were sitting winless going up against anyone's legend, and they finally managed to put a win on the board. Envy had a great series. Meteor has been someone who, once again, is having such a great split. And, you know, the last time we saw Meteor in the LPL, like, even his individual performance had taken a hit. So it's nice to see that Meteor back, reminiscent of 2019.
True. I mean, the BLG Meteorite, again, his debut was insane. And on LGD, I think they need a bit of passion. Oh, dude, the misspelled name for a split again. Nothing like that is a classic. But LGD, as you said, getting a win is huge, considering that they were sitting 0-7. Before the series yesterday, it was a bit scrappy, a bit of a barn burner, but against AL, at least showing that they can pull the punches. As we did get 2-0s yesterday, Lyric, a nice quick one, as we look forward to today.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't really expect that for today's schedule, which we'll hit in a little bit. Of course, we're going to have to look at the standings, which when we look at the standings, I just want to keep harping on about that WE scoreline because it really is. I mean, hell, even look at teams like J2G, Top Esports, BLG. They drop games to lower tier teams. WE so far, the only team that haven't dropped to any of the Ultra Primes, the ALs, these teams that they've beaten so far. So putting themselves up in contention for that playoff spot, which is kind of weird that we already have to talk about playoffs because we're so far into the LPL so early on.
I mean, again, people would be like, guys, it's only week 4, but forget that because it's a 7-week split with 3 series a day on most days as well. Don't forget, this might seem like halfway point through regular summer splits, but the fact that we are shoving so much into such a short schedule because of Asia Games and because, of course, Worlds apparently after that as well, we are now just looking at so many games back to back to back. Today is one of those short days, but FPX versus IG, still something to stick around for a little bit later. Ultra Prime versus RA, Lyric, that's where we start off. I'm curious about this one because Ultra Prime had such a good start to the split. We were hyping this team up a little bit, despite their schedule being a little bit easier, just because things came together a little bit better than they did last split.
Yeah, I think Ultra Prime, I mean, they've definitely improved, right? They're sitting at their 3 wins, which is as good as they did last split, already coming in so early on. I feel like you look at people like Doggo, who have performed a little bit better now being paired alongside Sword Art. Ning has been hit or miss, but I think having some games where he's hit is above most people's expectations. Their real struggles have been in their laning phases, which when you're going up against RA, I feel like that's one of their biggest strengths. People like Xiaoshu, what they're able to do in that top side. Lil Yan has been working great with Strive, so that whole top side from RA, I'm scared for Ultra Prime going up against these guys.
Yeah, again, RA just showing us so much. You've seen Luyan versus Ning. Just a quick round out that these are old teammates, right? We remember Luyan was the cover for Ning. What was it, 2020 MSI/Worlds?
It was 2019 when Luyan came in over Ning. And yeah, spending time together now numerous times, having to go head-to-head and kind of prove who is the better former IG jungler. I guess it's not fair. Ning's already got his trophy to where Luyan probably holding up a little more consistently in the skill department.
Yeah, he is. I mean, again, he's been a core member of a lot of different teams. We remember that recently, well, I shouldn't say a lot of different teams, right? He's kind of RA's franchise boy now with the amount of years he's been on this roster. Ning has been away from play for quite a while apart from this year. He only returned alongside Baolan originally in spring. Ning feels like the person who has not got the experience to talk about in the grand scheme of recent LPL. As we look at Ultra Prime's roster, you won't see that familiar name in the bottom side, but you will see Harry, Ning, Forge in the mid lane, Doggo, and Sword Art. Also, if we're speaking about reuniting Lyric, LMS Bros back together again too.
Yeah, great to see. And I feel like those are the 2 points of the map you want to focus on when you watch Ultra Prime. Because Ning, in my mind, is the most important player on the team in terms of if Ultra Prime can find wins. If he can get set up with early jungle leaves, Ning does still like to be a little bit aggressive, even in a bit of a slower meta. And then Doggo, of course, is the one setting up to be that big carry. So you need Sword Art to not get caught out, not overextend the laning phase for them to be able to get to a point where, hey, Doggo is that big hyper carry. So for Ultra Prime, we're looking at jungle and we're looking at bot lane.
Well, I think the bottom lane has been a point of contention, not only for Ultra Prime, but we talk about old BLG. When Doggo joined in that roster and filled the gap for Uzi, I was saying similar things then. It was a bit of a messy year, but I feel like Doggo's had that same narrative around him. On the other side, though, for RA, I mean, I want to hear your point on this because RA are a roster, as you said, one of the bloodiest teams in the league right now. Xiaoshu, Luyan. We've got Mole on the roster. I'm going to mention him, Lyric, even though we know it's going to be Strive today.
Breaks my heart.
Assumes also there. And, of course, we have Feather in the bottom lane, who is just an absolute legend from the LDL who finally gets his big chance.
And Feather is someone who I've loved to see on engaged supports. Hasn't really looked comfortable on the Enchanters, and I feel like RA as a whole don't really look comfortable. Like they ran the Yuumi in their last series up against Weibo, and if Feather can't move around the map, RA look a little bit lost in the early game. But for RA, I think they have a lot more positives, again, in terms of the strength of their top side. Xiaoshu is someone we were already super impressed by in spring, has been keeping it up. Strive and Lian work really well together. So in my mind, if their bot lane can be on something stable, have a Rakan, have a Nautilus, then I think RA have been really solid. The problem for RA is that they've been able to bring it close to a lot of the higher-end teams they faced, but still sadly falling to BLG, falling to LNG, falling to Weibo. Doesn't matter if they're able to take a win if they can't close out.
It's showing them where they are in the league. Like 10 spots out of 17 go to playoffs, if anyone doesn't know. Taking a game off Weibo is decent, but not being able to get over that hurdle. We know they're not a strictly bottom tier team. We know we're, okay, hype it up going forward. We know that RA are mid-tier at the moment, maybe potential for playoffs as they sit in 2 and 4. But with such a condensed split, this is going to be such a big game for them, considering that we are past the halfway point. We are on the 6th series point for Ultra Prime, for RA as well. And RA need this win desperately, because Ultra Prime might be a team that they end up facing off for that 10th or, 9th place in playoffs as we come close.
Yeah, and I love that you point that out, because right now Ultra Prime is in one of those coveted 10 spots, right? Ultra Prime sitting at 3-3 are 9th. RA are just below them at 11th. So this is one of those wins that you need. It's not necessarily about taking down the top dogs. It's about taking down those teams who are in direct contention with you for those slots. So RA Ultra Prime, we've already hit on Ning versus Lian. Another fun one we have is Lian versus Forge, because we need to remember Forge also was in that same boat. 2019 summer, came in to fill in for Rookie on IG. He also even spent more time with Lian because they went to Vici together, and technically was part of the Rare Atom Oregon 2021. He was on loan to Rogue Warriors, but, it's still got to be some brotherhood, technically, being part of the same org.
He's been thrown around a bit as well. I mean, like, Lian at least got to sit on RA for a couple of years, but yeah, Forge has been thrown around. IG, as you said, for a little bit. I feel like we're looking at a mid laner who's just either been a fill-in or, potentially, as you said, Rogue Warriors AL for quite some time too. Like, it'll be nice seeing Forge go up against an old teammate, maybe friend in Lian. Let's not also forget that if we're talking about fill-ins, I'm just kind of looking in. I know it's Feather today, but Baolan's actually the sub of RA. Now, it's a shame he's not starting game number 1, but it is nice to see that, again, another old teammate on the other side. I never knew we had so many storylines for this series.
Yeah, this one is a bit of like a hidden gem in that regard. It is sad. I love Baolan. I've already talked about my LPL super team back in 2020, and funnily enough, 2 of the players have ended up on RA because Baolan and Mole were the squad. Sadly, neither of them are starting. Mole's had some chances, but wasn't able to work out. But hey, RA as a whole, I'd love to see this team actually push a bit higher again with what we've seen from Xiaoshu more specifically. But there's another lane, top lane, even though we haven't talked about, because it doesn't feel like even with how good Xiaoshu is, I don't feel like RA's identity really hinges on how well he performs. He has been someone who has been carrying RA in recent games. And Ning's highest jungle proximity on Ultra Prime is towards topside. He likes to set up Harry early on, so we're going to have to see how Xiaoshu can play around some of that jungle pressure that Ultra Prime are going to give. Or hell, if Luoyan maybe will put more emphasis on playing towards topside. Because for Rare Atom, it's usually Strive covering Xiaoshu rather than Luoyan himself.
I mean, it's an interesting point, right? Maybe we should talk a little bit about draft then and how that enables. Because we look towards the top side, I have to say, I know Cassante is 100% regardless, or at least was until yesterday, as Sheen pointed out, quite validly so, that it was actually just let through in the draft for the first time. But further to my point, we have Cassante players through and through up in that top side. We have tank players. We've got Nah. Harry's played Rumble as well. I'm really curious for this top side matchup to see what gets let through, as already we are seeing a very different ban phase on 13.11. Not because of the patch, but because we're just talking about top, and Renekton is the first to go.
And I'm so surprised, considering that, Xiaoshu hasn't played it yet, Strive hasn't brought it into the mid lane, but putting enough attention towards it. For the side of Ultra Prime, one thing Harry's really like to lean on is something like a Gnar, so I'm interested to see if prioritizing that topside matchup, and we talked about that Ultra Prime like to invest some stock in Harry doing well. Now, so many of the high priority picks already taken off the table. I wonder what really is even left. We still have things like Annie Casante was the one that you were
Yeah.
hitting on as well, which has made it through. Vi is a champion who still has an incredibly high 100% presence. Actually, no, 98% presence, just under 100.
Close enough.
But no, not going to ban any of those, and instead just going to take away the Wukong.
Well, interesting. As you said, Vi on the list. I want to also mention Graga's something big for Forge. He's most played. And Graga's something that we've seen over the recent patches be big as, you know, I was just telling you about this before LCO first locked it in. I was like, man, what are the Aussies doing down there? But it is going to be Annie instead for Ultra Prime, sticking to the LPL trend.
Someone's going to have to pull it out, right? We've had it in LEC. With us just getting back, I haven't kept up to date on the most recent picks in LCK. I wouldn't have been surprised if we've seen it there as well. But
Yeah.
someone's going to bring it out in the LPL. But with Annie off the board, we hit on things like the Casante still open, Vi on the table. If they lock in Jace here, you would assume a Maokai as well. But instead, they are just going to put respect on the Gragas you were just talking about, right? A big takeaway coming out, not going to let Forge get his hands on it. Strive hasn't brought that one into the mid lane net. You would assume he has the ability, but I would like to see it in the hands of Xiaoshu because I feel like for RA, you need Strive to be on a bit of a champion that brings more damage to the table.
Yeah, as you were saying as well, I mean, we've talked a lot about champion pools. Ari's already taken away, Annie's taken away. If you want to see Strive on something big, excuse me, as I almost die from saliva, is going to be a new champion this time, right? Strive has only played 3 champions throughout the whole split, and that's saying something about his champion pool as he will be tested a little bit further. Let's see where RA put the Gragas you mentioned, but for now, Ultra Prime looking at some of those bigger priority picks. Ning on Vi makes a lot of sense here, Lyric. I want to see what it gets partnered up with. Otherwise, Ultra Prime are going to lose something towards that bottom lane if they choose to forego something towards mid.
I would expect them to go towards something towards bot. Even though Casante's open, I think in their minds they have enough options. They still have things like that Gnar on the table. So just go for the Jinx here. Guarantee yourself to be able to match in terms of the damage that's going to come out towards that bot side. And then, yeah, just see what RA takes off the table. Now for RA, where they want to look. I feel like there aren't a ton of great solo lane options here to be able to easily match a Annie, so they probably will just end up filling that Gragas. So I like that they pivot towards jungle. You can save top lane for a second rotation, probably even look for a counter pick coming out for Xiaoshu and guaranteeing him a decent matchup. Is Lian going to look to just get on top of Doggo this whole game?
In very low-end fashion as well. It's been Kha'Zix, it's been Viego, it's been the Nocturne over things like the Vi, Sedge, Poppy. Like, Lian is a man with many hats. So nice to see the carry one come out for game number 1 as it looks like RA are prioritizing things that can really stop the Gragas, the all-in potential, Lyric. From a nice ban here away to get rid of that support counter pairing.
So RA know they're trying to set up for this heavy dive composition, wanting to take away disengage zone control that Braum brings. I think is pretty solid. On the side of RA, I guess you can look to try and ban out Feather. We already talked about things like the Nautilus and the Rakan are things that he really excels on. I'm surprised they're actually going to put more attention towards Xiaoshu. But again, it just shows that RA are coming in with a pretty good understanding of one of the areas where RA just outclasses them.
Yep, down towards that bot side, or rather, excuse me, down towards the top side. Braum was one. You mentioned the Nautilus. Other engage options here for someone like Sword Art as well could be interesting. Maybe at least give Feather a bit of the priority that you're talking about too. Let's just wait and see. It's going to be the Cassante in the end that's made it all the way through to the final phase. And now the biggest question is, on that 4 Lyric, again, just simple Nautilus. If it's not banned away here, get engaged, leave counterpick for top, right? That should be the direction.
Yeah, I think for sure, because especially at this point in time where I guess the worst that can come out is maybe you end up giving an Enchanter over if you yourself don't go for like a Lulu to pair up with your Aphelios. So you'll have to worry about, you know, the scaling aspect later on. There is the respect put towards Feather's Rakan. So we'll see now. Again, could just go towards the Nautilus, enable more dive. I think it fits your composition. You could look to just take the Lulu if you want, but hasn't fit RA's identity so far this split.
Right, so you get a good read in the end. We go exactly the direction we want to see. Counterpick for that solo lane. RA now going to juggle up what Ultra Prime's answers are, because we've got the bot side. We know that we need a support. We need another solo lane, ideally that top side. Just flexing around. We gave like respect to Uzi last week. That was last week, Doggo. What are we going to do this week? What changes it up? As Tahm something we rarely ever see, but that's going to be the response here from Ultra Prime.
I think it makes a lot of sense, right? Going up against the Nautilus, going up against the Nocturne, hell, even the Cask coming out from the Gragas. Now it's about where you can look to blind pick with your top laner. The Gnar is something we've really hit on still being open if they wanted to go towards that one. I feel like Harry's really relied on it to be able to put himself in a position to have a solid laning phase. Would do well if they decided to put the Gragas up there, and also gives you a really good 1-4, because when you have this Tahm Kench, it kind of allows Jinx to just freely catch those waves in mid, while Gnar is able to put up a ton of pressure on sides.
Well, it makes sense for Harry as well. One of his most played coming through after that Cassante. 100% so far after 3 games. And we'll be tracking to see how Harry goes in the lane that he now has to play into blind. RA the ones figuring it out, and they go for the Malphite lyric. The final touch up here. And we have a lot of all-in go buttons that RA have now acquired.
I actually expected him to go towards the Silas. Shaoshu's already brought that one out before, and it's a matchup into the Gnar. A lot of great ultimates, but still, I guess you don't need like 3 or 4 great ultimates as long as you can land that one perfect one with the Malphite. So at least 2 very clear identities, right? RA, it's about dropping sides, it's about making the map small, being able to get onto Doggo and take him out. For Ultra Prime, you have a lot of different tools to work with. We already hit on the side pressure. If Harry wants to end up going for something like a Hull Breaker, you have the ability to team fight, bring him in, off on a flank, and you also have lots of pick potential. Vi plus Annie, I mean, tons of point-and-click CC, and you will just be able to outright burst anyone. So we're going to see if Ultra Prime can use the amount of tools that they have in their toolkit.
It's going to be important to see, especially when we've got so many fun narrative matchups going up against each other. Ning versus Le Yen, old IG back in 2019. We've even got members like Forge on the other side who, rookie 2020 year, maybe I'm a little bit late on that, but
I don't know if it coincided in 2019 in their games, but in 2020 on Vici, we saw those two play quite a few games together.
Well, there you go. Either way, there's some partnerships here on opposite sides of the rift. Some on the same with Doggo and Sword Art, and a hell of a lot to talk about with Ultra Prime and RA being a surprising bit of a banger. RA versus Ultra Prime right now sitting towards the middle of the standings. RA have been better than we kind of expected. You have to remember that they've had a really hard schedule coming through recently. Weibo, LNG, they've taken losses there, but they've beaten teams down towards the bottom. And they've taken a game off of Weibo, off of BLG. RA have got a lot to speak about while Ultra Prime sitting 3-3. Just took a loss to NIP. But how are they as Forge? Oh, diddly doodly. Well, that's a flash away. Goodbye, Forge is flash, and that's a perfect start for RA in game 1.
I at least like that the Brotherhood is maintained in that. Look at the minimap. Le Yen wasn't part of this nonsense as Sword Art. Gonna get hooked, but yeah, I don't think anything should be able to come from this. Oh, unless...
Hey, flash Q. How long? Brother, he's thinking about it.
Yeah, I mean, Sword Art and Doggo really want to be annoying, and it seems like they are. But looking at the early game and kind of where we want to see some action play out, for RA, it's a little bit rough in terms of you have like a lot of setup in terms of the CC coming out from mid and bot, but lanes are going to be very hard to gank. Ganking an early Tahm Kench could be something you do, try to blow some flashes. Forge might be an option now that he has burned his flash from this level 1, but a lot of RA is going to come at level 6, which should be obvious from their ultimates. I feel like Ultra Prime are the more intense one, as once again, I need to stop getting baited. We've been gone for a week, and I need to remember that this is how we are these days. You know, we do a bit of a handshake trade, we don't overcommit, and we just mosey on with the rest of our days.
Engage supports do what engage supports do. Is there you go. There's a little bit of a start. Remember, it's Tahm Kench, level 1. One of the most dangerous supports in the game with a pure burst potential of Mr. Lix Q. Just a bit of a side note, while we have been gone as well, Lyric, it's nice to see that nothing's changed. I will say, you know, a couple of picks here and there in this game 1. This is a very non-vanilla draft. But I just love how we're gone for a week. We go to 13-11. And it still feels like the exact same meta, bar a couple of ticks.
That was when we were gone. I was like, all right, gonna need to like spam, just stare at drafts, figure out what's changed, and it's like, okay, you know, some games we've had some things like Azirs. There's like a few things kind of peeking into the meta's more niche picks, but like you said, overall the same. Le Yen gonna bring something that we have seen a bit of, right? Some players have been playing this Nocturne, but not too many, and see if we can find something down towards bot side.
And he should be able to, right? Ultra Prime in the middle of the wave. It's pushed up. No warding to spot him out. Le Yen has skirted vision, but you can see Ultra Prime have got pings down. They're kind of aware that, well, this is a bit of a window. And as dangerous as it is, they're not going to overextend. But Sword Art, he's 80 carry left, Lyric. It's just free real estate. Sword Art has got his flash. Don't burn it, brother. You are dead. And Luryen, the patient game, gives him first Tucker.
That was so unfortunate. It looked like they knew. It looked like they'd every inkling that at least he could be there, right? I guess they can't know for sure, but they have the idea that he can go for that play with the way the wave state was set up. But like you said, free real estate, especially in this year. Real estate, incredibly expensive, so Ari should be pretty pleased with that one.
Oh, hell yeah, on a Nocturne as well. Getting a kill or even some kind of participation as a Nocturne pre-6 always feels good, Lyric. Like, yeah, you're like, well, I didn't even need to pop the ulti. There's a flash. Feather now auto-attacking, getting the damage down. Doggo has to flash himself. That hook out of this world as Ultra Prime's bottom lane. Lyric, Doggo just reset. He might have to do it again.
Yeah, now Summoner's Bird. That hook came out of nowhere. Great job by Feather to set up, and it probably even sets up Luryen for the dive. Not probably. With those health bars, with this wave, if Doggo stands, if they sit under this turret, they're going to get dove.
Well, it's Luryen, it's Feather running at them head on. Doggo and Sword Art paying the respect, but you look at the start of the wave, Sword Art trying to come up here and get the experience, at least give Doggo some pressure, but RA have already done the dirty work. They've got a CS advantage. Doggo's just getting the remnants of this lost wave as Dredgeline doesn't connect, but Luryen on the ward still showing. While Ning now with the Vault Break doesn't connect. Luryen shielding up. He might have to flash himself. Doggo almost dying, but away from the traps. Holds on to the Summoner. And now the hook comes through again. Grabbing him, remember. As Sword Art landed, assume flashes over the wall. How's it going? Sword Art shield massive, though, and that might turn the odds. But as Ning gets the kill, advantage as Ultra Prime gets something back, and Feather with a dredge line. His worst one so far. There's a Vault Breaker follow-up, and Feather now has to run for the hills, but there's no chance. Ning suddenly 3-0, and RA go a bit too far.
RA had complete control of the play, but taking so long, Ultra Prime's bot lane buying time for them to get around. I still want to say the biggest kudos of that play go to Assume, just for the Ultra Chad flash in to be able to get the first kill. But I mean, now this fight is going to be huge. We talked about the pick potential before coming out from mid-jungle. After Ning backs, get some items under his belt, he's going to come out, and him and Forge are going to be able to pair up and just kill anybody.
I'm looking forward to it. We'll look at the replay, though, first. And Luryen, Lyric, maybe it was better to hold on to the flat or just burn it early? What do you think? Well, it doesn't matter.
I think this is all still good. But then with Assume flashing in to guarantee that kill, it just puts him in this awkward position. I feel like you just keep hitting the Tahm Kench on his way out, and then you still probably end up finding one kill from that with how overextended the Ultra Prime bot lane is. But with them wanting to try and get it all, try and play around keeping the Aphelios alive.
Uh-oh. Oh my god, how did you get that many? Where did Strive come from? Over the wall, and Assume is just free hitting this man playing a PlayStation 1 game with the amount of chakrams that he has out. 2, 1, and 3. And even though Ning got the kills, Lyric, even though that RA were punished, Assume is still free flying.
And this is exactly where you want your gold to go on the side of RA. I think Worth by Strive dropped waves in mid to be able to make this roam, which is why I guess Ultra Prime not expecting it to come through. So now we can see the minimap. Luryen controlling vision around the bottom half of the map. They're going to need to be able to clear out that control ward in bot side and Tri-Brush at some point. And then you can just keep rinsing and repeating the same plan. You can see Xiaoshu falling a bit behind in top side like you would expect from the matchup, but he's going to be fine on that outfight.
Float like a feather, sting like a bee. This support is getting hooks that cannot be. There is no way in hell that these stretch lines should be landing. And Lyric, I bet here's another one. Nicely done.
That's why we said Feather on engaged supports has looked superb. It's really been Enchanters where he's faltered, but Strive, seriously, coming out of absolutely nowhere with that cast. Doggo must be beside himself. Like, hey, what's going on? And now 2, 1, and 3 Noon Quiver coming out for Assume. Even being on the tier 2 boots makes a huge difference. Being able to dodge things like that skill shot coming out from Doggo, put out more DPS. And we're close to the point where Luryen's level 6 will be online. But Ning already having his.
No.
Doesn't look like going to be able to find anything.
Oh, what happened? Is this how it all started, or is it just Shuriken heaven? Oh, it is indeed. The Observer wants us to see that that man hit every minion and his mother to get that many chakrams.
You know, I feel like Aphelios makes shurikens look a lot cooler than any like old ninja movie or anime or TV show I've ever seen. So maybe people should come and look at how Aphelios gets it done.
Oh man, us right, how they have made him look so spinny. And that could give them a bit of insight into the next movie. I'll pause though, before we go down that rabbit hole, Ultra Prime are like, yeah, we can contest this. A little bit dangerous though, Lyric. Strive's got his ulti back up and Loyen his. Herald's going to reset for now, but Ultra Prime at least get the river.
So going to dissuade the play from being able to go through. Doggo and Assume both have no flash up. The difference maker could be Forge having his as Feather. Sadly tries to make the play again. And that's been the first one that's missed so far this game.
Pretty much, eh? I mean, again, you got to give him props for all he's done so far. As Feather's shown his teacup, he's aware. Loyen going to be moving back to the Herald for the meantime, though, while mid control still maintained. Doggo going back to probably get some waves after all the game has been falling out from under him. But RA will still be the ones who get the Herald in the end, as Ning is just thinking about contesting, but his whole team is gone.
Yeah, I was going to say, unless RA, I'll just walk away here. There's nothing you should be able to do. Going to try and just go for the steal. He actually gets it.
Loyen just didn't want to smite in the end, I guess, but unfortunate. Ning will die for the Herald, though. It's a shutdown to Gragas, but Lyric, are we typing worth or what?
Honestly, like, it's worth in the situation, right? But if Ultra Prime can go back, whatever it is, a minute and a half, 2 minutes, I would have much preferred to see Ultra Prime just angling towards the bot side, stealing away all the enemy jungle camps, actually getting some plates on Doggo, and having first setup on Dragon. I guess we're just gonna get to see.
What was he allowed to get this?
I mean, like you said, just gets it right in time. Loyen hadn't had the flash come out, sacrifices his life for it. Now it's going to be a question of if Ultra Prime actually have any lanes where they can set up Herald usage. Top would be the most expected answer with the fact that you do have the range against melee matchup. Harry already getting some components under his belt. We can see Will out-trade in this matchup. I think both mid and top should be, both mid and bot should be quite hard. Mid, you have Prio, but without Sword Art really being able to move, shouldn't turn into too much. And your bot lane has been getting pressured this whole time.
I will say, though, Ultra Prime been getting steals this whole time. There's a free Scuttle Crab, thank you for the leash. As remember, Ultra Prime also the ones who got themselves the Dragon, and now in position for the second one. As Teleport is going to be channeled towards mid. That's Strive getting into position. As Xiaoshu just popped his ulti as well. Harry the same, but it's a lower cooldown. But remember, these top laners don't have TP Lyric, so it will be a 4v4 if this breaks out.
RA, going to be hesitant. Not even going to take a look towards Dragon, knowing Loyen doesn't have that ulti available. Even Feather not having his up just yet. So two of the key ultimates in your composition from being able to get onto and lock down backline, not there. And now, honestly, it's kind of all just been worth for Ultra Prime. Sure, you sacrificed Ning, but you got Herald. RA weren't able to convert and try and get first setup on Drake. And now Ultra Prime just taking a bit of everything. So what we're going to be looking at for RA is really first item spikes coming out, as you would assume. Assume will have that first item on back. And Strive even already having his in pocket.
As Ning waits down in the bottom side, just a quick note. Talking about first items, that Black Cleaver been there a while for Ning, so damage output on Assume if he gets caught. But Feather now spotted on a ward, so maybe some more hesitancy here from Ultra Prime. Is Herald going to be dropped down regardless? Hex Flash going to be used, but in the wrong direction from Feather. Maybe the right one with the information we know is Strive's coming in for a massive flank. But Assume not there. Has to hit the Herald for now. Strive just needs an explosive cast. Gets Doggo. Sword Art against the wall, trying to save his 80 carry. He succeeds, but here's the paranoia. They fly through. Doggo manages to get out, but with Ning going in for the ulti, he's way too deep. Ulti used on Feather, but he's as light as anything to take the kill from. As Forge picks that one up, but RA managed to get more gold on these big carries.
Honestly, I feel like Ultra Prime should feel a little bit lucky about that one, ending up getting Feather. I'm going to pause. Oh, is Loyen still waiting around?
Sword Art, is he in a bad spot? Maybe we can answer that shortly. Strive with the body slam is all they need, but the minion wave just gets in the way. Assume safe behind his carries is RA. You're right. Maybe wanted a little bit more, despite the fact they couldn't get it a second time either.
Doggo going to come out from base, has the Kraken Slayer now. So we're going to start hitting some of these key first items for the side of Ultra Prime and delay key items coming out for RA. Is Sword Art doing a nice job of just throwing out that tongue and being a, we'll say a peasant in the eyes of Assume. It was a bit rude to call him a peasant, but you know what? He went and made his money, so he won't be offended.
That is true. I don't think anyone will be.
Here-
You want to talk about this one? Big one.
Yeah, I feel like Feather throwing out his hook to try and close distance showed a bit of lack of trust coming out from Strive. Could have held that one, and if the flash came out, bam, that's all you get. But the real criminal in my mind is Ning overextending with Sword Art having that ulti up to save Doggo anyway. Everything would have been just fine, and somehow Doggo's dead again.
How did he die, Lyric? Is it Nocturne? No, Loyan's ulti's up. Now here it comes as Loyan needs vision, but just in time, Forge gets into Fog of War. Maybe it had something to do with Strive, because bot is now open. Doggo and Sword Art having a pretty rough game of things, despite the rest of the map.
And this is what we hit on before the game, is that in my mind, some of Ultra Prime's biggest flaws have just been in like their early games, in their laning phases, being able to contend in 2v2s, 1v1s, enemy junglers, just kind of being more dynamic. In RA, we said, second highest champion kills per minute in the league. So this is a team who, despite the fact that the game is very much slowed down, have still very much been good at keeping up the pace and creating action.
I think RA especially, like, there's a lot of players who now been in the league for a little bit. Loyan, great example. Strive now you can even put in with his second year, right? Are we second year for Strive? I feel like we are. Xiaoshu, obviously,
honestly,
like, you know,
wouldn't have surprised me if you would have even said we were further than that with Strive. It just feels like he's been around for so long. But yeah, 2022 spring is when he came in.
a lot of confidence. I mean, Strive and Loyan now becoming a bit of a pack duo. Assume coming over from LGD, but we always knew that this guy was going to be a big hit. RA might not be top of the table team. They might be towards middle of the table, but they're a team that, again, are showing a lot of confidence. And I love players like Assume, like Loyan, who not only have a really fun champion pool, reference to the LGD Neela that came through from Assume, and one of the only few Neelas that we've seen, but even Loyan's champion pool as well. It's really good to see, and that's why RA, really fun team to watch. If you haven't tuned into them before, this is a good test of them in the middle of the pack as they now move towards second. Herald, let's see if they fight again, Lyric, because they've got a bit of a gold lead. They've got those items now on Assume almost to the 2. I wonder if Ultra Prime are going to walk into the lines then again. I guess the answer is yes, isn't it? There's Dredgeline. Sword Art hit first. Ning goes into the back line onto Assume. He's caught out and he's blown up. Doggo now gets a reset. Positioning good this time around. Redeeming himself, but Xiaoshu with a 2-man ulti. Trying to get RA back in, but they're all over the place. Engage after engage. It all fails to land as Doggo finally gets to put his feet in the warm sand.
And we said RA are the ones who are supposed to be playing this dive composition, get on top of Doggo and just burst them out. Ultra Prime pulling that out themselves with the Ning plus Doggo combo are going to be able to convert that into a Rift Herald. And look at the lanes right now. Harry going to have free time with that top lane turret. At the very minimum, get the wave in. We see Doggo doing the same in mid. So not only do you get the kills when the objective, you're denying gold coming through. And it's here where RA want to start up the action with the turn onto Sword Art. But look, ult comes out from Ning, is quickly followed up by Doggo, and bam! Instantly AD carry bursted out, and it just makes it very easy now with RA kind of scattered and Ultra Prime just stacked up like this giant death ball, allowing them to peel for their AD carry and take over.
And it's kind of crazy after watching that. I mean, Ning has been the blood of Ultra Prime in this game, number one. First the triple, now some setups here to get his AD carry back in the game as contesting this third dragon would put Ultra Prime on salt point, but they're in a bit of a jiffy. Coming in late, but Loyan by himself,
He
the
does
Steel
it again!
King! Loyan doesn't like Smite this game as Strive jumps in, separates the team, but Ning again! Look at where he's found himself on top of Assume! Oh, the world champion stepping up. RA don't know what hit them, but I guarantee with that failed flash ulti, they know it was that big bad fist of Ning in the jungle.
That's why we said when you watch Ultra Prime, Ning kind of is the catalyst for everything that gets done. Then it's about Doggo to cement the damage. Xiaoshu, he has ult.
Ulti.
I don't know if this will kill it.
Oh, it did not. Zap. Oh, he still gets him though. Xiaoshu not going to burn down. It's a good shutdown as Paranoia, I guess, helps turn out the lights.
I thought he was far enough away from the E, unless that was just all the Q damage that came out and was able to finish that one off. But hey, I mean, this one's a close one, right? Gold. Only 500-600 up for Ultra Prime. But the big thing for them now is sitting on Soul Point with them stealing away this dragon. Seriously, Ning is living in Loyan's head in this game. kind of makes you wonder what went on back in the days in the IG compound, but it's all going to be here. Strive finding the initial pick onto Forge, but buys time, which sets up for Ning to go in once again, and Doggo to follow up with the ulti. Sadly, Harry tries to get something done for himself here, but the play does get flashed by Xiaoshu, which means, hey, ultimately not going to be able to convert that.
Ning's ultis, it has been Ning getting into the back line consistently that has put the thorn in the side of Rare Adam. Let's be real, Lyric. Assume hasn't been able to play fights because of this Vi pick, and it's kind of showing us why we are so high on valuing this said jungle pick in this said meta. Ning playing it to an absolute T and giving us another example as Ultra Prime with the steal in the last play, Lyric. They're now on Soul Point. Second Herald went to Ultra Prime as well. This game has turned around now with the gold lead. Out of nowhere, after Bot got devastated, Ultra Prime has just been given a bit of a ticket into the window of mid-game.
You really have, and I feel like a lot of it's coming off the positioning. RA looks like they're angling for a pick now. Loyen has ulti. Okay, separated.
Okay, but he's eaten up by Tom Kench, saving Grace. Ning getting in the way as well. He's quite tanky too as Harry with a 3-man ulti, but he's under turret. It's dangerous, but never mind. Ning jumps back in. Doggo gets a reset thanks to his ulti. Harry, baby, comes in with his first impact play of the game. And Ultra Prime are lavish with another triple kill to the god in Ning.
We talked about how for RA this win is so crucial to contend in that top 10, but Ultra Prime just playing out this mid-game, playing out these fights better. And now they're going to be able to take away everything. From the side of RA once again, mid-turret gone, red buff gone, chickens being stolen. You could see Forge pushing in that top side, and it's here. They managed to get the separation, but the flash coming out from the Tom Kench. Sword Art gets the protection through, and right there, Harry with the big play to manage to set up, followed by the Super Mega Death Rocket. And Doggo's been so on point. Ultra Prime have been so on point with those combos. Doggo never even needs to get in range to dish out the big damage, because it's always the burst combo to set up to give them numbers advantage to run down the rest of the fight.
It was early game that we talked about for Ultra Prime being a bit of an issue, but the rest of it's been great. The skirmishes, the fights, the 24 kills in 20 minutes of a game. Stepping up massively is, we've got to mention Forge. A lot of damage in that last team fight as well. Nicely piled with Harry's ulti. And all of a sudden, Ultra Prime, 5,000 gold up here. Remember, Lyric, they've got something else to play for and an easy way to play for it. A minute till that dragon comes up, and it's a Cloud Soul with a Jinx. So I'm looking forward to see how RA can stop this from happening, because it feels like a bit of a nail in the coffin with the way this game's going so far.
I think a big thing will be if RA can find anything before Doggo's flash comes back up. You're still going to have to contend with the ultimate coming out from Sword Art. And we've seen every time they go in, Assume does get left on his lonesome. So I kind of wonder even, like, how do you play this? Because with the Eat, you're buying enough time for Doggo to survive, and that gives Ultra Prime enough to kill Assume. So maybe even Strive and Feather playing more of a PL role, allowing FLS to get this damage off, might be a better go of it.
Well, they're dredge lighting in, so it's going to be the engage role for now. Doggo getting good damage off. Lyric, their engages haven't been too bad as the Paranoia buys time, but onto Feather, Ning wants the kill. Thinking about it with the Vault Break, but ends up going backwards. And, you know, their engages haven't been too bad, Lyric, but as you said, the fights aren't working out. Assume not getting much. Strive, oh no, he's in Narnia. He's going to be going golden as the back end sends him into the wall, and it is just freebie. Assume he's trying his heart out, isn't he? He's trying, but it ain't going to be enough. Harry was 0-0-0, but now that man is like a bond to my heart. 0-1-7. This Nah is unreal.
Stepping up, making sure Ultra Prime find the fights to secure themselves the Baron. They're going to be able to pivot to Dragon off of this as well. It's going to give them that Cloud Soul you were hitting on, and everything just going their way. RA want to find something, and honestly, it's hard. I said maybe trying to play around like peeling for AD carry, but ultimately, they have more range. So Xiaoshu sees an opportunity. They feel like they have to go for it, but they really just don't have the damage to contend. And right there, Harry with the big 3-man knockback. 2 stuns coming through, allows for the reset to come off on Doggo and just run Assume down. Does his best to get something back, but sadly not good enough.
Rough game for Assume. Great start, but rough for the rest. RA in Death's Corner now. There's a Cloud Soul, there's a Baron. Ultra Prime have snatched this game away. We've talked up Ning, but now I feel like we've got to add in Harry, 2, 3 consistent team fights and plays and setups. Let's mention Forge on that list as well, up against, I guess, some familiar faces on the enemy team. Ultra Prime now in game number 1, just cleaning house. Lyric, look at the map setup. I mean, this is more gold over to them through side lane. Baron on Harry is just going to seem like a nightmare for this Malphite. And for the rest of RA that have to react.
Yeah, I mean, this one should just be done and dusted with how big this Jinx is. We've seen what Ning's able to do, and now RA just so desperate, trying to do anything to find the picks they need. Honestly, though, I'm up for an Ultra Prime win. There's one Ultra Prime fan I always see in all of their post-match Reddit threads, and any team that has like that one guy who shows up on the Western side, like WE with their that guy writes like paragraphs. I love that guy too. Any of these teams, it's always nice to see win, to see how that one specific person's going to react.
And the faithful should be rewarded. The Ultra Prime fan out there, this is for you, brother. Ultra Prime, you know what? This could be the start. This could be them going to Worlds. As Doggo's knocked on up. Feather going to be locked down and locked into the wall. Paranoia saves him as he flashes the wave. Xiaoshu engages again, but it's onto Ning, who ain't taking that much damage. Harry not even needed into Mega Gnar, as RA are left with 3.5 members standing. Inhibitor now going to be broken, following suit at the bottom one too. And Lyric, as you said, dotting the I's, crossing the T's. This one feels almost over.
And now you don't even have any ultimates up as RA. You just have to contend with like the siege coming out from these Baroned up minions, the range coming out from Doggo, and I guess just look for an opportunity for Strive to throw an ult and hope you get something there.
Oh, but Ning, Forge setup, look at them go. Like dominoes, they fall down. Beautiful stuff. Top, mid, and jungle have just made this game so enjoyable to watch. And Ultra Prime, as they take the next in front of Strive, snatch victory out of those early game hands of RA.
And it's great to see. And you kind of hit on it towards the tail end there, that for Ultra Prime, what we've been saying, it's early games all the times where we see them struggle, they fall behind, they can never just clinch back in. But all of their mid-game decision-making has been pretty nice. I think it was actually me and you casting together when they played against WE. They fell behind, but they did such a great job of like acknowledging Annie's presence in that game, where an Annie pick was the only way that they would lose that game. And now you see again, like they just have such, they do a good job of like not only thinking about, hey, what is our win condition, but what is the enemy going to look to do? The way that Ning started playing around it and covering some of those bot side dives, the way they started really just like going for those steals, realizing, hey, we're already set up on the other side of the map. We'll be able to pivot, even if we don't get this objective, to potentially look and you know, start taking an objective like Dragon for ourselves. So many of these small windows are why Ultra Prime was able to come out ahead in a game like this.
I mean, again, it was just like, it was that synergy, it was a sync up. The experience from Ning is great to see. I think ultimately, yeah, the steals are what put you in this game, right? Because you look at what happened in the early game and you think, well, should they have won that? Should Bot have been able to get that free win as well? Like, that was insane, considering that we are, I mean, like a 0-3 Tom Kench, a 0-2, 0-3 Jinx as well. Lyric, there's a 20-30 CS lead. An insane amount of CS and turret plates denied. I cannot believe that, you know, Jinx and Tom got to get through that game. It didn't make sense.
It also just showed the effectiveness of the pick overall, though, right? Because the second we got to any fight, it would be like RA were the Avengers, and 4 of them are like jumping in to do battle. But then Tom Kench, once the E comes out, you're just kind of sitting there checking your watch, and by the time Jinx is out, the Aphelios is already dead, because at the same time it was Vi plus Super Mega Death Rocket, and so many times we saw Ultra Prime have a good understanding of like, this combo is how we find our first pick to then run you down and not allow you to take down our AD carry. So it also did take a bit of unfortunate positioning from RA, because there was always just like a slight gap that allowed for the Jinx ulti to like go through and make sure it would land on that Aphelios.
Such a rough game for Asu. Feels like he's fighting versus the world. Oh my god. Well, look, you have to say Assume put in his hard yards, but you're not surprised that members like Forge did a whopping amount of damage. Look at Ning almost out-damaging Doggo. Like, that's the limit of what we got. And
all benefiting from those first 3 kills.
Yeah.
The first 3 kills coming in clutch. And I guess we didn't talk about Forge a lot that game, because he wasn't doing any of the flashy plays, but yeah, contributing a lot of AoE damage. I believe there was one massive Tibber. Actually, I think it was that last Tibbers, right? Just deleting everyone sitting on top of the Nexus. So nice to see Ning taking down his old his old junior partner, I guess is what we'll call again from his time under him, and Forge getting a win against his old duo. And Forge and Lilian, for years in interviews, had always spoken so highly of each other.
Again, you're not surprised as to why. Folks, that's a game and a half for someone like Ultra Prime. It's a game and a half for someone like Ning, especially on that Vi pick. I feel like things have to change after game number 1 as well. Maybe it's a pick that gets banned away, like it does in many LPL games as well. So, I don't know, Lyric. Ultimately, early game for RA, good. The rest, we need to go to town a little bit. We're going to have a break when we return. Let's see if RA can clean themselves up for game number 2.
We're dancing a little bit of a 1-2 step right now. NIP back on the Baron. OMG, they are tired of this game. And Aki overextends himself. The front to back is taking advantage of by OMG, though. They distracted the backline of NIP, and that has led to a boon for OMG. Shadow goes back in. Can Photic be the difference maker? Shanji, he gets exhausted, and here comes Abel. He's shutting him down and taking down the house. As Swall goes down, resets come through. PP God versus Angel is all that's left. Angel with the triple. He's looking for a quadra. He gets the damage. It's gonna be good. And it's NIP who come out on top in a long haul fight.
Top esports with a very low headshot. You just need to land one EQ, buddy. One Q. And that's top esports being down.
Up here. He's going for a little bit more. Jackulov actually ults onto him and just takes him out. The opposite man eradicated by Jackulov, one of the greatest of all time and living up to that reputation here in this game. The Bramble Smash won't come through. Jinzhao tries to finish the job, but he can't. Nobody can bring him down. It's Jackulov on the scene.
They're going for the inhibitor for the side of LGD. They want to stop this. Meteor too late.
A valiant effort from Meteor, but it's not going to be enough. Tries to stop the ports now. The GA will buy some time. This Decade will get the inhib. Jackulov, a 2v1 here, will mark alongside him. The sustain is there, though, when he actually gets them. He charges forward. Your carries mean nothing here.
And they've definitely been playing it that way. The goal advantage certainly helps. It means that EDG can't brute force their way into as many fights as they would like. They have on items that help.
Uzi! Oh, that's all they needed! Fantastic hook there from Hong. And that means that you don't really have the damage to continue this fight. Two-man decimating smash into the knockback of Fofo. He will have nothing to do with this fight.
Like, if they get a big hook onto Ruler, they will one-shot him with an Aphelios. But Finn, not the champion you'd expect to be one-shot. He's going to be, though. It's the Ignite burning away. Knight can't quite finish the kill. There's now the follow-up anti-engage, and Shun just taken for a ride, as so are the rest of BLG. JDG happy to go under the tower here. Look at them shred through BLG. See ya later. We're back to MSI Finals again. It's domination. A Finn TP's back in just to be set up for maybe a second quadra kill. Ruler on a triple already. I think he's bought enough time. I don't think the multi-kill will be there, but it just doesn't matter because Ruler hits double digits, 10-0 at 20 minutes.
know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know they're gonna know they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name.
Folks, welcome back. We're in Shanghai all day today with Ultra Prime versus RA. A game one for Ultra Prime that should be remembered, especially with how they took it out of the hands of RA. It felt like the early game was slick from RA punishing bot side, but then it all shifted gear when Ning started taking control of the game and stealing away many different camps. I'm Mysterix, I'm joined by Lyric, and all I can say is that Ning is deserving of MVP. If it wasn't Ning, there would be riots. What would the point of watching that game one be if Ning didn't get MVP? Because he was a legend.
And, you know, I've been a massive Ning apologist over the years. If you go back specifically towards like the end of his tenure on IG, like 2020, and look at the many like fires he had to put out, like playing for the Shy, having Puff and Sap going down in bot, you know, that IG failed run towards Worlds wasn't on Ning. I'm just saying he kind of looked down towards that bot side. And it's nice to see him come in, have a good game, punish RA. Honestly, just really being overzealous. I feel like this game really hit a lot of the marks we expected to see, right? RA being the more proactive, being one of the most aggressive teams we still have in the league, but always trying to all in. You specifically think around that bot side help. The first replay we get right, really wanting to index into these kills, assume sees the angle to go in on Doggo, but you just set up so well for the pinch, collapse on him, take him out, and then set Ning up for a very fast 3-0 scoreline on the Vi.
I mean, the 3-0 and then the setup from multiple plays. We saw this as well. RA just kept trying to pinch out the bottom lane and core carries, and even members like Harry came in clutch to save the day and just push for these mad counter plays.
And this is one of the matchups that matter the most for both sides, right? RA sitting at 2 wins, Ultra Prime sitting at 3, Ultra Prime currently sitting at 9, so are in that top 10 spot, which we're going to talk about more and more, because after this week, we only have 3 weeks left of LPL. So RA now going over to blue in game 2 means theoretically shouldn't have to ban the Nico, shouldn't have to ban the Zeri, should open them up a little bit more. And hopefully that's the catalyst they need to find a bounce back win, because we saw the skill that they have in that game. We saw good roams from Strive. We saw the aggression coming out from the bot lane 2v2. They just need to be able to hold it together in that mid game.
Well, RA, big test for them. Let's see. Ultra Prime, at the very least, as we said, it's not only important for a series win, but also important for a 2-0. Remember, game difference in LPL means quite a lot, and when they're facing up teams like Ninjas in Pajamas, even the OMGs, RNGs who are below them right now, every win, every individual win, and every clean 2-0 also matters in the grand scheme of things. Lyric, I didn't hear side selection, but I'm curious about this one because we had a very different draft, considering that it wasn't like, well, standard bans on blue side. We saw Cassante fly all the way through draft. We even saw like the priority and things like Nocturne for the jungle pick for RA in that game as well.
Yeah, things like that, which reaction to their first 3 picks. And I think Ultra Prime, just sitting on their drafting, has been pretty solid all split long. Like the Tom Kench response was beautiful coming out in that game. So I'm very interested to see how they pivot going into game 2. They just have a good read on the meta picks, right? First pick the Annie, the Vi doesn't get locked up. We hit on how that has been pretty much the contested jungler still. End up being able to get away that, get the better side of the Jinx of LS matchup. Really just getting their hands on everything they wanted in that game. And now we're going to look towards game 2, see if we get any more cheeky picks. Keep our eyes on that LeBlanc. You want it, I want it. LPL, we still haven't gotten to see the power of that side lane LeBlanc.
I'm keen to talk about Static Shiv, honestly. Like, that item, an absolute hilarity. Even in 13-12, like, it gets touched up a little bit, but it's only some of the energized damage in the end that's taken away. So I feel like we're going to be talking about that for a little bit, but we'll see. Other regions definitely hitting it. As you said, you know, LCK and LEC. We assume, you know, LCK, but definitely LEC. It's just been so much fun in other regions. It's been ridiculous with the AP scaling they decided to put in an AD item. Not sure why, Lyric, but hey, at the very least, they want to make it entertaining.
Yeah, and you know what would be entertaining is seeing Ning, the one to pick it up. Seeing Ning bring out the Volley Bear. Seeing Ning pick up a Static Shiv. And, you know, that's not going to happen. It's still doesn't really bother. You know, I heard Kobe talk about it on the dive, whatever it was, like 2 weeks ago. We have had Volley Bear in the LPL. I think it was Bei Shang who played it, but yeah, you're not necessarily buying Static Shiv. So going into this game, junglers are the ones that we can expect to see maybe some cheekier picks come out of. I believe Ning's had games on things like the Kindred so far this split. On the opposite side, Lian has been an enjoyer. We've already seen the Nocturne has brought out the Poppy earlier on. And we said one of the benefits with now being in draft about RA swapping the blue was not having to ban out the Zeri, but still not feeling comfortable to pick it up themselves with Assume having no games on it this split, so they still will take it away.
Okay, well, blue side, not the most common to ban, but still will take it. Zeri, Vi, you can see on your screen, Milio, Nico. See if Cassante gets taken away in one of the first phases here. We talked about Harry and Xiaochu, it being a priority. Harry was fine on something like the Na, but maybe they don't want to repeat the Malphite here, Lyric. They might change things up. Biggest question for me, though, is I was just going to say, are we going to see, you know, a priority put on maybe jungle instead here first for a team like RA?
The thing I'm keeping my eye on is mid, because we need to remember that Ahri was banned out in first phase by Ultra Prime, and Strive has pretty much been the meta guy. Like, outside of last game, he has only played Annie, Ahri, and Nico. He's only stuck to the 3 S-tier mid lane picks. I guess with the fact that both are open, wouldn't really make much sense for Ultra Prime to also ban away one, but no. Funnily enough, they are. They're just saying, hey, you can have your hand on the Ahri if you so choose, and we feel fine having Forge counter with something else, but no. RA instead go quickly towards the Jace. We've talked about it, a setup we've seen many times, Jace plus Maokai. You also can run Jace plus Sejuani, and Lian has been someone who's pulled that out so far this split, so having some flexibility, but definitely telegraphing a direction that RA want to go.
And again, it's something that they've gone before. I mean, Strive especially, big Jace player when we first saw him. I mean, Corky was also on his list as Ultra Prime on the other side. Looks like they're going to get another strong jungler. Ning had a great performance on the Engage in game number 1. And he's going for a similar angle here as Ultra Prime look to take away, I guess, what Assume flourished on in the early game for game 1-2.
So for RA now, it's about if they want to get their hands on jungle here, which, again, if you did, you have Sejuani. It was JDG as well, I believe, who earlier in the split pulled out the Elise and went for the more aggressive option. So either playing for team fights, but still some gank set up with the Sejuani, or just going for early snowballing. Ooh, this would be a throwback, and I would love it. Lian, famous for the Nidalee, but just gonna go straight
maybe
towards
that's
the
still but maybe that still sets us up, right? I mean, look at the pairings with Nidalee. There's great solo lanes here, Lyric, and it would make sense for Lian. There we go, baby.
Yeah, so has the gank set up forward top side with the Renekton. Hell, technically even both of these can be flexed depending on the lane matchup, right? To put Strive and Xiaoxu in the best position. And then having that poke be able to come out later with the Accelerated Shock Blast and the Spears. And Ultra Prime gonna look to match range with range. Bring out the Azir. Azir himself does get outranged by the comp that RA has, so can be a bit annoying later on. But at least making sure, in terms of like 5v5 AoE damage able to come through, Maokai locking everyone down into just soldiers battering you down with a Moonlight Vigil, just the cherry on top. If Ultra Prime can finally engage, they have the damage to take down RA.
I mean, again, it's nice to see. We're talking about the Azir a little bit earlier, and seeing it come through is again, I know people aren't going to be excited about this Azir, but it is just a bit of a change up as we've already seen Ultra Prime adapt to this, Lyric. They've taken away one of the picks that used to do so well into it. And I guess they're also just worried about Assume adding to the range value of RA with that ban as well.
Yeah, not wanting to deal with it. I mean, hell, the one thing Aphelios definitely hates is being outranged. We talked about him as kind of like a lower mid-range AD carry. And Azir, even though he doesn't hate it because he is long range himself, like that's always been one of the counters. I mean, picking things like Varus's, Vel'Koz's, I mean, having an Italy on the other side, Accelerated Shock Blast being able to come through. So I think Ultra Prime, even if it isn't a meta ban, it's like a good read into what is strong into their composition. And RA on the opposite side, no, hey, they need Engage to be able to come through. So we're going to see where Ultra Prime do look to go on 3. You can just look to take your soul lane here if you want, since they're already showing both theirs, and try and save for counter pick support. But once again, if you kind of feel pressured into going for some more engage yourself, Nautilus lock-in is always there.
Yeah, a good point. It's something that you always find is an easy part. I want to mention we've got frontline taken away from RA, or rather by RA, I should say. 2 of those front lines are going to be such a nuisance with the damage that falls off like a truck that's going down a very steep cliff. So, what do you run in the top side? What do you run in front? They say there's another thing that is quite heavy and about 66 tons. Well, at least close to. Sion still fits the category.
So cements them on Engage, which gives them a lot more flexibility in terms of the support pick they can go with, depending on what RA show. Jinx is going to be locked in. Honestly, just fits the theme of their composition so well, being able to play out from that range. And now for RA, I mean, you could go with the Nautilus here, which would give you turn potential. I even wouldn't hate something like a Braum to try and like dissuade Engage from being able to come in. If they go the Enchanter route, I'm afraid that it's a little bit too squishy, though.
Let's not then, right? As you said, put Feather on Engage too. Feather is just one of the greatest Engage supports that's ever lived. Well, after game 1, I will say that he was pretty legendary in the first 10 minutes of the game, despite the sarcasm. On the other side, though, Ultra Prime, Lyric, this would just be a perfect addition. Play defensive for these two high DPS carries. When you have such a front line, I mean, Ultra Prime's comp looking simple.
Honestly, I like what they put together because now RA have to run through them. RA have to look to snowball. Like, sure, RA will have damage and will be able to poke out later on, but you're going to get to a point where people like Harry and Sorta are so tanky, they can just absorb that. You're going to have the side ult to be able to find the Engage. And then even with just the Nautilus, like, RA, relatively squishy composition that is decently hard to execute and relying on the skill shot. So it goes back to that Ultra Prime have been incredibly consistent when it comes to drafting compositions that at least thematically make sense.
And giving, priority to some of the people that, should be carries this team. Again, we talked about Doggo hyper carries. Forge after game 1, I feel very confident with on this Azir. But on the other side, can I just say, RA throwing a spanner in the works, Lyric. Look at the range. Look at the game that has to play out. We talked about RA being one of the bloodiest teams in the league early game. This is a comp that, if you want to talk about thematics, makes a lot of sense for RA in game 2.
It does. Just bringing something that we don't really see in the meta all too often anymore. But Luoyan is famous for this pick. If you haven't followed the LPL for years, I mean, the Nidalee is really just his signature. Loves being able to bring it out. And that's what we're looking at. We're looking at Luoyan being on such a comfort champion, him being able to take over the game. On the opposite side, Forge only ever played Azir 3 times in his career, much more known as the Akali, the Silas player, and he is 0-3. So even though Ultra Prime have a comp that I think makes sense, and if they get to late game, should win out, the question's going to come down to comfort and being able to execute on this champion.
Especially with a player like Forge, maybe not as well known to international audiences, but it's a bit of his struggle on bottom tier teams outside of his IG. Fill in for Rookie when he had to go back to Korea. Can he do it here in this game? I mean, it's a basic question to ask, but still a relevant one as we get back onto Summoner's Rift. And RA now fighting from behind in this series as Ultra Prime looking to take their 4th win with a win in this game.
I just love Ning with the Giga Chat victories. Look at all the mana that Luoyan's wasting. Even threw another one. Not connecting onto Ning whatsoever. That's what it's all about. It's about the mental game. And we already saw in game 1, Ning is living in Luoyan's head.
Oh, you got to assume here with the Winter's Bite, but RA have a numbers advantage. Dangerous here. Ultra Prime wanting to invade against this team. Look at the health bars as well. Javelin Toss not going to connect onto Forge, but he took half his HP, and it is 115. He cannot back Lyric. A good start to the lane for RA after that.
And that level 1 goes down to the fact that Ultra Prime had Braum, who is just one of the strongest level 1 champions in the game with this passive. But it didn't really make up for the fact that Aphelios is the opposite. Aphelios doesn't really have any level 1 strength at all. The only strength you have is coming from the range, the fact that you have Calibrum online, and assume out-damaging him with easy access to those rockets. So Ultra Prime definitely coming out the better end of that level 1, but it's going to be at the Sword Art to keep being a nuisance, doing things like this, and making sure Assume never gets in a position to just freely fire off with that AoE.
I would be careful of Feather. I mean, that was a dangerous moment, considering how he landed those dredge lines in game 1. Doggo can't be too confident here, as Assume not going to get chunked out too much with that entry into lane. Just trying to use that range advantage himself as well. Bottom lane was all the contention in game 1. If you're wondering why the cameraman's stuck here, it's that level 2 Lyric that we saw in game number 1 working so well for Assume and Feather.
And just working so well across the map. And I really want to hone in our focus on that's the name of the game for RA. It's like the buzzword prio. RA want prio, allow the Nidalee to be able to go for these aggressive plays in enemy jungle, keep up, free farm, steal away camps from Ning, set him behind, and potentially even set up plays in some of these lanes where you have CC.
Level 2 just hit though by Ultra Prime, but that Q to Narnia. Doggo definitely searching for the spare as Luyen tries to go topside now to get something done here.
Gonna see if he has it. You have the Fury stacked up for Xiaoshu.
But it's a Scion. This is the problem. I guess you need to wait for the shield for the W. He does not, but Harry's still going to die. Under turreting is a close call, but Luyen getting first blood is the way you want to start.
Xiaoshu having turret aggro was the saving grace there. Good coordinated dive coming out from RA to make sure they get this going. And so we said, RA drafting winning lanes, utilizing these. You have the Renekton up in top side. You have Nautilus down and bot to set up for some easy spears to come out and land. And really just take advantage of the fact that they have been willing to push the pace so far. Because Ultra Prime's comp, it needs time. It needs to not fall too far behind. But that's why Dragon stacking, First Herald, like, RA are really going to need every neutral objective that's going to come up on the map.
And look, a minute 30 till that Dragon spawns. I know it's early to talk about, but with how the map state is and how you want it to be, RA, as you mentioned, will be looking towards that. Ning getting Scuttlecrab on the bottom side is good, though. As Strive out of mana here from the trades through mid, at least getting some revenge back as Forge. But I want to talk about what that first blood meant, Lyric. It means that not only is Luyen in a great position here with even CS, but with that first blood and that steal of camps actually happening right now. Should be setting up for the Hextech Alternator as Ning's going to be tagged up. Luyen not going to take the trade, though, against this Maokai.
Not going to go for it as Forge. You have to be incredibly careful. And like we said, Forge, not really known much of a mage player, Nazir player at all. Really famous for Silas, Akali, LeBlanc, these assassins that go in, affect backline. 0-3 in his career. Might be able to have a better performance. Azir was buffed recently. Your Q cooldown getting a bit of a buff. I believe some of the AP scaling on your soldiers in the range as well. So a lot of tools to punish in that mid lane matchup.
Yeah, nice to I can't believe we're going to say this, but nice to see Azir buffs as Xiaoshu's walking into a trap. Good decimating smash. Harry's on the wrong side, but you have to say Xiaoshu is too. Slice and dice gets him range as Ning's now spotted out. And thanks to that minion, he'll be okay. As stopping the back is Feather, but he's going to be gravitated out. One more hit to get that Winter's Bite, that concussive blows. Still not enough damage here from Doggo, so they'll just walk away too. As Lyric, Forge is in a bit of an oopsie. But it depends on the javelin toss. That does not connect. Oh my god. Fight more, boys. Zap. Sword Art. Is he dead? There's a flash. Assume under turret. He gets it. Feathers Ignite helps out. Getting excited is good. But Doggo running out of mana. He has to auto for the win. And he should be able to do it. Feather not stopping him though. And Assume walks away. I don't know if Doggo cancelled that or not. But that's just tragic to see. Luyen with the pounce. The snap of the jaws. And Assume getting away with literal murder.
Yeah, I didn't see if maybe a cancel came in or what, but Assume definitely benefiting off of getting excited, picking up that last kill onto Sword Art, maybe giving him just enough movement speed to be able to get away. So we'll come back to lane with an advantage. Not only picked up tier 2 boots, which Doggo already did as well, but even going to get a bit of a lead over him with that longsword purchase. We're going to see here exactly how this one went down right again, as Feather has loved being aggressive straight into the chompers. They know they have the damage, but one turret shot leads Assume to being low. We see there, Ghost comes out, still being excited. Yeah, kind of slightly turning away first. Yeah, he would have had it. Ward even in that brush as well, so you still maintain division over the Jinx. Buys enough time for Luyen to be able to come down and get one of his own, so 2-0-0 on the famous Nidalee.
Man, I feel like for the whole Doggo race, you'd be so upset watching that back. If I showed my 10-year-old Cocker Spaniel that, he'd be in tears. As Assume now going to get some of the treatment, the dive under turret. Guess what? Ning saving the day again, Lyric. It's just the story of the series.
You know, he didn't want Doggo to be sad for too long. Comes down, gives him a treat, but Feather.
Ooh, Feather. Yeah, you're right. You know what? Speaking of treats, that's a good boy support. Feather, honestly, has been a bit of a shining light in both games as well.
I think RA are like a great representation of what like LCS fans are always begged for one of their teams, of like a bunch of young talent that is really exciting, like somewhat proven in the fact that like Xiaoshu was impressive in his debut. Assume was a bit impressive in his debut. Strive in his first split was someone we're looking at. Feather doing the same this time. So just kind of really good roster building of bringing together all of the younger players and rookies that we have our eyes on, surrounded by Luyen, who hasn't had the best split here in summer, I'll say. Like, honestly, has struggled quite a bit, but we've seen Luyen at his peak, has been, you know, in regular season contending for a top, top 3, top 4 in the jungle role. So even if RA are struggling in this series so far, doing well in this game, and a team I'm excited to see as they keep developing.
I mean, Loyan's great on these carry-type junglers, right? Those are the splits where we talk about him being a top 3 jungler in the league. It's one that international fans won't really know about because he's never been, or at least rarely has been on a top-tier team. But Loyan is someone who flourishes on the Nidalees, on even the Kindreds, right? The Nocturne we saw last game wasn't amazing, but it's still in his wheelhouse. We're in a Vi Wukong meta still. Like, it is set up central. Loyan ain't about that, Lyric. He's about the carry, and in this game, he's 3-0. I think he's going to carry.
I do got to say, one thing I've been impressed about with Loyan from all of these years of us casting him is he's been someone who has diversified his play style. He was someone who used to only be able to be the carry, only be able to play for himself, and has gotten better at playing with his laners and having his laners play around him. Honestly, having more character development than, like, most main characters in ongoing series out there today.
Yeah. Man, like, I'm watching Peaky Blinders. I feel like Loyan's arc little bit better than bloody Tommy. If anyone's a bit of a Peaky Blinder out there.
It depends on the season. It depends on the season. Because
I'm only
some
in the
seasons
season
of Peaky
2,
Blinders,
so I don't know.
Okay, it's a bit of a roller coaster. It gets better and worse, at the same time. So
I'm not going to add any, I'm not going to go any deep into it, guys. I'm only on season 2, so I won't ruin it for anyone because I really can't. But
great show.
Banger so far. Yeah. Suits is also up there. I mean, speaking of Harvey
I
Specter.
never watched Suits actually until now. I'm finally watching Suits for the first time. Amazing.
Yeah? Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
I want to be a lawyer now. I want to be a lawyer.
I don't know. Wait, but like what part? Is it because of all the sketchy backroom deals? Is that what
Oh, I'm not a sketcy bloke. No. Because I want to.
I just want to comment on that real quick and say, for anyone who doesn't know you, I can't imagine you being the sketchy backroom deal type of lawyer, because you'll try and make the sketchy backroom deal, but you're way too honest of a person. So you'll give a heads up to the secretary 5 hours before you make it, and then everyone's gonna know. You're gonna let Donna know too early, and Donna might be good at keeping a secret for Harvey, but I can't imagine she would be for you.
Dude, I mean, there's no way I'd ever. If I were, Donna's great, but my wife would be so unhappy in that environment. That would be a real issue. Anyway, folks, we're waiting for something to happen because we got a bit of tempo played up earlier, but RA up 2,000 gold. Maybe they don't need it. Maybe they don't need to care. They lost the first dragon, but they've got a Night Harvest in Italy. I guess she's just chilling because Loyan is getting everything on the map, and at least right now, as he's looking to invade more, he's not really slowing down that much.
No, so RA still looking to keep the pressure up. Sadly, not really converting anything into kills recently. But we're going to get to a point now where we can see they're already whittling down these turrets with some of the range and some of the advantages that they have. I feel like a big turning point is going to be that next turret that spawns, being able to break open the map even more. Forge!
Oh, there's the slide and glide. Strive is going to get away from the Emperor's Divide. It's running away from even his own jungler at this point because Ning set him up. Loyan unable to land the javelin toss, and Strive with the summoner down is a good ulti from Forge.
I've always been more of a fan of the boop and swoop, and I'll always give credit to Dagda for that one. I don't know if he was the first person to say it, but he's the first person that said it to me. So Dagda, if you're listening, we love you.
We do indeed. I feel like he was. Dagda's got a lot of fun idioms or jargon in League of Legends that he shares with us all. I think him and Munch are similar in that regard. As Munchables, I'm pretty sure. Who came up with Bevy for the boys? Was it him and Dagda together? Was it a combo effort?
I mean, that is a skit, right? That's already a famous skit. I can't remember what from. True. I know I've seen the skits.
Auntie Donna is sort of okay. Going to be called out. Yeah, just having a bevy with the boys.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Now we get to see. We get to see if RA gets to find their bevies. Is setting up for a massive dive, but all of Ultra Prime are making their way down.
It's not going to turn into anything more, is it? RA backing away. Those javelin tosses not finding the mark, and all the damage output with it too. RA still going to look for the heavy shove down here, Lyricas. We've got 1 minute 40 till the dragon. Looks like they want to get what they can until getting that reset that gets them ever so close to that first item.
Gonna go for it now. Might be able to come back and be strong. Speaking of bevies with the boys, what bevy do you think would represent RA? Because I can't remember the name of the one you gave me when I was in Australia, but I think that one was a pretty good representation.
What did I give you? I gave you
a VB?
one. No, I gave you a bloody VB. No. Top esports would be VB. There's no way Jackie Love and his crew as Misfits would not be a bloody VB. I think there'd be like a Tui's new, you know, not too refined, little rough around the edges, but still more refined than a VB. And maybe that's not a good thing, as Ning's just going to take a trade.
You know, yeah, RA have those aspects where they're a bit more refined. Again, in the ways of aggression, as we're seeing here. Now we just need them to figure out how to move it forward. With their comp, it is quite hard. It's why they're having to wait out for some of these neutral objective spawns to come through. The problem is the fact that they haven't started stacking up any dragons. Sure, they're stealing away camps and slowly building up that gold lead. But until they finally break open one of these turrets, they're really going to be able to hard aggress into the enemy jungle, start getting deeper vision, and more effectively finding these picks.
I mean, look, at least you get the seal away from camps, but you're right. This Dragon's going to be so important. RA are 20 seconds away from looking to move on this one. We've got first items for pretty much everyone, apart from Feather, of course. There's Forge in the wrong place at the wrong time. Depth charge there. He flies through the skies, but had to burn a flash rod as Assume might be caught out. Doggo and Sword Up, they pop a summoner of their own. Assume with a ghost to match.
Getting control of mid for now, but Assume's still here to answer. It buys enough time for Harry to walk his way down. Xiaoshu is still in top, has TP there. We'll see if RA want to contend. They do have some nice wards, as we can see around the bottom half jungle from Ultra Prime, if Xiaoshu wanted to flank.
Well, Sword Art a little bit low. As you mentioned, that flanking's got to be huge, but it's got to be coming through now at 3k TP. Flying through from the top laners, that spear not connecting Feather. Trying to get in an angle, but Ultra Prime blocking them. Turning to the fight, they got the support, the swoop and boot dagger. Can you see it? As jumping in the middle, Xiaoshu in a great angle as Doggo, Assume gets the free fire lyric. I take it back. They ain't a Tui's. They are a Summersby pear cider. Refreshing on a bloody hot day.
Great plays coming up from RA all around. The flank from Xiaoshu was beautiful. Now it's going to lead RA finally going to be able to pick up a dragon, potentially even, you know, get some of these waves pushed out. I want to see if Assume sticks around a mid lane, you know, takes that turret down and just extends this lead even further. 7k gold. It's where we've needed to see, but again, look at this flank coming out. Sure, Feather goes in a bit haphazardly and gets taken down, but Xiaoshu manages to circumvent the Emperor's Divide somehow, gets right on top of everyone, and Assume with firing off those rockets the whole time is just the perfect mess of AoE damage coming through, allowing all these squishier carries, Forge and Doggo, to go down.
Kind of interested to see why Ultra Prime decided to fight that when they're so far behind. I guess they didn't want to lose out on some of the action, or at least contest an objective they thought they could take. They're 8,000 gold down now, though. Excuse my math, 7,000, but still close.
I think we need to remember as well,
that one play.
Right, like leading up to that play, it's like a whole lot of the map had been like broken down. It's not like there were a whole lot of kills, so maybe Ultra Prime, you know, not like in the game, it didn't feel that they were as behind as they actually were, and a lot of it coming down to just that vision control that RA had to allow them to take over that fight.
They're going to be burned now, Harry. This is a dive. Decimating smash. Not getting the knock up. Harry takes a couple of shots. Ning now has to fix this. Harry just doesn't care as he takes away a bit of turret.
But look at mid and top.
There's
a Rift Herald.
Work. You're right. Xiaoshu laughing at this. Like Ultra Prime probably saying, we'll call it a day. There's a TP on the turret. Xiaoshu's still not dead. We get that Emperor's Divide in the end. But look at what it cost. Herald's going to charge into inhib turret. Ultra Prime just, whatever.
Yeah, RA, I get bringing Strive down because it did look like a workable play, but definitely would have felt better had they been able to pivot and like keep pushing off this to that mid-tier 2 specifically. But RA, so much map presence gained off of this, taking a turret up in top, sieging down, getting some damage on mid, second charge on top side, maintaining vision around the top side of the map with that Baron, something that's going to have to start being on the minds of both teams with it closing in on 18 minutes.
Oh, man. I mean, this game feels so hard. Lyric, Ultra Prime put scaling out of perspective because at this point, 2 items hit from Strive from Loyen. So much gold free from the turrets. We're watching a replay of Herald just doing what she does best. Honestly, would be great in a mosh pit. Imagine that. You go to a metal concert,
Sounds
you go,
painful.
rock and roll, whatever. Shelly spawns in the middle. And it's just it's RNG. Who does she charge into first, man? But you would die.
We kind of have something similar like that in my city. There are these two like giant 7-foot-tall dudes that are absolutely jacked that go to like every metal show that comes into town. And that, hell, not even metal shows. Folk, pop, it could be Britney. They'll go see Britney and they'll start up a pit and it's like, yeah, two giant Shellys just ramming into you. I avoided at all costs.
Yeah,
As
they
shown
do
by
that
my
on purpose, obviously.
Yeah, they do. I've had my wrist broken at a show before, being like thrown across the room, and I was lucky it was only my wrist. I feel like Shelly would probably break a lot more.
Oh, hell yeah. That'd be worth. Or but you'd you'd save a person in real life by hitting the eye. It's fine. Shelly would despawn. As alright, gonna get engaged on. Ning's trying here. Assume took a heavy chunk, but Ultra Prime can't follow this up. Ning for the ulti to dissuade them from getting near the turret. But next wave, just wait and see, as RA is still so strong to fight with.
All right, looking to take advantage of all that range they have. I mean, 2 items strong in most of their carries, right? Looking at Assume, having that LDR in pocket, now 2 items on Lo Yen as well. This is exactly the position their comp needed to be in. Be ahead, control vision, just be able to siege them down under structures that they really can't move from, and utilize, like we said, Prio might be a bit of a buzzword in League of Legends, but it's really what you need for this comp to work at its maximum potential.
Side note, assume LDR second. This is an interesting turn of events, as Mythic is usually the choice lyric, unless I'm just, stuck in the pit right now and in a different reality. But LDR against this Silent Maokai and Brom, I guess Assume just wants maximum damage, and look at him go. Already against Sword Art, rushed out of there, but Feather, with his engage, caught out a little bit. Sword Art not hit by the spear, it's Harry instead. They get the turret, but a kill goes over. So that's the momentum from RA, halted for at least a little while longer.
Yeah, making sure they're not going to be able to get too much off this. Feather will be down when Dragon respawns. I don't know if Ultra Prime will even get a chance to ever contest those. Lil Yen is doing so much to just be a menace to Ultra Prime. We can see on the minimap Assume already waiting out the Dragon spawn. So, yeah, for Ultra Prime, this won't even be an option, which I think is good. For Ultra Prime, your goal should be to kind of draw a line in the sand in your own jungle, get as many of your camps as you could, and just buy more time for you to get closer to those second item break points. So you can get closer to just having to take a fight that would lose you the game. And a second Dragon for a rare item will not do that.
Oh, look at the replay again. This is a quick pick off on Feather. At least doing some damage, but yeah, it's still a 10k gold lead lyric. It is still a game that looks pretty hard for Ultra Prime to play. Now let's just see how RA close it out, because still a timer that exists in this game, but there are more objectives to take, like this Baron, that RA can lure Ultra Prime towards.
Now that's exactly what they want to do. I remember it was Clement who initially, the idea had always been right, with Poke and with Siege, you need to be ahead to win, which is still mostly true, but it was Clement who would talk to the LPL teams back in 2020 and say, even if you fall behind a bit, it's not the worst, and then they get on objective first, because then we just have this controlled area to funnel all of our Poke into. It's kind of how RA ended up playing the first Dragon fight that they won in this game. Ning, though, goes in.
Found a pick. Oh, but the ulti doesn't work out. Forge flash for that as well. And now here comes Feather. Flash depth charge for him. Ultra Prime are in a bad land, but Doggo doing damage on the Feather was good until he went golden. As this is going rough as anything. He flies through. It's a triple for Doggo. Now, excuse me, Assume with the triple as his rocket's not available. Away gets Harry. I'm getting them confused. It's a change in champions, but this game Assume piloting so much better here on the Jinx's lyric. With 2 alive, they might try and end, or at least blow the map or base wide open.
Yeah, not many minions to work with. Do have some coming through mid now, but doesn't look like you have enough to work with to really be able to guarantee finish out this game, especially with Sword Art's death timer already being over. Now we'll see for RA that Pink's coming down onto the Baron. They're going to have to be conscious that now, with Ultra Prime being up, they're going to look to match. So they need to be able to turn. They need to be able to poke them out and make sure that they can't contest this.
Not the quickest, is it? Not the absolute quickest, but Ultra Prime so far away at this point. Ning is on a different journey. He's going towards mid, and Baron just taken Just like that, 13k gold lead. Ultra Prime are like, we need something in this map. Let's get mid turret. Let's get some objective bounty. Finally, 23 minutes in, it goes down.
Still, now you're 12k gold behind. Rare Adam, we were talking about this being one of the most important wins for their season. Glad they're rejuvenated in this game as Ning went for it, but sadly, Forge not able to get in there right away. Once Ning connects to CC, gives a turn opportunity to come out from Rare Adam. And then look at Assume, just firing from such a safe range. Forge overextended, gets locked down, and then Xiaoshu coming off on the flank really cuts the escape path of the Braum and allows for the pinch to come through from the other members of Rare Adam.
That LDR second doing work. Dynamite for Assume as he now gets Gale Force as well. He's a full item over his counterpart. And Assume in game number 1 was not rewarded with his valiance. If that is a word, valiancy, he was valiant. Assuming at least one of those was correct. But Assume this game rewarded. As Loyan made it a lot about himself, but still this game feels like the bottom lane had great impact. As RA with their range now poking them down. Harry at least able to absorb some of it, but look towards mid. Xiaoshu on a flank as there's the Ents go marching in one by one again. Ning, his ulti gets dropped, but Lyric every time. RA just moved back a bit, and that's that.
RA really just working wonders with this comp so far. 3 items now. Assume finally having that Gale Force. I mean, 3rd item picked up for Strive with that Sorel's Grudge. So with some of that, with now both of your big 80 threats having that penetration online, doesn't even matter if it's Harry the one up front trying to absorb this poke. He will just get whittled down and go down.
Into rocket form, just that easy. Look at Xiaoshu in the meanwhile. He's dominating. He wants the game to end because minions are already on the next turret. Ultra Prime not going to defend this one. A blast from the pass is Strive nailing down Doggo. Nexus turret's exposed. Ultra Prime half in the fountain, half watching the turrets going down. And an all-round good time from RA. You look at Harry, he's almost dead. One more hit will do it, but they focus somewhere else. A good move here from Ultra Prime to defend, but they're way too far behind. Otherwise, the play would have been so different. RA equalized the series, and Ultra Prime just don't know what hit them.
No, and you know, game 1, we were wondering, hey, what is with this Renekton ban? Like, why are we banning Renekton right now? Why are we banning it against RA when they haven't even picked it up so far this split? But we saw why. Just the combo setting up with the Nidalee, and really that being the essence of it. Not about the Renekton itself, but the fear of RA bringing out Lilian's Nidalee and then building a composition around it. We're able to do so this time with the Jace, with the Renekton, keeping Feather on engage, giving more CC. I was a little bit skeptical if RA would honestly be able to close out a game with a comp like this coming out from draft. We were confident they'd get leads. They've been able to do that for a lot of this split so far, but it's nice to see them able to actually drive a win home. Lilian really having just an immaculate game on this Nidalee.
Yeah, a great game from him, I think, ultimately as well. You know, bot lane continues to be great. Feather's engages are just huge. Let's be real. Feather on Nautilus has been something in both games that's been idolized for a good reason. And I think ultimately, you know, RA, maybe it should have been 2-0, right? Game 1 was such a clean start. They punished bot to high hell. And then Ultra Prime were kind of given windows in the game thanks to Ning. Didn't have the same, touch this time around. Like, Ning's gank bot Lyric was good at stopping the flow, but there was not much you could do on this Maokai. It wasn't the same as the Vi.
I mean, even just, even looking at your lanes, it's like, what are you really able to do? There's some options once you get post 6, things like the Shurima Shuffle on the Azir in mid lane, the swoop and boop, go in, maybe set up for the Maokai ult. They tried that play once, weren't able to get it through with the flash coming out, but yeah, I feel like we had to see more of this, but it's so hard when you do have so much priority and push coming through on the side of RA, and they did a great job of keeping up their vision lines in bottom side, making sure that their whole river was lit up and bot would be fine, and then in top, giving just enough vision and Xiaoshu on the Renekton. Renekton's a pretty safe champion. There just weren't a whole lot of opportunities afforded to Ultra Prime in ways of being able to survive the early kind of deaths coming through. And it was really that one fight around Dragon where Xiaoshu found the big flank and it set up for Assume to free hit, Strive to throw off as much damage as he wanted. In my mind, that was what really sealed the deal in the game and gave it to RA as a win.
And you can see that Ultra Prime weren't able to contribute. You talk about some of these plays where, RA were given, as you said, the Dragon play was massive. But outside of that, Ultra Prime didn't actually get to contribute to a team fight. Forge, his damage came from the lane where he was on a knife's edge with Strive throughout most part. RA got the free hit. Ultra Prime had to watch, and it's a shame to see that the game was so one-sided from Ultra Prime's perspective, but from RA's, again, a really good, I guess, redemption arc in Game 2 from what we started the series with. Especially since, you know, people like Lo Yen, right? Not too much impact on the Nocturne Game number 1. Game 2 was really nice how he synced up with Strive, synced up with Assume and Feather. There was really good moments from this Nidalee. Despite, you know, not hitting all the javelin tosses, he was still at the right place at the right time.
Yeah, and that's why going into Game 3, we're going to see, I mean, I doubt they're going to get their hands on a similar comp going in, but are they going to change their ideas coming into the series in general and gravitate more towards this like very snowbally style of composition to take a win against Ultra Prime?
Well, all I can say is that Game 3 here in Shanghai is a good thing because we ain't missing any games, but also because Ultra Prime RA, this could be a series they look back on in a couple of weeks that misses or gets them into playoffs. So Game 3 is going to decide it all right after this short break. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a surprise for you, and it's not a good one. In the break, I watched someone call a sushi hack, call it exactly that, by putting the soy sauce capsule through the seaweed and called it perfectly blends the soy sauce. What monster would pierce the seaweed? Just put it through the top of the rice. If you get a sushi roll, you all know what I'm talking about. Get the soy sauce, put it on, just let it drip down. Put some more on when you need it. Why would you break the seaweed?
Who is that
monster?
Welcome back to the LPL. I'm Lyric. That's Hysterics. I agree with him. You really should just put it through the rice. Our MVP, Lil Yen, because we have Battle of the Junglers as he just keeps being tilted. I agree. That is kind of an outrageous thing. It's something worth being tilted about, but something not worth being tilted about is I love when Lil Yen brings up the Nidalee. It's always something that's just super fun to watch, something that's nice and fits RA's identity of the aggression they want to look for, and taking down the old man that I'm an apologist for on the other side. Good job, Lil Yen.
Thank you very much to Lil Yen. 5-1-4, but more importantly, it was a comp lyric that relied on this man in the jungle. Let's be real, if there wasn't tempo early, if there wasn't pace, RA were in a lot of trouble. But I guess it did start with top, didn't it, where Lil Yen actually got the keys to the kingdom, per se, and kind of ended with this one, too.
Yeah, it felt like a composition where Ultra Prime really, it's like Bowser's castle, right? Mario's always able to get into Bowser's castle. It's never locked. There might be some guards outside that Mario can beat, but he can beat them quite easily. That was like Ultra Prime's comp. It's kind of just going to let you do as you please. It's kind of very hard for Ning to be able to try and cover everywhere on the map, right? I saw him putting a lot of focus down towards bot side, but RA found the advantage up top, converted it to bot. They always did prio through mid, did a nice job invading the enemy jungle, and it led to this very smooth win. And I mean, you talked about it at the start of the day. Yesterday, it might have been a 2-0 day, but if you were planning for fast games today, this one is definitely a 6-gamer. We're going to get to see this one go the distance here. I'm sure the next one will. And yeah, now with Ultra Prime going back to blue side's been the key so far. So we'll see with them being able to bring back some of those bans, if that'll be the difference maker.
I mean, again, just quickly, like, RA playing comp to their style. And we knew, as you were just saying, it'd go the distance. But Game 2 especially, like, it felt like RA draft for their style of team. And as we were saying, one of the bloodiest teams in the league right now. RA played a comp lyric that many won't play at the moment. One that runs on early operatives. We look at our champions in League of Legends and we know there's always going to be a hyper carry in the bottom side. We're usually getting some kind of setup or a supportive mid laner like the Annies, like the Aries, right? This was a very different game, and it was nice to see that RA were kind of playing their own style rather than what 13-10, 13-11 is giving us.
And that's always what's worked in LPL. It's always been teams just play their identity, and you know, if the meta kind of falls out of it, you try and make the like slight adjustments to make your style work with meta champions. And even if that doesn't work, it's just like, all right, well, we're just going to keep doing what we know, what we think is best, and hopefully the meta pivots to a place where we are, which, hell, for RA, it actually might get that way, right? I know Riot has publicly said they want to get it away from like things like enchanters and hyper carries and kind of push us into a more proactive place again in the coming months. We'll see if that happens by the time our regular season ends, because like I said, we're already into week 4, only 3 weeks left after this one. But I'd love to see RA go back to that as they do jump back onto red side.
Yeah, change of sides once again, as you mentioned. I mean, hopefully we do get one more patch before we end it up. But let's be real, you know, 3 weeks. 13-12 is what, a week away or something, as papers have dropped in Ultra Prime's coaching staff as we get back into draft. Now, Renekton on blue side has consistently come up from Ultra Prime. I guess they respect that Xiaoshu is maybe just that good of a Renekton that needs to be banned.
And maybe because, right, we saw the guy who dropped his paper, so Xiaobai, the coach for Ultra Prime, maybe he has a bit of understanding for the situation of a top laner, right? And being like, hey, I get why we should take this one away. It's not just about the Renekton pick itself. Again, it's about what it sets up and enables for the side of Rare Adam. And we do see RA back in a place where, hey, you're on red. We're the team that has to ban away this Nico when both of us do play it. And Ultra Prime just really adapting a lot from their game to kind of learnings, taking away the Jace as well. We've questioned the Vi pick in game 1. That one was left open with something like Wukong taken off the table. Cassante has really just kind of slipped through the prio list in this series so far, but those are still the ones that really jump out to mind. And yeah, RA, nice key learning from game number 1. Don't give this one over to Ning.
Yeah, really smart stuff. So, is Cassante worth picking here? Ultra Prime left it through in game number 1 all the way through, I should say as well. Got banned later on as they flexed around with this. Forge was a LeBlanc player, Lyric. Like, it's not far from him, but I guess they just want to keep the identity similar to what they've been playing throughout the split and put Forge more on supportive mids.
And here for RA, I would think Ahri plus Wukong would be a nice response. Like, you can go for AD carry first if you're like, hey, let's take away that Aphelios again, but it just really doesn't... I feel like this just really never looks like a deciding thing in any series, and it always looks like the Aphelios is on the back foot. Even if he gets ahead early, it never really looks like it's able to find its way back and really set up for that burst. But I like that they got their hands on the Ahri. This has been Strive's best pick out of the 3, out of this, the Ahri and the Nico. But, ooh, quick response coming out from Ultra Prime. Yeah, strong 2v2 in the bottom lane. Xayah paired with Rakan, something that was banned away from Feather's angle as it's... Oh, okay, we're on camera. As Feather was in game number 1, Lyric, banned away from his counterpart, his most played. Uncanny for the name, I would say. As it looks like Nautilus here for Feather 3 times in a row is just going to be the takeaway. And for the first time in a long time, no junglers on the first rotation is pretty pog. And this might be what lead us to a different pool, right? Because, I mean, you can already tell things like Wukong should be in the minds of both teams, taking that one away with how it syncs up. I'm curious to see if any Kha'Zix prio comes through when you have setup coming out from your mid laners, right? You have the burst, you have the CC, and an Ahri and Nanny could very easily lead into a Kha'Zix there to try and have that pick-off potential. Those are kind of the 2 big ones that jump to mind. With the junglers that we have on the table, of course, we do still have things like the Nocturne and the Viegos that have been prevalent mainstays as kind of those tier 2 picks. Lo Yan especially, you think of Viego in recent history. This man is a carry-style jungler, but Ning's also played it. Ning's also played things like the Kha'Zix, the Kindred, the Nocturne, excuse me, as it's just banned away against him. It feels like these junglers have depth of pools in the LPL, so not too worried about what's been banned away so far as Jax against Xiaoshu. Another one, Kha'Zix, believes that change is good. I agree with him, but the rest of the English-speaking world probably won't, as Lo Yan Lyric wants something that might get in the thorn of the Rakan side. Yeah, Poppy and Viego really being the only 2 things left open that really come out to my mind as like strong meta picks. Again, you still have things like the Maokai and so on and so forth, but already having those AP mid laners come in, probably not what you're going to look for. This would be a pretty nice answer. See the way those resistances, very strong in terms of the early dueling that you bring. Also one of the champions who can look to do cheekier things in the early game, like level 2 ganks with the pillar to, at the very least, force out a flash of an immobile carry like in Aphelios. But no, we're just going to default into being more of a team player for Ning with this one, set up for Doggo to deal that damage that he wants to look to do, but just another dash for Poppy to look to deny, and Harry going to go back to the comfort in the bread and butter of his Gnar. Man, that's so sad. I mean, Ning in the meta. You know, Cassante's open Lyric. Like, let's be real. RA are going to pick it. And we go back to what we've seen. What's the difference here? It's a Poppy. Yay. Sejuani's a little bit different. Yay. But Game 3 drafts are just another day on Summoner's Rift. You know, this is why a lot of people are just waiting for those virtual reality worlds to become a thing, you know? And you can go get to live whatever existence you want. You want a Teemo in top lane? You want to relive, what was it, Season 4, Game 1 of LCS, with High bringing that out, them beating TSM, and then Teemo getting banned? You got it. You want to go to, like, the days of, like, Kerp in EU LCS, using his trackball and playing the Fizz? Bam! You're there. But like you said, very standard compositions coming out in our games. Still happy with the Poppy versus Sejuani. We've been seeing a lot more Poppy in recent games. A lot of dashes that you are going to be able to shut down with the comp that Ultra Prime's put together. And Strive having more presence on the Ahri can be the thing to hopefully bring RA to that finish line, close out the series, and tie them up 3 wins with Ultra Prime. Well, as you said, despite the drafts, I mean, it is about that win in the end, isn't it? Because Ultra Prime and RA need this desperately. We are on week 4, but folks, LPL is only a 7-week split. A 7-week split this summer. We are cramming in 3 best-of-3 days, excuse me, 5 or 6. I think Tuesday becomes 3 best-of-3s, Lyric, sometime soon. I think next week. Yeah, next week. Every day will be a best-of-3 except Monday. Oh, my God.
6 days of 3 best-of-3 starting next week. This week, by the way, Wednesday is a 3 best-of-3 day. Today is your last day. Like, today's a short day, guys. And it could end up going to 6 games, as we're already in number 3 here with Ultra Prime and RA fighting.
We can see RA anticipating an aggressive play from Ultra Prime towards his top side. Aren't going to go for it, so no cheeky level 1s. Going to be found or come through in the end. When kind of looking at how that impacts the game and where we're at, I think it's kind of interesting as we head into the pause, because both compositions, like, I think very similar in terms of you have these kind of front-to-back 80 carries that want peel, and they're surrounded just by a lot of setup and a lot of tanks. With Poppy there for the peel, with Sejuani there to be a bit of a meat shield. Annie and Ari, though, do bring damage. I think specifically we've seen Annie like 100 to 0 people quite often. Not enough to bring you out through an extended fight. So this game finally is going to be less about the junglers and more about what the 80 carries can bring to the table.
Well, 80 carry has been different to assume so far, at least in the laning phase. Doggo and Sword Art struggling a bit, but I feel like it's not new. I know that, you know, people love Sword Art, at least from the past. I don't know if love is the strongest word for him right now from the recent years, but Sword Art has been the weakest support, I think now, 2 splits in a row as he's come back. I think Doggo hasn't been, you know, the most refined 80 carry as well. This is a nice way of me saying that I don't rate Sword Art at the moment, Lyric, and I think it's a weak point of this team.
I do agree with the sentiment. I think he's towards the bottom end of supports in the LPL. I think there's like some arguments you can make in terms of, you know, bottom 3, bottom 4. But I will say Sword Art has come in better than I expected him to look, honestly, which is why Ultra Prime are sitting at 3 wins, because he hasn't been as big of a liability as we have seen in some of Sword Art's like other recent performances, right? And I think that's another key thing to remember about Sword Art is not even back in LMS was Sword Art ever this like, hey, I'm going to dominate lane, bot laner, right? For most of his career, he played with NL, and NL was kind of known as like, we're going to farm, we're going to be this big team fight presence. It was more about Sword Art plus Karsa plus Maple, those big names, and how they interacted on the map and found picks. So I think even in his prime, was never going to come over and be this laning demon. Even looking back on Suning, right, it was about how he enabled SOFM. And seeing that those types of map play is what you want from Ultra Prime, and to see them get things going.
Even his voice was a big deal on that. To support your point, Sword Art was a little bit inty on Suning, but, you know, his engage and his voice was massive. We even heard it, remember,
loud.
In Arena, yeah. When it was COVID and we were in Arena, we could hear Sword Art all the way from across the stadium just shouting at his team. He is one of the most vocal supports, or vocal players, I should say, probably in the world. And I hope he brings that to... Look at him now.
9 other players on that stage. 9 other players on that stage. Joe, and here's Sword Art. I remember a very similar thing at IEM 2017. I leave the stage room, and I'm still hearing Sword Art past the door, past the audience. So, I mean, it's one of the reasons why he always does get picked up, is rated highly for what he can bring. And like we said, this game, it is going to be about this spot lane 2v2 and what they're able to find.
You can take a trade here. It goes in, but the engage back is simple here from RA, rather the damage. As to my meaning is, look, this has been a slower early game so far, Lyric, because we have seen a lot more aggression in the other 2, but it was about the level 2, wasn't it? Which is where we're at now. So maybe I've spoken too soon, as Doggo and Sword Art who hit that first, threaten off Assume and Feather to get back in lane. And they've had a pretty nice start so far, but where would you like to look to kick this one off? Oh, don't tell me it's top.
Oh, we're going to see Wave crashing in, and the heavy trade's coming out.
I mean, Harry might get low. Xiaoshu, this flick back for the minion wave. Look at the build-up. He now into minion now. The flash doesn't get him against the wall, though, but it's matched. Xiaoshu runs in. Le Yen sprinted in a positive direction.
I was scared that he was going to be able to get away with the fact that they didn't get the stun off into the wall, but still managed to pull it through. Xiaoshu trying to get some of these minions cleared out before he goes for, you know, potentially a reset of his own. Luckily, Harry, still being so early on, can TP back. It doesn't miss out on too many minions.
Great coordination. I mean, that was just beautiful stuff. Even without the stun, the fact that Xiaoshu's on the same page, Lyric, the fact that he matches that flash and they have just enough damage with Le Yen taking it up means that top lane looks mighty spicy with Le Yen, I guess, sacrificing some of his minions for it. Who expects him to be there at level 3? Like, as a Poppy, against enough.
And not reading that the play would come through. And what earlier you said, a bit of a slower game. I expect it to be slower because you look at the drafts. We'll get a replay of this one real quick. Xiaoshu did a nice job, set up the wave. A lot of the heavy trading had already come out. Wait for the mini-Gnar. Go in for it. Damage comes off from the Q. And then Xiaoshu following up with his own flash to make sure they get that kill since they weren't able to lock him down under turret. But going back, you look at a lot of the lanes, and right, you have a lot of mobility in top side. Both of these top laners potentially have an easier time escaping some of these ganks. Bot lane, a bit tankier. You can look there, but not a whole lot of damage in your jungle. And same thing goes for mid, as Ning. It's kind of funny watching these Sejuani aggressively seek out and duel the Poppy.
Good base damage. I mean, Sejuani, people know her for that as Smite comes through. Ning got it. That's the first. Lo Yen has been getting all the smites here. And wait, was it? No, it was Ning. Oh, bugger, it is Ning.
It's kind of funny because it jumped back and forth, right? Game 1, it was all about Ning. Game 2, it's all about Lo Yen. It's kind of fitting that both of our junglers top picked up MVPs when they're really the one with the strongest story tied in, the former IG brothers.
True. 20 CS lead, by the way, in the jungle. While that gank went on topside Lyric, Ning is just taking it all. This Sejuani is power farming.
Yeah, he's just getting ahead, and again, a lot of that time spent by Lo Yen for that gank topside is what's resulted in this. And for a game that will be so heavily about 5v5, setting up for AD carries, I mean, having Ning be at a point where he is tankier, it's harder to break down through him, could be the difference maker. If Doggo has an easier time getting through Lo Yen, Xiaoshu, and Feather. I guess a silver lining for Ultra Prime as well is, as the game goes on, having that side lane pressure later. We're going to see, I guess, what kind of build Harry indexes into exactly if he really wants to all in on that with something like the Hull Breaker to enable that.
Sure. Feel like just keep an eye on that CS lead in jungle in the meantime, though. Noted with top side, Xiaoshu. Chain Vest going to be the start here against a top side that is just going to be hitting him from range. As Ultra Prime got that jungler down to the bottom side for now. Hang on a minute. Xiaoshu, he's level 6, but he's taken maybe one turret shot too many. However, Cassante, we know, he does not yield. So if Harry follows, even at 6, there will be a massive onslaught here as he has to back away at the very least. And Harry will get some relief from that topside push.
I'll also say, just props to him for not over-aggressing, right? He definitely could have tried to run down Xiaoshu and would win a 1v1 in stride. Not exactly lose again on the 1v1. Pressure going to come from the Tibbers being popped and giving Forge more prio to work with. But yeah, realizing that they had no idea where Lo Yen was and that Ning was on the bot side of the map. It's always a discipline like that that really can be the make or break in a game opening wide open for Rare Adam or Ultra Prime being able to hang on, buy more time, and keep expanding the lead that Ning has in the jungle. And hell, we're even seeing a bit of a lead in bot side, but I guess assume we'll catch up with this wave.
And so will Lo Yen with Sword Art. Okay, see you, buddy. Just walks away. Not able to do too much, but now they know he's there as Ning is in this top side, but it's a minute early until this Herald spawns. So what does Ning do? Well, he goes to clear. Does he? Or does he go bot side? I was going to say, Ning has already got such a big lead. I thought he was going to just invade again.
No, you can tell really putting a high priority in this dragon with the fact that Doggo and Sword Art have already left lane. They're going to have to clear out vision first, so it gives a window where RA can push in their wave of their own, which is going to let Lo Yen walk into jungle as he's doing now and have cover. So we have push and pull coming in. Teams fighting over this control for bot side River.
But Ning has seen Lo Yen first, walking through up towards his top side as there is a level lead. Note that Ning does have the Glacial Prison available. Lo Yen still without that Poppy Hammer to send them all away. As Doggo gets that push you talked about again. There's no pull yet because the Assume and Feather are about to be dove, Lyric.
Let's see what they can do. Glacial Prison.
Yeah, wait for it. Hey, onto Assume. Oh, hits perfectly. Cleanse is great though, but Permafrost is all it's going to take. Onto Assume, finds no mark. He's at half HP while Feather's now alone. Arctic Assault to follow through, but not to yet. To get out instead. As Doggo takes it up. Dive not working out, but Lyric, at least they got a couple of sums to follow through.
And you have a bit of wiggle room to play with, right? Since Ning was farming all the time where Lo Yen was putting attention in and even wanting to go for the repeat. Assume still has flash.
Okay, round 2 at the very least. As you said, with the flash of Bale makes it hard. Sword Art tanking it up for the time being. Excuse me, it's changed to Doggo, who ends up bolting to dodge the aggro, but as he jumps back in, he doesn't have the pullback onto Feather, who's buying so much time, but Forge here ain't going to make a difference. Ning helps out with the turret shot, and a double kill goes over to Doggo with the elongated dive.
Sadly, with the amount of CC that Ultra Prime have, Assume can't even think about using that flash, knowing that his fate is just done and dusted. Still leads to Rift Herald to come out for RA on the opposite side. You've done some damage to plates and top, so that could always be an avenue if you want to try and break a turret down, but wouldn't really be ideal for your comp for that gold to go on anyone other than the Aphelios.
Low health bars though, and RA are coming in. Here comes the Keeper's Verdict to knock him away, but Ning with the Arctic Assault. Poppy decides to land that copter. Still looking for the chase though, Luyen, as he turns a corner. It's Peekaboo. Sword out with the quickness and flashes too, but Luyen is a speedy little yordle. How can you be that fast with the hammer so big? As he dodges away, looking for the dredge line. Luyen not going to let him pull the feathers back in onto another target. Ning's here, Arctic Assault. Luyen playing ambitious, but his heroic charge gets him out of trouble, but opens up bot lyric. RA with their timing window might not get the dragon, but they're going to get so much down here.
Yeah, I feel like, just like Game 1 in reverse, right? In Game 1, it was assumed being a little bit overzealous with the play to try to get some damage onto the enemy AD. This time, Doggo, I think, being a bit overzealous, trying to turn and try and layer damage on Luyen. Definitely would have been able to traverse the wall and make it out with his team, but opens up for this huge play for RA. And we said, sure, you have other options of where to drop this Herald in terms of where you have pressure, but you need this gold on the Aphelios. Our drafts have panned out and gonna delay Doggo even longer, man. More minions gonna be denied, more gold not gonna go over.
So many plates taken away. Assume now in a very good position. Be curious about the gold difference, even though on paper 81 to 85 is okay. Let's do this Cassante thing. Harry flashing away, but Xiaoshu's back got in. Have we seen this before? I think we have, as summoners are down from the top lane as part of the TP, but Xiaoshu will get to stay and take the minions away for free.
Xiaoshu wanting to be aggressive, wanting to find the action in topside, knowing, hey, he's in Mininar, and this is the time to capitalize and strive. Doing a nice job in mid as well. Again, out of the three champions, Annie, Ahri, and Nico, he's 100% win rate on Nico in his 3 games, but I feel like Ahri has been the one he's looked the most comfortable on so far, and we're getting to see it here once again.
Well, he's going to be able to push out as Forge had to back away, but TP's available through mid. Just noting bot side, Doggo going to get some alone time with his turret as well, as Assume made his back for that Kraken. But at least Doggo was able to get a plate back. He's already picked up Kraken himself. Feels like some of the gold evening out with the extra plate as well. So Ultra Prime Lyric, just a quick note, gold behind a little bit for them, but by 300. It's nothing much to cry about. We are in a pretty even game state 11 minutes into the game.
Yeah, especially when you look at Mythics, right? Rocket Belt online for Forge, already Kraken Slayers coming out for both 80 carries with the bot. That one to take, Assume.
Damage coming through, but Assume is going to have another pinch point here with Sword Art flying through. Feather taking it for now. The ulti out from Assume. He's free hitting over the wall. One more to Ning, but he can't find it as Doggo with the range gets a double 4-1-0. The redemption arc of this good boy is now upon us with Luyen caught out by 2 as well. Steadfast presence won't let them get near, and Sword Art's engage point stops right there.
RA thinking that they could look to contend even at a numbers disadvantage because of the positioning that Assume had, but all it took was one ward, and now for Ultra Prime. Honestly, not really extending their lead in terms of gold, but I'm curious to see now with the bot lane going for resets. 2 more long swords in the pocket of Doggo. It's going to be nice damage to play with. And yeah, now you actually really do have a solid foundation to believe in Ultra Prime for, with 80 carrying support, and then now Ning being pretty big as well as a frontliner to enable that damage to be put out by Doggo.
Ning already going to take less than no damages. His output's been big to talk about so far. Look at the replay though, because this did start with Ning just deciding to be a bane in Assume's existence.
Yeah, really cheeky waiting in the brush. Look at the minimap, he knows his 80 carries on the way. And honestly, even having the pinch with the fact that Sword Art is wrapping around. So with the rune coming out, he's able to buy a lot of time. And then it looks like Assume's to be able to get off just enough damage to make this work. But ward comes out so Doggo can start hitting over that wall. And it turns into 2 kills on the board. 2 more kills on the board, I should say.
Ning's ulti at the end there, though. I mean, that's what I was looking at. Ning's ulti, raw damage from that Sejuani, but just the setup to give Doggo the kill is huge. Now can he carry as RA trying to make a play towards mid. Plating disappearing in about 30 seconds, but it's Dragon they're fighting over for the time being, Lyric. And Dragon's at the perfect timing for lanes to kind of cease as Ultra Prime have the river first. They got the first Dragon first as well. And it's RA that have to walk into this one. But look, especially with Feather backing on a ward, they're just going to give this one up.
Not even going to look. Try and contest. Still, Ultra Prime doing their due diligence, right? Push in bot wave first. Make sure your bot lane's able to come over. You can see Forge just pushed in mid. So going to be able to turn this one into an easy second Dragon for themselves. And it seems like we're going back to a lot of the key lessons of Game 1. If the game stays at a bit of a steadier pace, that's where Ultra Prime feel at home. They don't have to worry about as much of, again, what could be like laning deficits coming on through, playing more as a team. And Ning, once again, being the facilitator for a lot of what's going on, leaving Harry on his own island this time, which is very uncharacteristic of how Ultra Prime play, but it's setting up well to have a massive AD carry when we said the Gnar really shouldn't make much of a difference this game, barring if Harry can find any miracle ultimates like Game 1.
He did. He did in Game 1, yeah, that's right. Good reference because he was left on his lonesome in Game 1 a little bit as well. And then just came in and team fights that maybe shouldn't have had as much setup as they did were just given over to him. And Harry really took the reins in that Game 1. So on the Gnar yet again, we'll wait and see at the very least until we get into more of that team fighting area. But for now, as you said, RA happy to chill with the game state and how it's playing out. But at the very least, we probably need to keep an eye on the Dragons. There's 2 already for Ultra Prime. They are able to threaten that 3rd and that 4th one if it turns into Assault. RA trying to threaten for the time being around this Herald though, Lyric. This is the 2nd one, but Ultra Prime do have themselves first on it. First come, first serve. Wow. RA just going to leave this one yet again.
And it's a bit of a tragedy. This is how it looks like in a lot of RA's losses, where they kind of just slowly bleed out and die to a team giving up too many objectives of the map. Everfrost coming out for Strive, maybe that can be a difference maker and trying to find a pick onto... Honestly, you're probably still looking at Harry, even potentially Forge. Doggo can be hard, has ultimate available, Cleanse is still there, so at most, you'd probably only get that Summoner spell. If you're really going to look for kills, it's going to have to be one of those Soul Laners.
God, and still, how hard is it going to be? Ultra Prime opening up mid. Bot side, that Soul Lane not right for the taking, as Harry's still safe under turret. Top side covered by the amazing Christmas tree of wards. The blue Christmas tree, that is. Ning coming in red hot onto Strive. Charm's going to be taken, but Spirit Rush to get him out. Turret will be a little bit hard to take here, but it's still Ultra Prime's world up in this topside territory. As Tivers is also a minion, so they will open up topside and give themselves a bit of a goal lead.
You know the great thing about the Ultra Prime season in my mind, if they manage to pull this one off, would be the fact that, like, we finally started to see orgs that hadn't been making it to playoffs for a while or have never made playoffs get in, right? We had TT in spring. Ultra Prime have never made playoffs. The last time they did was when they were known as E-Star in their very first split. You remember that one. That was a bit of a miracle split coming out for them, but that was 2020 spring. It's been a long time since Zorg's been able to string a few wins together. And the fact that they're already in such a good position to now, again, push themselves to a 4-3 scoreline, that would be huge.
It would be. I mean, even RA for recency, right? I mean, RA have made playoffs, what, once? I think way back. That was also in, like, the 2020 era. But
I believe
they're not an organization.
They've made it, like, once or twice since they've been RA. They definitely made, I think they made it, like, 2022 spring, and I believe 2021 spring and summer as well as again.
Oh, he's just locked down. Dogger might have him here as well. Ning's ulti legendary. His charm from Strive on the side hits the ball. Forge now ready to go over the wall, but doesn't need to pull the trigger. It's a Spirit Rush away from Strive, and Ultra Prime playing these team fights so much better at the moment.
And that's where you get to see a lot of the veterans come in for Ultra Prime, and, you know, the fact that some of these players have played on the biggest stages of them all. Sword Art now going to wrap around and put some pressure on a flank, but look at the ward over Raptor Pit. RA know that this one's available.
But Harry not paying respect. Excuse me, Xiaoshu not paying respect. Ultra Prime just run it through mid. The turret almost dead, and he just stands there with everything up and available as Dredge Line against a wall only. And a turret going to stay standing, but Ultra Prime's reputation right now is soaring.
And this is just one of those great representations of one team that's kind of a more than the sum of its parts in Ultra Prime. Again, 3 series, not anything great, but already matched what they did in spring, pulling off some impressive wins. To where RA, like, still a bit in that middle of the pack, 2 and 4, but a team that honestly has higher highs than what they've been able to show so far. And it is a little bit disappointing that, hey, we've seen it in almost every series they've played. They can take a game off anyone. They can also drop a game to anyone. And it's looking like it might be a bit of the same story here. Take a game off Ultra Prime, but Ultra Prime showing us they know how to play as a coordinated unit.
Yeah, they do. It's around the dragon that they're going to show that as RA teleport in for that. It's TP season, though. Mid lane, Forge now going to join in. Look at Harry's Narbar, speaking of a solo laner. Half HP, at least on it, as Dragon spawns. RA are here, but Ultra Prime still fancy a fight.
Yeah, we need to keep our eyes on Ning and what he's going to do with that ultimate. No Tibbers up for Forge yet, either.
Harry stacking. Oh. Yen gets the Steadfast away, but Forge running in. You get the stun down, you get the dragon, but can you take the fight? Harry set up as Doggo roots everyone in their families in place. Oh, the humanity. He's launched back by Cassante, but I love to see when he yields. Doggo has barked his way so damn well into this series.
7-1-1, and now for Ultra Prime, turning their attention towards top side. 3 members alive still, 4 rare Adam, so they can look to be a nuisance if they wanted, but doesn't even look, potentially looks like they might not even pay this any peace of mind. Maybe just send a Zoom, get red buff, and back off. You have some engage tools on Ultra Prime if RA look to contest this.
Over the wall, Strive and Feather stand there, even on a ward. It's not going to make a difference. It's Smite season for Ning as well. Baron taken and Ultra Prime getting the fight of a dream here with a 4v5 to start.
This is even a disadvantage. No Sejuani, and Forge doesn't have ult. That's why Forge is running up and not really able to do much in this fight. You see, though, Doggo, huge root across the board onto the members of RA, which really allows for this damage to come through, gives more time for Ning to be able to get involved. And the whole time as well, Forge did buy enough time to get a lot of that AoE damage locked and loaded. So now Last Whisper in the pocket for Doggo, making his way towards that Lord Doms. And we finally gotten to a point where there is a significant gold lead swinging in the favor of Ultra Prime.
Yeah, 4,000 just about. They lose the last dragon, but the gold, as you've just highlighted, has now soared. Doggo, alongside his items, going to be joined shortly by someone like Forge, needlessly large, in pocket. Also, Sunfire here for Ning with that Evan Shroud. We've got 2 items for a lot of people on Ultra Prime right now. Curious to see Harry after we remove Doggo from the spotlight. Not quite there to second, but he will be soon. Just so good from Ultra Prime, considering this 3-3 team looked like they were going to get 2-0'd, Lyric. It looked like such a rough start of the series. And somehow Ultra Prime bounced back. It looks like they're doing it again here in game number 3, is with Baron opening up the top side turret, getting their affairs order in mid. This is going to be a pretty good Baron power play after all said and done.
Yeah, look at the amount of pressure even Ning's exerting in the enemy jungle, just trying to get down some of these wards, deny RA from walking in. And they're just doing a nice job. Slowly choke them out, keep furthering your vision lines, take away camps, deny any more gold from going over the opposite side. We already see item leads coming out with, you know, Ning being on 2 items with that Even Shroud. Looks like Shadow Flame, yep, just being finished up by Forge, still sitting on that stopwatch, so he even still has the ability to make that big play with the Tibbers, buy time with the stopwatch, survive, get another round of cooldowns off. Everything really is just going further and further in their favor. And despite the fact that I cemented myself as an RA fan because they picked up Mole, it is always nice just seeing the underdog story of Ultra Prime just go further and further.
Again, get those wins that they had last split as Sword Art Quickness comes out a little bit over-ambitiously. Ning doesn't pull the trigger, but Ultra Prime down 1 ulti is Xiaoshu. In the side lane, he's going to find some gold, but he might need to get back shortly as they're going to turn on to Harry Yen. You don't have your top laner here. You launch away Ning, but you're just going to get blown up. RA with an over-ambitious play as Harry's into the back line, flashes out from the turret, almost kills the Zoom. Tibbers on a journey, while Ultra Prime have opened up this bot side turret in the last 3 seconds of their Baron.
Yen sending Ning away after he already threw out his Glacial Prison. So as a Sejuani, at least the main job has been done, and now TP coming in from Forge. They're just going to look to do as much damage to the base as they can. I would imagine they shouldn't be able to look for an end. We can see death timers are incredibly low, but will at least get themselves an inhibitor and potentially even threaten mid.
Second inhibitor turret. And Strive can't walk towards it. He's got no ulti. Everfrost puts Forge in place, but the Xiaoshu runs on in. Still Ultra Prime feeling comfortable as it's a flash away from Forge. Having said that, Feather able to get a summoner, but they've opened up the inhibitor turret. One inhibitor down on the bot side. Baron's down, but the play from Ultra Prime has set them to a firm match point now with about 7,000 gold in their pocket.
You know, I know this is just one series up against her, Adam, and you know, it means nothing. It means nothing. But I'm bought in. The more Ultra Prime I watch, the more Ultra Prime I cast, the more Ultra Primed I just am in general.
You're
Feel the same way?
Good. Yeah. I mean, it does mean something, though. The fact that they're 4-3, this team can make playoffs. I know we're talking about mid-tier teams that maybe might be 12th, 13th, but this win against RA could not only bite the bum of RA later, but hit Ultra Prime up as the moment that they gave themselves the best opportunity to hit playoffs. RA might be getting Dragon, but your base is getting rammed.
Yeah. I mean, they're going to pick something up, but Ultra Prime only going to further the gold lead. We're going to see if they're able to get another lane of supers coming through, but Strive putting some pressure off on the flank. I like that Sword Art's marking this one and not allowing for anything to come through. And hell, as RA, you have to be a bit worried about Forge's positioning. I believe that they would think he is where he is now. They're going to try to actually run down RA.
Feather engaged, dangerous stuff. Ning is one who absorbs it. Luyen again, what's his chopper service? Strive not getting Doggo. Forge gonna get in, and meanwhile, the ram from Feather just launches him into Sword Art's face. 4 versus 5. RA looking for some kind of opportunity, but they just can't open up the map.
Yeah, and you look at top wave, Ultra Prime already have that one prepped. Massively stacked. They're going to be able to bring this one into turret. They now have 2 lanes of supers pulling RA across the map. They're going to very easily be able to look for the siege. So for RA, we're not waiting for the Hail Mary. We're waiting for, you know, the big engage to come out from Xiaoshu or Luyen, the pick on the Doggo. But Doggo still has both summoners available.
Might not even need the ulti. Oh, Harry's in Mega as well. Luyen bops him away. That stops the Mega Gnar to end the game. Ultra Prime do pay respect, so they're not going to be rushing through topside for now. Just backing off, taking what they can take. And I guess waiting for Baron to spawn in 10 seconds, or at least getting a reset before.
Oh, it's such a great map state for them to take Baron as well, right? You have the best inhibitor that opens up for it, which is Bot, since it is the furthest one away from the Baron pit. You have no TPs on RA Soul Laner, so you can see RA, they have to give up the base. It's like, you stop the Baron, or, you know, you go back, you give it up for free, and you clear out some of these minions. Luckily, Ultra Prime playing time. They didn't commit to it right away, so they kind of pulled RA out. Now they can go to it and play this push and pull with RA, and if RA don't answer, free Baron.
Well, with Aphelios in base, it feels like that's going to be the case anyway. Luyen with the hero play. That's all it takes. He's got flash, but no ulti available. On the Sword Art. He's around the pit, but here comes Forge onto the non-squishy Poppy, and Luyen's almost dead. Thank you for the Baron and for ticking the boxes here for Ultra Prime.
Now you know Ultra Prime. It's felt like it's been done and dusted for a while, but with this buff, I mean, this should be it. Level 16 picked up by Harry as well, so another point into that ulti. And they still have those 2 bot and mid inhibitors to play with being down. So, again, we're at the point, like I said before, the Hail Mary from RA, the show that we've all wanted, the big engage that, I'll be honest, will most likely fail because they're really far behind, but it'll be entertaining.
It will. Okay, Feather starts it. No, he does not. Knocked up by Sword Art. And Doggo gets free roots again. Playing from the back foot as Doggo. Oh, Gale Force on. Assume as Feather launches in as well, but Harry just knocks him back. Assume tries to cleanse it, but he can't cleanse the whole team. As hang on a minute, Xiaoshu has done Cassante things. Sword Art and Ning are the only ones alive. It started with the Gale Force. It ended with a bit of Cassanteing. And RA actually managed to defend with even numbers. Well, at least defend one part.
Now having the TP from such a close distance. Ning. Not able to get there in time, but like you said, it was Xiaoshu who got on Doggo, finished him off. I didn't see how Forge went down, but I did see lots of turret shots going over to Ultra Prime, so that really seemed like a difference maker. But hell, all that play did was mean more structures go down on the side of RA, but thankfully it does buy them some time.
They've lost a lot for it, though. They've lost so much. Time is good, but
I think it
maybe
depends
money
on what
even
kind of
better.
person they are. Are they the ones that are like, I don't want to live an old life and they don't want time? Or do they want every second they can get, as we see here? Engage kind of wanting to be pondered by both teams. Starts off by RA, but then Ultra Prime. Great job by Doggo to be able to escape here. I thought Assume had him down, but it's here. Harry, you know, you hit the enemy AD carry back. They're taking turrets, but Xiaoshu at the same time flashes in, finishes off the Xayah, and with Harry the whole time, tanking turret goes down and leads to a favorable position for Rare Adam.
However, being real, even though it's still a 6k gold lead, and maybe that's irrelevant, RA still with an empty base. No turrets left standing in the game. Ultra Prime.
Minimalist lifestyle. It's the new thing.
Right. But Baron's going to make that a little bit hard. Minion wave's not set in motion apart from mid. RA still need a bit of a miracle here, but Ultra Prime looking to just run this one in.
Yeah, Ultra Prime wanting to show them what it's like.
Oh no.
Engage.
Well, here's Harry, and that's a knockback, and Assume is dead. This time, Ultra Prime, it's a little bit harder as Xiaoshu making Kazantan look a little bit balanced here as double kill goes down. Doggo having a field day of it, and in the end, Ultra Prime, a much-needed win here with a 2-1 in the series and a 4-3, a positive win rate to start off this week.
I'm here for Ning's supremacy. Ultra Prime now have officially passed their series scoreline in spring, right? Making their way to 4 wins. We already said coming into the day, they were sitting in 9th. Now, I'm not fairly certain how that'll shake them up. I should pull up the schedule. Now going to be sitting at 4. So they're actually in a similar spot. I believe, hell, they actually might just be an outright still in 9th. But like we said, this is the best position Ultra Prime have ever been the past few years to make a run, to make a name for themselves and an org. A bit of a band of misfits when you look at the players on this roster coming together, and it's so nice to see them make it work.
Man, again, it's a tough fought series, but it is, as you said, nice to see these elements working together. Ultra Prime, you know, we talked a lot about how they interact with topside, but today it really feels like they tried their hardest to get bot either in motion or out of a deep hole. And it was good to see, considering that, you know, Doggo and Sword Art, even in this game, lost a lot of turret plating. Bot side was zoned out. But Ning was always there. Ning was like the big brother to Doggo and Sword Art throughout this whole series.
He really was. Did a great job at just kind of lending to that. And I think it's nice when you can rely on Xiaoshu to do fine on his own in top lane. And then Forge. Again, he's one of the players we've talked about. Might not be one of these like upper echelon, again, when you're in a league with like Knight, Rookie, Xiaohu, all these guys, but has been someone who's had steady improvement and has found impact, especially in team fights, consistently in this series for up. So yeah, Ultra Prime, they're just going to keep on chugging forward. They have a bit of a mixed schedule because they still haven't faced a lot of the top teams, but also there are other teams like LGD, which they haven't played yet. So I think if you're an Ultra Prime fan, if you're the Ultra Prime social media person who is awesome, if you're Ultra Prime players themselves, you know, I feel like you're set in a pretty solid position after taking this win.
True, you are indeed. And look, I mean, you should be happy considering that, as you said, as an organization that's never made playoffs, you're having the best split of your life. With a couple of players who, you know, they're people that have been out of pro play for a little bit. We've got people that have been in bottom tier teams. Like, we don't have a superstar lineup here. Ultra Prime is kind of a band of misfits. Not in the sense of BLG, not in the same way, but like maybe like a lower tier of BLG where they are players who still need to prove themselves.
You kind of had, I guess for BLG, it was like the best position of each band, like the best guitarist in a bad band, the best singer coming together. To where like for Ultra Prime, it's like a bunch of like solid musicians who like to, you know, jam at, I don't know, the local like storage shed every Wednesday, and you know what, they're all right. But now coming together, it really feels like that they are punching above their weight. Again, it might not be by much. It might not be taking down any top dogs, but I still think it is like a story worth telling for their side. Where for RA, their fans are in shambles right now. I know, because like I said, I was on the RA train in the split. They have great individual talent on paper, great individual pieces. We were impressed with Feathers and Gages, Xiaoshu, still having like good sides of matchups, like just a lot of things there for them, but they just can't bring it together. Some of their drafts, I feel like, have been questionable all split long. Their decision making once we get to mid game is very like disjointed and not as a team. They like to over aggress quite a bit, and we saw a lot of those problems here in the series.
And it's a shame, isn't it? Because again, we've seen the potential. We've seen how this team can play not only the early game, but specific comps like we saw in game 2. I feel like for RA, you know, this is not the be-all, end-all, but now 2-5 in a 16 series split that they all have to play. We are talking about almost half their series played, Lyric. And, you know, 2-5 is a pretty hard score to come back from. A 2-5 is kind of a semblance of where you are as a team. You kind of need to win like every other series, especially when you know that RA aren't going to beat teams maybe like EDGs, like the top esports, like the JDGs, OMGs. That leaves it pretty limited for what they can acquire throughout the split.
Yeah, I'd say the lucky thing for them is the fact that teams like EDG, RNG, like these are teams that are still a little bit hit or miss in terms of like series they're finding, so those opportunities are available. But on the flip side, you have teams like NIP who've been able to consistently take down some of the teams under them, being a thorn in your side. So it is a very like weird position I think a lot of these teams are in right now. So it's why, again, all of these series are going to mean so much, and people like Ning stepping up, having better games, and being just the pivotal piece on your roster is going to be important. And hey, we get him for an interview.
Yeah, I believe we do as well. We're going to throw it over to the stadium to hear from Ning himself.
Hello there, welcome to post-game interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Ning, the jungler for Ultra Prime. Congratulations on your 2-1 victory. First question, I want to touch on your performance on Wei. In game 1, you got MVP. How did you manage to carry the game pace very perfectly, including still some drakes and in Rift Hilt, and got so many kills? From your perspective, what do you think of your performance today? 欢迎宁王来到我们的赛后采访，恭喜 UP 2-1拿下了本局的比赛。首先，我们想从第一局开始说，在你拿到位的时候，第一局是怎么样快速的带起一个完美的节奏，并且在游戏当中除了拿到人头 gank 成功之后，还包括抢先锋抢龙，觉得今天自己的表现怎么样？
表现的话，就如果能拿 MVP 的话，肯定是表现很好嘛。然后主要我觉得还是病好了，手不软了，然后算是发挥正常水平。因为我位一把都没有，但是我觉得我位玩的不菜，就我排位玩的很多，然后胜率也很高，但是莫名其妙就输的比较多嘛。然后今天算是对我位的一种证明嘛，我觉得
So first of all, I got MVP in game 1, which shows that I performed quite well. And in terms of the champions, actually I have played a lot these champions in solo queue or in scrims, and win rate was very high, but maybe in official games it proved not very well. So today it proves that I can play very well, and maybe I'm just in very best form today, especially in game 1. And talking about game 2, I think your opponent picked a very surprising draft because we don't see so many Renekton, Nedley, this draft in current LPL stage. So from your perspective, how did you review after losing game 2 in order to bounce back in the decisive game? 那么第二局的时候，可以看到对面的 RA 拿出了鳄鱼、豹女、杰斯这样一套组合，在咱们最近的版本里好像并不是特别常见在 LPL 上，所以宁王会觉得队伍是在第二局失利之后做了哪些方面的复盘呢？以至于在第3局可以重整旗鼓，又挽回了局势。
就是因为这个版本就紫色方的，就那个紫色方的 BP 相对来说吃亏的嘛，要办几个版本英雄嘛。然后，但是其实到蓝色方我们就不用考虑这个问题了，所以第二把也不需要怎么调整。然后可能也是他们就这个体系玩的比较好吧，就每个人都玩得很好，然后比较水银泻地的进攻嘛，我就算是。然后我们也没有去做的特别完美，然后导致于的吧，然后就还好，感觉输第二把输能接受，我觉得。
So I do think the game 2's loss is very acceptable for us because you can see when we're on the right side, we have to afford some bans, including a very powerful the meta champion. So we have to ban these champions on red side. But when we're on the blue side, we don't need to consider so much about this part. So maybe they just got a very decent draft and they perform very dominantly in game 2. But I think it also still can be acceptable for us so that we can bounce back in game 3. And coming to game 3, the situation was a little bit back and forth, especially in early to mid game. But how did you guys manage to get so many leads, so many golden leads, and control the situation in mid to late game, especially when you are Sejuani？ 那么在第3局的时候，可以看出前中期的时候还是有一点小小的，双方都比较挣扎的。但是中期的时候，从经济曲线我们就可以看出来 ，RA 就是起势了嘛。想问一下中期的作为，尤其是作为打野位置，UP 这边是怎么样扭转局势的，或者说是确定胜势的？
就其实还好吧，因为我们从来没觉得我们的阵容就我们劣势过，然后可能有一些小失误吧，导致可能局势上有点不太好搞，但是后面还是搞回来了吧。然后我们的阵容可能比他们阵容打团更整体、更厉害一点嘛，然后就很就是顺畅的。到后面的话，就中期打完一波团，就小龙团那么打完之后，基本就很顺畅的把这场比赛给结束掉了嘛，就意料之中。
So actually, we have expected that we will definitely win game 3 because in terms of the draft, I think our draft is only need to until to the mid game, and after that Dragon team fights, we can snowball the game smoothly in mid to late game. And in early game, we didn't think we are in the disadvantages. Maybe just maybe a little bit errors, which makes us play not very proactively. But overall, our draft is very quite well than our opponent. And the final question for you. You have got 4 wins so far, and I still remember clearly you got 2 winning streak to kick off your summer split. So from your perspective, you want to achieve better result in standings. What are you going to do, or going to prepare, or going to adjust from your perspective? 最后一个问题，那么拿下这一场比赛之后 ，UP 这边已经来到了4个胜场，而且我们记得在夏季赛开赛的时候，队伍就展现了不俗的实力，拿到一个2连胜嘛。那么宁王会觉得，在下一阶段，如果队伍想要在积分榜上更进几名的话，会在哪些方面做出着重的提升呢？
减少个人失误吧，然后让我们队伍更加稳定化吧，然后距离我们的目标8胜还有4胜嘛，感觉不难吧，就不难也不简单吧，就需要每个人都要做得非常非常好，然后努力的争取拿下来这4个胜场吧，我觉得。
From my perspective, our goal is getting 8 wins, and now we still have 4 games to win, and maybe we just need to make less errors, make less individual errors for every player, and perform very more stably in official games. So that's it, and I hope we can achieve our goal. Thank you so much for joining us. 谢谢宁王来到我们的赛后采访。Back to you guys.
Thank you very much to Christine and thank you to Ning. It is a good goal to have considering they're half the way there. I mean, realistically, they think that they're a 9th or a 10th place team. Ning obviously, setting expectations at a good point, and I think it's manageable. It is achievable for the team.
Yeah, you look at their schedule, IG, LGD, RNG, I think are 3 big ones you're looking at them having to get, but then even like EDG or OMG, maybe being that last team they can pull up a win up today. Ning, of course, is going to get MVP again. If you're anyone who's talked smack about Ning at all in the past, I want you to remember that if there was an LPL player basketball game, this man would definitely be the MVP and the star performer. He towers, he is at least 2 of any other player in the LPL. So, by the law of that random, not even fact, by my random BS, respect Ning more.
Definitely should. I mean, look, you'd think Doggo from all the kills he got, but I'm glad. Again, it was given to Ning when Ning set this man up. Ning was the reason that bot lane got so fed in this game, and that I feel like Ultra Prime just got so much given to them.
I mean, we said at the start of the series, right? He really has felt like the heart of Ultra Prime this whole split. Like, you have parts that can work. Harry's had some decent performances. Doggo usually has to be the one to step up, deal the damage, and carry, like Forge has had his moments. But Ning is almost always the catalyst to get things going for the side of Ultra Prime. Without him doing anything, those are the times where Ultra Prime do look a little bit kind of just lost, and they're the ones that then bleed out on the map and really just give everything over. So Ultra Prime rely on Ning to be in that good form that he was talking about. And, he was very humble. He didn't say, I'm in good form, like recently. He said, I was in good form for this game. That's why I did so well and got these MVPs. And, if Ultra Prime want to get those 8 wins, it's pretty much all going to be on the back of that man to continue to do this.
That makes sense. The experience coming in clutch, Ning coming in clutch, double MVP here in this series, and his 5th one to boot as well. I'm pretty sure he should be leading by my example. All I have to do is scroll.
Scout has 7.
Yeah, Jackie Love rookie 5, Shanks 5 as well. So Ning is tied, and again, that's a really big deal considering that you know, Ultra Prime aren't this top tier team. Ning is obviously getting rewarded and deserves to be rewarded for how he's played. But folks, we're in Shanghai here today. Ultra Prime will take the 2-1, but FPX IG is standing by in the same arena. We're going to have a smaller break, maybe 15 minutes or so, to get the other teams on stage, and then we return with our second series of the night.
나는 프로게이머를 하면서 그냥 행복하게 살고 싶었던 것 같아. 프로 생활이 그 형들과 함께하는 게 즐거웠고 그냥 그런 삶이 나는 재밌었어. 18년도 때보다 우선 훨씬 잘해. 그냥 훨씬 잘하고 챔프폭도 훨씬 넓고 그냥 이제 거의 모든 부분이 훨씬 잘해 이번 멤버가. 프로게이머로서 나는 그냥 매 경기 잘하려고 하는 것 같은데 초심을 버리고 난 열심히 살아야 될 것 같은데 사실 게임을 이제 잘하는 입장을 가지고 있었으면서도 프로를 하고 싶다는 생각은 전혀 하지 않았고 그때 이제 대학교를 다니면서 방송하고 있었을 때 방송 계약이 끝나고 이제 중국에서 스카우트 제의가 들어와서 팀에 이제 구경을 갔는데 거기에 이제 좋아하는 선수가 있었어. 약간 한번 해볼까 하는 마음으로 시작을 해봤던 것 같아. 루키 선수였고 내가 솔랭을 하면서 루키 선수가 약간 잘한다고 생각했어 제일. 그 사람이 계기가 되어서 이제 프로게임을 시작하게 됐는데 지내다 보니까 좋은 사람인 걸 알게 돼서 이제 더 즐겁게 게임을 하게 된 것 같아. 물론 방송의 그 거부감을 좀 방송에 대한 어색함을 좀 줄여진 것 같고 그리고 도파 형이랑 지내서 우선 재밌었고 그리고 외국에서 이제 살면서 좀 그런 생활에 익숙해짐을 가진 것 같아요.
IG 要更换自己的队员，而且是2名队员要来做一个更换。
哎，是的，对。首先是大家非常期待的晒啊，这名选手我相信很多观众都看过他的 rank 集锦，看过他的 OB 视频，看过他各种各样在韩服惊为天人的乱秀。
딱 지금 영상을 봤을 때 내가 느껴지듯이 긴장을 충분히 하는 상태인 것 같고 그냥 딱 그 상태지 않을까? 긴장했을 때 딱히 뭐 다른 생각을 하진 않았을 것 같아. 사실 긴장을 원래 많이 하는 타입은 아니어서 이제 첫 경기를 하고 나서 긴장은 보통 줄어드는 편이라고 생각은 하는데 근데 내가 긴장이 특히 줄었던 곳은 내가 상대보다 잘하는 것 같다라는 생각이 자신에게 확신이 들 때 좀 많이 줄었던 것 같아. 나는 프로게이머를 하면서 그냥 행복하게 살고 싶었던 것 같아. 그냥 프로 생활이 그 형들과 함께하는 게 즐거웠고 그냥 그런 삶이 나는 재밌었어. 그래서 딱히 뭐가 되고 싶다라는 생각을 해보진 않았던 것 같아. 게임은 즐기려고 하는 거고 프로는 이기려고 하는 거지. 우승하면 좋지. 당연히 하고 싶지. 그냥 다음 경기 잘하자. 경기 잘 됐으면 좋겠다. 우리 팀 잘 됐으면 좋겠다. 이기면 기분이 좋지 않을까. 이런 생각을 주로 했었던 것 같아.
哇！恭喜 IG 3-2战胜了 KT，LCK 的头号种子被 IG 送回了老家。
6分钟不到 ，IG 永不加班 ，IG 轻取 SKT。
나는 우선 LCK가 훨씬 잘한다고 생각했어 원래는. 근데 이제 선수들과의 이제 경기라든지 스크림 그리고 이제 실제 대회에서 나오는 결과를 봤을 때 비슷하다. 또는 이제 성격만 다르다. 그러니까 실력의 차이는 크게 없고 이제 리그 간의 성격 차이만 보이는 정도니까 실력 차이가 보이지 않는 거는 둘 다 최고의 리그라고 하기에 맞다고 생각해서 꽤 오래됐지 이 생각을 가지게 된 거는.
2019英雄联盟全球总决赛半决赛的比赛了。
Rookie 在侧边等待进场，对面是只剩下了林伟翔一个开团技能，祥子哥直接是带到了台上，
可帅被刀了，给咱帅被秒了，没给出来。
可帅自己有闪现有大招的情况之下，是被林伟翔的一个大招直接秒掉。
솔직히 나는 경기 졌을 때 막 그렇게 힘들고 그렇진 않은데 근데 이제 보통 주변의 그 분위기가 좀 힘들지. 예를 들어 관계자들이 기분 안 좋아하는 얘기를 선수 입장에서 들을 수도 있으니까 근데 보통 그런 것들이 없으면 사실 경기 져도 크게 힘들 일이 없는 것 같아 나는. 일상생활에서 정말 괜찮고 착한 아이인 것 같고 이제 스크림이나 경기에서는 너무 예민하기 때문에 어떤 사람인지 잘 모르겠네. 그냥 매우 예민하고 좀 스스로가 힘든 것 같아. 내가 생각하기에 좀. 솔직히 말해서 2018년 때 이제 다쳤으니까 지금 만약에 내가 지금 우승했다면 정말 기뻤을 것 같은데 18년도 그 당시 때는 이제 우승을 했지만 사실 좋긴 한데 좀 그냥 막 좋아하지만은 않았던 것 같아 그때는. 그래서 이제 18년도가 이제 사람들이 나에게 18년도에 대해 물어본다면은 좋다고 얘기는 하겠지만 사실 그 당시에는 이제 그렇게 좋지는 않았을 것 같아. 그 생각은 사실 19년도부터 이미 하고 있었고 사실 18년도부터 사실 그 생각으로 게임을 했었고 좀 근데 이제 그 생각으로 하다 보니까 좀 사람이 많이 차가워진 것 같아. 사실 이번 연도까지 그랬는데 내년에 이 성격이 좀 바뀌었으면 좋겠어.
有请微博 Gaming 上单的帅。
来德泰去了 WBG 之后，会不会带来战术体系上面一些变化呢？
우선 내가 생각해 난 이번 연도가 제일 잘한 것 같고 내 개인적인 그러니까 대외적인 실력으로 봤을 때 그 전에는 그냥 다 비슷했던 것 같아. 18년도 때보다 우선 훨씬 잘해. 그냥 훨씬 잘하고 챔프 폭도 훨씬 넓고 그러니까 이거는 이제 게임적으로 봤을 때 그냥 이제 거의 모든 부분이 훨씬 잘해 이번 연도가.
今年我们引进了很多新人选手，而他们的名气也好，他们实力也确实挺好的。这个时候德赛对他就是其他4个的选手的信任也好，期待还是蛮高的，所以我们整个团队的氛围还是真的很好。
其实他在我心里就是比较腼腆害羞的，在生活方面还是跟大家一起相处的挺快的，然后也自己会开非常多的玩笑，讲一些冷笑话。我刚来这边不久的时候，就第一天的晚上，那个浩轩给帅哥就是点了个外卖吃嘛，然后他吃了之后也觉得挺好吃的。然后第2天我们训练赛打完，就晚上差不多10点的时候，他对浩轩做了一个这样的手势，然后浩轩一开始没看明白，然后我跟他说他要你点外卖，我觉得就是大家都相处的挺快的。
이 팀에 있는 관계자가 모두가 행복하면 행복하지 않을까? 우선 이제 매우 어렸을 때 이제 사회생활을 하면서 그 과정에서 이미 어른이 됐다고 생각해. 나는 이미 매우 괜찮은 성격을 가지고 이제 괜찮은 가치관을 덕분에 가지게 된 것 같고 수많은 팬분들이 이제 관심을 가져주게 되면서 이제 사랑을 받았고 이제 그 과정에서 사랑을 베풀 수 있는 사람이 되었고 프로게이머로서 나는 그냥 매 경기 잘하려고 하는 것 같은데 이제 미래를 생각하지 않고 그냥 그 지금 해야 되는 경기를 이제 잘 하자. 사실 나는 노력을 더 한다면은 사실 나는 엄청 많은 시간을 프로게이머로 할 수 있을 것 같은데 이제 그거는 이제 모르는 일이고 이 초심으로 그냥 성적 더 잘 나오지 않을까?
Oh, I do surrender. I'm down on my knees, praying for forgiveness. Won't you pray with me? We had that fight last night. It didn't mean much to me, but I'm still paying for it. Won't you let me be? I don't wanna fight tonight. 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 Oh God, it's just as boring as it has ever been. But I will still adore you. It's what you mean to me. Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? I'm here waiting for you. I'm lay across our bed. I'm still spinning out all your words in my head. I don't wanna fight tonight. 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 I don't wanna fight.
It's in my blood to lift it up and hang my halo on a miracle. And you don't see the scars in me. I defeated the demons of recovery. Every inch I was resting in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, I'm dying in my own mind. Resting in the rubble, never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, a diamond in my own mind. Empire, welcome to my empire. Rising up from the hellfire, I take it down to the wire. Welcome to my
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LPL. Bit of a longer wait as we're Shanghai to Shanghai. FPX and IG are with us for our next series. Two bottom of the tier teams at the moment, but I mean, two organizations that have both won worlds in their own right. And yeah, I guess it's a far cry from where we were a couple of years ago.
It's crazy because, like you said, both ex-world champion organizations, both right now 1-5, both won their very first series in the LPL, so both are on a 5-series loss streak. They've even won the same amount of games, sitting at 3-10 exactly. So this was going to be a bit of a weird one. Very close. Another one that, again, at least I would expect to go the distance. But we actually have a bit of changes coming in for IG today, and IG overall have been a bit of a mess, right? So I think their struggles have been understandable, of course, starting with Tianjin, who really wasn't working, was kind of that standard Rengar one trick that you expected him to be. So Bei Shang came in a few series ago. Weiss Kim, of course, was playing at Road to Asia Games with the Hong Kong team. He is now finally back on the roster. Xiao Yueji, who we haven't seen since 2022 spring, playing for IG, did go back down to the LDL, is playing today. So this is a bit of a different IG team than what we've been seeing. So who knows? Maybe we can expect some higher highs coming out from the squad today.
Just a quick note on Xiao Yueji. I mean, it's nice, seeing Tianjin promoted to the main roster, but they were playing together in the last split of LDL. And I remember Xiao Yueji, in a top tier team. IG Young in the LDL is a top tier team. So it is nice to see him back in the LPL, but more importantly, getting to test himself again, because last time we saw him, he did have some pop-off plays, and I feel like he is the kind of 80 carry that tends more towards that, that Jack you love style, right? That Elk style. He's a carry, for sure.
I like that you bring him up and kind of, looking to be a carry, and also talk about just all the call-ups in general, because even at our last series, right, it is crazy how many IG people have gone through the IG organization. Obviously, people like Rookie and the Shy moving on, but even you look at people like Juan Fong, we had our last series, Loyan and Forge, seriously, just so much talent coming from this org. So I'm really hoping they'd be able to deliver in this series. For IG though, I really feel like the big story and the one they've had to rely on is Cryan. Obviously hasn't shown up all that much, which is why they are sitting at 1-5. But anytime IG win games, it's off the back of Cryan. It's off of what he's able to get done in that mid lane and really carry over to his side lanes.
Yeah, and look, Cryan is someone who's supportive to the side lanes, which makes it so good when we're supporting people like Arn, Wink in the bottom lane, right? This is a 2v2 that has been their strength in the past, can flip, but, was really exciting. Xiao Yueji, of course, now that we're talking about, hopefully has the same result. Lyric, I want to say as well, IG haven't had much stability, so it is nice to see that there is one mid laner. We have 3 tops, 2 jungles, 2 ADs, and a support who used to be an AD. Cryan is the only one who is, saluted in his role, I guess, or solid, I should say.
Yeah, and then you kind of bring that to matchup specifically, right? Because I feel like for FPX, it's a very similar story, just in a different role. That when I look at FPX's roster, I'm still honing in on LWX. I know LWX's stocks have dropped over the past few years, but at the same time, continuous rookie or rebuild rosters he's now to contend with on this FPX team. They're having hackers start again today, who has honestly just been struggling really for the past few splits in the LPL. But you're really looking at LWX to be the one to come out ahead, to be able to put this team on their back. I believe their last series was against OMG. They did it was against RNG, I'm sorry. They found 2v2 kills down in that bot lane against Tang Yuan and Lumao. I feel like LWX and Chocho still have things to show. It's just about their top side helping enable them to be able to get to the finish line.
Yeah, and I mean, look, again, the fact that you mentioned Hacker at the start of this is kind of crazy because, he's had a rough couple of splits in a row. I think hidden in there somewhere was a great split where he kind of found Resurgence. Not sure if it was one of his Ultra Prime splits, but it's crazy that FPX, as a result, have subbed him out in the series versus Top Esports. Bonnie came in for his debut as well. This Korean jungler who kind of came out of left field. KT challenges KT Rollstar, Gen G in the past. The fact that FPX are willing to do that kind of shows the position they're in. As today, as Lyric said, it will be Hacker to start off. This is the usual FPX squad. They don't have as many subs as IG and as many moving parts, so I'm glad we do get to see, that original roster they tried to make work here at the start of the split.
Funnily enough, you mentioned Bonnie. Back in 2018 spring, when I was coaching in the GPL, I was coaching in Malaysia. We tried out Bonnie on our team back when he was only a solo queue player. Outstanding, like incredibly mechanically gifted, like all that stuff at the time. Obviously, that's what led him to go and get picked up by some of the challenger organizations in LCK. And right, this is just me guessing, but probably a language barrier issue would be my best guess as to why we're not going to see him start consistently and why they are bringing Hacker back into the roster. But yeah, they're gonna need Hacker to show more against Beishang, because when you look at Beishang, he really has been like a team player in the few series had in the LPL. He's the highest jungle proximity in all the league for mid, for AD carry, for support. He's like 5th highest in top. So ultimately, he spends a lot of time around all of his laners. So now bringing YSKM back in, when we talked about Cryin really being someone who likes to move and be that facilitator we know him for from his days on RNG, to me, like, they really have a formula to be successful. Now we just need to see, especially their side laners, be able to step up and bring the pressure for Beishang and Cryin to be able to play around.
Well, again, you know, Cryan's been a real solid part. Beishang, as you mentioned, yeah, starting today here. Hopefully we do get to see Xiaoyu and Tianjin going back-to-back in at least one of these games, considering they are teammates or were teammates on IG Young. A side note as well, Lyric, you know, YSKM starting today is kind of exciting because we've had a little bit of YSKM in the earlier part of the split, but the last 2 series wasn't there. They got one instead to fill in the spot. YSKM kind of feels like the star of this roster, and although he hasn't really been playing like it, it still should be a YSKM show, right? It should still be like a core focus, considering we know how well this guy can play.
I think when you run On and Wink down in the bot lane, it's something you really have to look at YSKM to be able to do some heavy lifting. Now with Xiaoyu, maybe that takes some pressure off of him to allow there to be more flexibility. I guess the problem is there isn't much flexibility in draft when you can expect YSKM to not come out on a Sion, to not come out on a Cassante, and those are picks you really just don't have to worry about when you're up against IG. So definitely limiting factors on both sides, and kind of tying that draft point in. One thing I really like about this matchup is you kind of have the Ahri guy in Care. Like, Care was the Ahri one trick when he came into the league, had 500 games on it in solo queue, like 50 on anything else, against the guy who kind of popularized the Annie, right? Cryin really was the first one to bring out the Annie back on RNG. So 2 of our 3 meta bread and butter picks are kind of like the mains of both of our mid laners coming into the series.
Yeah, again, like those one tricks coming through. It's exciting because, you know, Cryin as well goes off after the Annie into things like Jace, Tristana. After the Ahri on top of that, right? Like, we get a bit of the Annie from Care, but he's played the Kiana, the Aurelion Sol, Tristana. Like, there are fun champion pools outside of those OTP champs as well. And I could even say the same thing about some other members on this team. Like, Chocho has a wide champion pool. I think we're looking at, you know, Wink, who's played a lot of Blitzcrank so far. A couple of Pike games as well.
It's been fun. I mean, both of these teams have been willing to be a little bit more fun in terms of what they bring out. And I think it is when you're struggling in the standings, right? And you aren't winning on the meta bread and butter picks where you have to kind of divest your play style a little bit. Hell, it goes back to even IG when they did have Tianjin on the roster, right? Finding a win on the Rengar. So really delving into the identities of these teams. And it's kind of a nice through line with our earlier series where RA found success when they went back to the Nidalee, the Renekton, the Jace, you know, like those picks that really fit who the players on RA are. So hopefully we continue to get that personality going into this series. Because, yeah, I mean, hell, we even got it from Ning in the last series, that interview of like, Red Side's a bit harder, because we don't have the freedom to ban out some of the more identity-specific pocket picks for these teams. You have to ban out the Nikos. Ideally, you'd have to ban out the Zeri only on that side as well. So blue side might once again be king.
It might really be. On that note, like IG especially, I feel like are going to have a lot of those champions, right? Xiaoyu, someone who in the past has played, you know, a bit of Draven as well. I know he can be a Draven player. Like Beishang on this team, by the way. We saw a volley bear game, things like Kindred.
Do you think that's an IG like scouting requirement for their AD carry? Like, when was the last time they had someone in their org that didn't play Draven? Because both On and Wink play Draven. Xiaoyu plays Draven. Jackie Love played Draven. Huanfeng obviously never played for IG, but played for IG Young, played Draven. I guess Puff is the sole exception of an IG AD carry that wasn't a Draven player.
And even then, didn't he play it in the end? Like, he played a couple of games or something?
I think he might have ended up playing it like once or something along those lines. But who knows? On that iteration of IG, I would have far more expected the Shy to bring out the Draven than I would have ever expected Puff.
Man, I mean, honestly, like, that was the time when we had, what, 2 80 carry players in IG, maybe 3 at some point as well. It's a fun org. It's a fun time. Look, again, one of the oldest orgs in the LPL alongside WE. But first, we talk about FPX in Shanghai, because we already mentioned it. Shallow Who up in the top side. We've got Hacker starting today again. Care through mid, LWX, and Chocho, your bottom lane.
And like we said, if you're watching FPX, I really feel like the focal point for them has to be their bot lane duo. I feel like their bot lane duo is still one that can contend with pretty much any 2v2 in the LPL, maybe, you know, barring like the elite of the elites, you know, the BLGs, the JDGs. Hacker needs to spend more time around bot side than we've been seeing him doing. Care, if he can stabilize and go back to those roams, because Care at first really struggled to work with jungle when he came into the league, but quickly adapted, quickly got up to speed, was making consistent roams alongside Hacker. And I believe Clid was his jungler when he first came in. And we need to see him go back to that. Leave Shallow on the island. It's kind of been a far cry since Shallow's debut when he came in with the Jace, when he was trading time with Nuguri, and he was really impressive. So you need to put all your eggs in the bot lane basket.
Yeah, such a trade-off of time when, you know, Shallow Who, it's been a bit of a dip since his time sharing when he got over Nuguri, when he was the better top laner. But, hey, speaking of top laners with potential, YSKM back into the mix here today with Beishang once again, crying Xiao Yueji's debut for the split alongside Wink. We're going to see how this new bot lane tries out. I mean, we're just going to see how all these moving parts go together, Lyric, because this has been the sub-roster of the split. Oh! Put it away! No guns in the stadium. Oh, he's back.
He's back. This man does not lose the confidence. This team might be 1-5, but he's like, hey, I haven't been here the last few series. We now have, again, a tenured jungle coming in. Last time we played it was with Tianjun, which, no offense to him, was a rookie coming into the LPL, right? Beishang is someone who had splits where we've touted him as one of the best junglers in the league. So that's why I just said what I want to see from the side of FPX. I don't know what I want to see from IG, because this is a new formula, and I really think there could be an argument to be you know, any kind of strategy coming in to shut down, to enable your strengths. I guess if they wanted to shut down FPX, it would be shutting down that bottom side. But we know Beishang, he's someone who likes to be involved with all of his lanes. Would not be surprised to see him active everywhere.
Yeah, look, Beishang especially, you know, in his time on WE, we saw a lot of that. And I feel like Beishang, you know, maybe that's the formula they're looking for here today is, for IG, I was going to make a point before YSKM brought out the guns. And that was that IG have been, they're the sub-roster of the split. You know, there's always one who makes a lot of roster changes, but IG have made, like, what? Again, there's 3 top laners. We've got 2 junglers. We've got 2 80 carries, and we've got a support who used to be an 80 carry. So, like, this is a split where IG are obviously trying to find their own formula. But it's a 7-week split, Lyric. We're at week 4. We are already through the halfway point because of how condensed this split is. And it's just like running out of time for IG is a very real future.
This actually kind of does feel like it would have to be their last stand, right? Because they're 1/3 of the way through the split. And yeah, I mean, you've already racked up so many losses. Luckily, if you can stabilize with this roster, you have RA up next. You still have series up against AL, TT, Ultra Prime. It's definitely doable for IG. But like you're saying, I mean, can it be this one? I feel like they're another team that you look at on paper, and it's like, all right, they have the pieces to definitely be able to be over some of these teams, right? They've already beaten LGD. You'd expect them to beat AL and TT, who I think are under them, but they need to push further than that.
But again, nothing's for sure. I mean, that's the thing. Is like teams like AL, TT might provide a challenge for even IGs and FPXs, especially with their track record so far. IG, just a quick note for them. If you haven't tuned in so far in the split, I mean, this is a team who were hyped up at the very start, considering that, you know, we looked at their roster and we're like, dude, they were so close to playoffs last split. They can do it again. YSKM's got heaps of potential. But then they came in, they struggled against NIP, they lost against RNG. WE beat them. They might have taken the game off EDG, but it didn't look convincing. Like, it's been such a messy start. I think it's been a worse start. Well, it definitely has been a worse start than it was in spring.
I feel like they benefited off 2 things massively in spring. One was kind of how unknown they were, especially players like YSKM coming in, right? Like, sure, he had played in the LDL, but it took a few series for teams to learn to ban out the YSKM champions and see he just isn't the same player. The second was the bot lane meta heavily favored IG's bot lane. Like, IG were one of the only bot lanes, I guess not the only bot lane, because hell, we even have today, right, Chocho on the opposite side. He used to be an AD carry. One of the only bot lanes that had a support that was a former AD carry, with AD carries going, with marksmen going into the support position, right? The Jins, the Caitlyn's, like, so many shenanigans happened in Spring Split in terms of AD carry and support meta that IG really just had the two people perfectly suited to do well in that bot lane. And then once the bot lane changed, once YSKM got figured out, this IG roster just hasn't had the same magic that they did at the start of Spring Split.
Yeah, again, double AD carry meta, as you said. I mean, just so lucky to have that meta. Perfect for the taking. As I just noticed Chinese fan writing copium on a sign is the most rare thing I've ever seen. Someone who watches Twitch over there at the very least. The 2-0 for IG. Is it the case? Well, that fan will find out as we have a Yumi ban from FPX on blue side. And Lyric, we have strange bans, honestly, from FPX on blue side. I guess they're just like, hey, Cassante game? Why not? Surely.
I was going to say Annie being the big one in my mind. Ari would have been another one. I'm kind of surprised because that one is more of a care special. So even had they pivoted to something else like Amelia or just kind of anywhere else, I think it would have made a bit more sense. But now for IG, going to straight up just go for Ari plus Rakan. Very surprising, the heavy, I'd say, fall off in terms of junglers coming into some of these early rotations.
Yeah, I mean, today has been a day of like, well, just wait and see what happens, especially with the first series. After the Vi was banned away. Maokai, the response as well. I'm glad you brought up in the mid lane. You know, I was expecting the Cassante, which now looks like FPX will take. As you said, you know, Care and Kryne, they have been the ones who've really piloted each other's champions in this game one. Care with the Ari, Kryne with the Annie. I like that we're getting a bit of a swap, but we know both mid laners are probably going to aim to play at least one of the two for this entire series.
Yeah. This should be a series where I wouldn't be surprised to see them open in every game so far. FPX, though, full topside in their first rotation. Not something you see all too common. Going to make sure that they at least know what they're playing down in that bot lane. But at the same time, it goes against a bit of what we talked about for FPX, what their game plan should be of enabling LWX and Chocho. I guess if LWX is willing to go a bit further outside of the pool or like bring in something a bit quirkier, it can work. But you know, Jinx, Xayah, two things maybe you expect to be taken away. I guess Zeri can still be played, so maybe that's an option as IG that you look for. But yeah, it seems like there will be just enough available for LWX to get his hands on something that he will be comfortable on.
But at least taking away some of the lane dominance, LWX as a Lucian just been known throughout time. I think
that's what I think back for, like 2019, of how great his Lucian was.
With Crisp, for sure. I feel like LWX, one of the greatest Lucians in the LPL, is at least that option's taken away. As you said, there are a couple still on the board. So do IG waste bans on AD, or do they look to see what they can take from that support pool? It's going to be the Lulu taken away, so at least limiting the options here for Chocho as well.
Yeah, and it means they're kind of like soft denying the Zeri while also being like, hey, we're going to hurt, you know, like a Jinx plus Lulu angle. You already have enough engaged in your top side. You already have enough front line. Like, we know you can definitely fit an Enchanter. And now for FPX, like, you could ban a Fiora or something if you're going to keep just blind, like, banning things that YSKM likes to play. The Jax feels like the biggest one to me. The Gwen definitely the second one. And yeah, so it will just be the Fiora to round out. I could have understood if they maybe thought of like caring about something like a Gnar or a Kennen as well, but that will not be the case. And straight to the Sejuani for Beishan.
What other melee top laners do we have for YSKM, Lyric? No Jax, no Fiora. Is this a Camille angle of a game? Because Sejuani usually paired with at least one melee solo laner. I'm gonna leave that question there.
Camille and Irelia are his other two big ones. Definitely don't think Irelia would be good to take into the Cassante. I mean, hell, I think Cassante will be fine against either one of them. But you're right, we're kind of keeping our eyes to be as anything else left in his pocket. And this is a bot lane we've gotten a few times now in the league. I believe we've gotten it once from Weibo, and the other one was either Tez or JDG, I think off the top of my head. But again, we've had it a few times, Varus plus Heimer. It is so oppressive in lane. And I was saying, I didn't think we'd see this one, but YSKM does bring out the Irelia. Hysterics, you wanted flavor in drafts all day, and we get a bit of flavor. We get to see some volatility in top side, and we get to see FPX wanting to bring some volatility and oppression to their bot lane 2v2 as well.
I mean, again, this is the identity. IG play towards top side. We know that in the past, YSKM's been the carry, and with his return back to the LPL, at least for a couple of series, it is nice to see him on such a champion. Aurelia versus Cassante. It's literally like one budget of the other. And the crazy thing is, we know that Cassante can hold a candle. We know that when Cassante ults, he turns into some kind of Aurelia. But this is the OG. This is the champion that did it first. And I cannot wait to see what topside holds. But as you said, Lyric, bottom side lane's going to be important. And it feels like you're just alluring me to the fact that laning phase is going to be everything for at least both sides of the map.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want your Irelia to fall behind, right? Ideally, you'd want to get her ahead for the side of IG. And for FPX, even if you aren't finding 2v2 kills, it's about keeping that wave push in, like taking turret plates, and really just using Heimer Varus to its fullest. So I expect to see a split in priorities from these teams.
Well, looking forward to it at the very least. IG topside, how do FPX handle bot? Or at least how do they make sure that IG can't handle them? We're going into game number 1 of IG FPX. Both teams are 1-5, but you all know these teams because they're world champions. Because they've once had their lines drawn in the sand. They've had their names etched on boards across the world. IG and FPX are legends in their own rights, but this split, it's been a rough start. It's been a real rough 2023 summer for them. For such now historic organizations in the LPL. Let's see if they can push through and get to a second win. Look, every win counts. We are week 4. We have a 7-week split in the LPL. With how condensed it is. They need
There we
win.
go. There we
Look at that.
go. Yeah, I was gonna say you love when the fans get into leading the chance that much, and that's the thing I'm excited for. Both fans were yelling in full force for this matchup. You know, both orgs have a lot of fans, and one of these teams will break their lose streak. They're both on a 5-series lose streak, so it'll be nice for whichever side to, you know, again, finally get back in that win column. When I look at these drafts, I kind of like what FPX have put together. I'm still a big fan of things like the Varus and Heimer able to come out and really be able to take over these spot lanes, and it makes it so hard for, I mean, things like the Aphelios to get close, to get range, to deal damage. So FPX at least reading their identity quite well. Hell, though, IG on the same coin have too, right? YSKM was the one you were saying you wanted to see deliver, but will FPX cheese?
Always a trap. Hail of Arrows first comes out, and at least they see Chocho there. Heimer, I don't know if it's called Beamer or Beamer. I don't know. Heimer Dinger. Heimer Beamer. Heimer Stinger?
Heimer Stinger, yeah. I think it's Heimer Stinger. That one sounds right.
That does sound like a banger name regardless. Either way, whatever the skid is, he's the P. And so the lane priority begins. LWX and Chocho, we talked about how important the bottom side was for them. We know they're going to hit 2 first. We know that lane is going to be everything for them. We also know on the other side of the map, IG are going to be playing towards his top side as YSKM already seeking out the pressure.
Yeah, and YSKM knows. I mean, Irelia, another champion who's kind of really strong first few levels. You typically want to hit level 3 before you go for anything, so you have that full combo available, can get off as many, you know, kind of procs of that Q as you can. But still, Cassante, I mean, you're fairly mobile. You should have a fine time farming, especially with that Q. So he'll be able to survive up in that top side. The question will be about when YSKM gets the wave pushed in. It's like, how is Shallow going to deal with those bounce backs? I don't expect Hacker to really give much, if any, care at all to his top laner.
And with that, you can just double down on what's going on bot side because the poke is already ensuing. As camera changes for a little bit. Just a quick note, Ionian Fervor fully stacked, guys. That's what you want to see from YSKM. Onto Xiaolao, who stacking the wave and then pushing for some big trades. As he shoves that wave in, already looks like a pretty good start here. There's Beishang. Lyric is in the top side of the map. Hackers in bot. I guess it's just in case, giving you right side of the map the right kind of attention.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like we're going to get anything coming out from these first few levels. And so Wing just going to do a bit of trading back, but still ultimately losing out on that one. Both teams realize like what their weak side is so evidently that they're going to give it up. They're going to allow for these scuttles to be traded. And yeah, honestly, we'll see if Hacker can find anything here in mid, but even then, we're probably waiting more until we get closer to some ults coming online.
Or if something can happen early on with the built-up wave, Wink and Xiao Yueji looking to scout out here. Not going to find anything as Hacker Not found over the wall, drops a ward just before he bases. And IG hover back while the shove is unrelenting. Beishang coming down bot side, Lyric. He's not going to get spotted over that ward though, so undetected for now.
Yeah, good read by him. I mean, he knows the pathing that came out from Hacker, so...
Ooh.
Okay,
Actually, wait, with the flash
force
there as well. Beishang in a good spot, but low health bars on IG's bottom lane. What do you do?
Not going to be able to do anything off of it, but now... both teams just flipping. Hacker now going to get towards the top lane.
Oh, has to flash away. Wires came in a bit of trouble. Hacker matches. There's a flash from Xiaolahu as he can't do anything but run away. A Q for the slow. Trying to mitigate the damage. Hacker under turret movement speed. Almost he gets him. YSKM knows his bases. And a 1-for-1 trade in your face.
Honestly, for YSKM, you should take that. Putting yourself in harm's way, not reading the same play that your team is doing on the opposite side of the map can come out onto you. Lucks out, gets the 1-for-1 with not really enough ways to close distance, get the damage down.
A big
and
wave is good for Aurelia. Lyric,
yeah,
just...
Even manages to get back. Ionian Fervor still stacked up, but still, Xiaolahu will be able to manage to get away, and that's 2 flashes for 1.
An insane trade that as he comes back to catch the rest of the wave, puts him in a good spot. But look at the replay again, because Lyric, base movement speed, I think came in clutch here in the end.
Yeah, Xiaolahu gets hit by the E, which allows for the Q to come in. YSKM trying to go for some heavy trading. Again, I think a bit of a mystery to not read the same play your team is going for on bot to come out on top. But just barely getting away, throws out the W, and then Hacker having to commit way too much.
Still, as you said, summoners from Xiaolahu and Hacker is Force Duet not going to connect. Beishang now waiting for that lure. Xiaolahu has to match the wave. It's a big one at that. YSKM has that Iron and Fervor stacked up. Xiaolahu has no ward, but still Beishang won't find an angle as this Cassante playing epically safe with his ulti in hand as well.
Xiaolahu knowing that he has no support right now, and again, even for Hacker, does tend to play more around the bottom half of the map, so Xiaolahu isn't all used to getting too much attention, so should be fine to be able to survive this one. And you look at the CS scores, right? IG are achieving what they wanted in top side with a bit of a lead for YSKM, but at the same time, LWX and Chocho have been getting a nice job done. 1 plate taken, they're going to keep hammering away on these. We have a serrated Dirk for LWX, and Hacker just keeps making his presence known. As long as they have vision, LWX and Chocho can keep looking for these plays continuously.
Well, Hacker starting with the blue buff invade. Now Wink dropping this ward might help things out in the future at the very least. If Beishang and Crime might have to tag team. FPX find the ward though. That seals that entrance to the jungle. It's a 4-man unit from FPX. But as Wink gets tagged over the wall, Xiaoyueji's just done with it. He's just going to be like, well, sorry. I feel like blue buff's gone here. And there's nothing Beishang can do.
Using their poke to make sure they guarantee that one, because it could be a little bit dicey for FPX if any fight does break out, because LWX doesn't have flash.
Just a classic Tibbers mid. Always happens. Level 6 hit, and he drops it. And Care getting some poke damage off as... God, speaking of poke damage, even though Xiaoyueji and Wink are finally able to leave their turret for the first time in a millennia, Chocho and LWX are making sure they regret it. And Lyric, I hate to say it, but level 6 is fast approaching here for FPX's bottom lane. That's kill threat. There is so much CC, there's so much burst damage. And as LWX now hits it, I think we better prepare ourselves for Xiaoyueji and Wink to just get annihilated if they step too far forward in this lane.
Yeah, I mean, Chains of Corruption into like a giant bouncing grenade. That could be it. Chocho's still not level 6 yet himself. And the resets are going to come out. At least one reset. Wink has the mobility to be able to get away, so he doesn't feel too pressured from being here. But just amounting more of a gold lead, more of a CS lead over the opposing side. And it is only going to get worse for themselves. But that's what we expected, right? FPX definitely having the more dominant side lane of the kind of top versus bot lane battle that we set up.
And so I guess Xiaoyueji knows there's not much he can do. Bottom feels disregarded anyway. Beishang starts on this Herald in the meantime towards his top side. Hacker's here. But Lyric, Xiaoyueji is also here. He's going to catch the wave. But YSKM, I mean, he doesn't have TP. He's walking bot side, so it's a little bit sketchy here if they want to continue the Herald.
Yeah, we're going to see now LWX finally making his way up. Chocho, at least, is here. So we'll be able to start getting some of that set up there with that Heimer to try to guarantee a fight that they want. So tempo lead for IG means no Herald can come out from FPX. But I still think FPX are probably a solid amount stronger right now. The one caveat is Wink is level 6. Quickness online. Chocho still hasn't hit that mark yet.
Ooh, okay, so doesn't have that upgrade available. Chocho with both summons available might have to worry about Wink, as you said, with the quickness. But LWX, that Chain Corruption could be quite a lot as he's coming in with an assumed serrated Dirk, but Herald's already gone. FPX just pick it up like that. Beichang can't do a thing. And the Phoenix doing pretty nice here in the early game with a 1k gold lead, and now an amount to pull up to 2.
Yeah, using the point where they know they're stronger than IG, use the poke to not allow anyone to enter. IG should have tempo to move back down to bot side, as we can see now. Xiaoyu has made his way down there, so potentially can get set up for a dragon. But FPX might be able to find a ton in this top side with no one here from IG to answer.
Look, full platings to the taking as well. As you said, Hacker also just taking away camps. Oh, close call. Beichang at least getting the Krugs, but that Herald is going to be an easy drop. Lyric, look at the size of the wave and the damage from Serrated Dirk and Caulfield's Warhammer. I mean, this is just free gold for this Varus. He's going to one-shot.
They might just be able to get
game.
this. Yeah, they might just be able to get this, and I don't think IG can return this down in bot side. Like, you look at where the wave is right now, they're probably going to start up Dragon. You still have the Cassante there. This is just a huge surge for the side of Fun Plus Phoenix.
And such a rough edge for IG now to face up against. There's Herald. LWX, here you go, brother. I mean, Hacker, good return, good early game, but this bottom lane for FPX is so jarring for IG to verse. It's a 2k gold lead now for a Dragon.
They're just gonna be able to keep it going. And, you know, we said we expected this one to go the distance, but really just the difference coming in from the amount of, like, the disparity between how much their bot was winning versus what the Irelia was able to get done in topside. And I feel like we've seen this time and time again that, I mean, hell, the whole world knows it, right? Bot lane is the most important lane right now in the game. And how you can use that, how you can move around the map really affects that. I guess this had less to do with bot lane, though, and more of just IG's reaction. IG moved down towards bot side first, but didn't send anyone to cover top. Didn't, like, all in on trying to take that bot lane turret. Really just let FPX do whatever they please and said, have a nice day.
Must be a crazy experience for Xiaoyu because in the LDL, I'm pretty sure, like, Tian Gen and I guess other junglers were pretty constant on playing for what was one of the strongest AD carries in the LDL. Like, Xiaoyu hyped up for a good reason. This game, no playthrough whatsoever as he's holding gold alongside Beichang, alongside Care, who's had the quietest game out of anyone in IG as well. FPX, excuse me. This is an early game that FPX can be so happy with. 3k gold lead. Lyric, we haven't even talked about that first item that's been picked up by LWX as well with the Dust Blade. Like, this feels so hard for IG to play through. What do you do? What do you actually do in this game when, yeah, you have an Irelia in the side lane, but as you said, not as facilitated as the Varus is in comparison?
It's a rough point now because you can't even really look to counter gank bot, in my opinion. FPX, as long as FPX don't over-aggress, like FPX have enough damage and enough range to be able to bully you off and look for something. So really your only real option is looking for maybe a lane gank or a pick coming out by Beichang in either mid or top. But FPX will still be able to win out more on the bottom half of the map. So it feels like we're at a bit of a... We've already passed the turning point where FPX should be able to get favorable trades no matter what option that IG opts in for.
As Crying going to be knocked up. He's got Spirit Rush. Will they let him get away? Of course, with the flash. He'll make it. But that's the thing about FPX, though. They're not giving IG any options. They're not letting Cryan leave the lane. They're not letting Beichang, think up as Chains of Corruption comes through. And even though they pop some of these ultis and players get away, their health bar disadvantage means more gold through plating, more control in this game.
They're just going to be able to keep doing whatever they want. Like you said, we've had Duskblade now on LWX for a little bit, an item that did get kind of some slight damage buffs this game with some of the active and passives. Ooh, wait. A TP coming out from YSCam.
No,
we have all subs on FPX bot lane.
And it is also a Heimerdinger as YSKM... Why? He has flash ulti... What?
FPX bot has everything. They have everything up. They go for a TP, which is pretty easy to avoid with where LWX and Chocho were positioned. And I guess they're just feeling the pressure, right? Which is understandable. No matter what we see as like 1-1 and a 3K gold lead for FPX, they've had full map control for the past 10 minutes.
Okay, hang on, Wisecam. What? Just solo kill Chocho in front of the team and he's out! You know what? After that TP, that is redemption. That was clean AF.
Great realizing the damage he has with that Blade of the Rune King. I guess Chocho just underestimating how much YSKM could do. Because, hell, he still had his own flash up, right? But really no time to react. Once the E came out, Chocho just got taken out.
It's just like, what the hell happened to me? That was insane. I mean, again, when Aurelia players show mechanics, it's always nice to see. But Lyric, after that TP, after IG just felt like they're falling apart, you get gold back into the piece that matters so much. Now the plot thickens. Even if we're not going to see Herald fight coming through, IG solo laner has a bit more gold and showed up quite a bit. Cry not going to die here as ulti, but hey, at the very least, Hacker's putting pressure on.
Yeah, they're going to keep going. Definitely have an item advantage across the board on the side of FPX. We're going to replay here to see exactly how ISKM did it. First minion sets up the dash all the way through into the E. It's just so fast. It is so smooth. There's like no delay or buffering in how he inputs any of the keys at all. Great to see. Yeah, just what that first minion getting low, setting up the full dash to close the distance. Chocho, though?
Okay, caught out, and Cry's just dead. Chocho just presses the button. Look at that little smirk on his face. Bottom left, he's just so happy with himself.
You know, with this being, you know, our first day back on 13-11, specifically me and you, our first day back, and also first time me getting to cast the Varus, I'm curious to see if Duskblade not giving invisibility anymore is going to throw me off. Because, you know, it was one of the ones that got, like, the update coming into the season, now just makes you, like, untargetable and invulnerable.
You look like
Which kind of funny that, yeah, it's kind of funny that, like, they took away the invisibility, and now I know one of the biggest frustrations of the community is, like, the whole invisibility aspect of, like, the Nico ult when you are, you know, transformed into someone else.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's just, it feels strange. I mean, it's the same interaction, right? You're still untargetable. You're just now seen the whole time while you're untargetable. But I feel like the invisibility was nice because you don't know what, like, where are they next, right? You actually get invisibility while...
I kind of like that they see you because it feels more gangster. It feels more like, yeah, you know, I just killed someone. I'm in your face. What are you going to do about it?
True. But the invisibility was cool because you were sneakier. But either way, but at least it does the same thing. As you said, I'm curious to see what it looks like in spectator mode. I want to bring it back into the game because before we get and talk about items here, like even though ISKM got that cool kill before, we've still got FPX with a 4K gold lead. We've still got FPX who, yes, are going up against 2 dragons, but so strong at the moment, Lyric, and LWX will be adding another item to the arsenal pretty shortly. You already see his damage coming out. It hurts a bit, and that's not even the start. It's also,
like, right, tying in YSKM's performance to team fights and what we're going to see. How do you really team fight as an Irelia in this game? Like, dash around when there's a Wukong ulti, when there's a Cassante who can bring you out, when there's Chains of Corruption, a stun coming out from Care, a stun coming out from Chocho. It's going to be incredibly hard for him to find an impact. That's why FPX know they can just keep furthering their progress with the Siege.
Chains Corruption, as you speak of, will help up that said Siege. It's going to be cleansed away by Xiaoyaji. Herald goes down after the push as well. And as Xiaolahu groups on up, FPX has still opened up the mid lane. The map is broken apart, top side's pressuring in. And IG on the perma defensive here. No proactive plays, Lyric. None to speak of. It might be 2-2, but is it a slow death? I know we have scaling on their side, especially with the side lane. But how much can IG afford to lose from here on?
I feel like IG are still in a position where it's not completely, like, over. Like, they do have good damage later on, right? They have an Aphelios to rely on. They have a solid front line coming out in the Sejuani. But being a full item down, I mean, you at very least need to get your Aphelios to next item is Crying. Oh, he needs to be careful.
Oh, he's got backup. I mean, he thought it was just a bluff, but it's not. Hacker with the Cyclone out, gets out. Is TP going to be used? Everyone's flying in. Watch YSKM as Flawless Duet to fly the stun. He's in, and he's about to die. Xiaolao, who won't let him breathe. And now that YSKM's out of the picture, FPX run him down. Chains of Corruption forces the flash. And as soon as they make their move, they make it hard.
And this is why we said coming out of the draft, it felt like FPXs gave them more options. We liked FPXs a bit better. Having that much control of bot side, you have like the premier mid-jungle picks on this patch when Nico's consistently banned out and Vi's taken away. They're really just able to transfer pressure from lane to lane so well. Another turret down. They're potentially going to take away the blue buff here. They're denying so much from the side of IG. We're nearing Baron coming up as well, and FPX have great potential to like turn if they ever did want to try and bait IG into a fight once they start getting control over the top side jungle.
Replay time though. We'll look again because Care started this one off with a big bait for Hack to come in.
Cryin just not reading the fact that Hacker would be here. And IG tried to respond in kind, bringing the Irelia down, but it just allows for more members of FPX to come, with Shala, who already having the Q3 from Cassante ready to get the knockback, and they can just keep running them down with the amount of CC that this composition offers.
Wink having to flash at the end there as well. And FPX at 6k gold. Dragons coming up in a minute 10. The only premise of IG having any say in this game, Lyric, is the fact that 2 Dragons have already gone to them, so at least having some kind of objective control, but it just feels like FPX should be taking this one with how strong they've been and how much of the map they currently control.
Yeah, for FPX, it really just has been utilizing like the pressures they have very well. And it should be really hard for IG to ever find what they want, which would be an engage straight onto LWX, because literally everyone else on the side of FPX should just be in front of him at all times as he is layering that poke damage through with the lethality.
Trying to wait and see how much damage he's got. Wait for this banner to go down. Man immune, last whisper. You're almost 3 items strong. That is a big Varus. Has been set up all game long with the laning phase, but flashing in, Care gets the Tibber stun, and LWX layers it down. Yet again, look at him go. He pokes, and IG gets smoked. It's 8k now. This is just such an easy game.
And let's give props to Hacker as well, for a player that we were kind of talking so little. We have said has been struggling the past few splits, like looking like one of the bottom tier junglers in the LPL, having a much better game so far in this first game against IG, really wanting to break that lose streak. And now going to just turn it into, I guess, what FPX's first dragon of the game. So for FPX, we know, like, looking for Soul really shouldn't and can't be a win condition. That would give enough time for IG to really come online, have that front line that's necessary, and start getting those engages off. So it's going to be more about the Baron. It is going to be a game where FPX potentially have to, like, flip a Baron, but overall it should be about turning. Turning, getting picks because you have enough engage to do so.
Ward plays down. I was just watching him, like, is Wink really willing to be nearby? And Shala, who is still strong in his own right, just replacing the wards towards Baron, because speaking of objectives, I mean, that one's sitting and staring them in the face. Might be FPX's next menu. Or at least menu item. I wish I could read Chinese. I don't know what that says. 446 on Care. That's how many times this game he's really thought about giving Care. I mean, I feel like this player hasn't really had to do much this game, Lyric. There's been some really good setups. 4 out of 5 kill participation, so maybe not doing much is a wrong item, wrong word for me this game.
He
He's
just played
definitely
up.
just...
Yeah,
Yeah,
I get the spirit of what you're saying, because there's really no one on FPX has had to be flashy or like take things into their own hands. They've kind of just played out their comp like to a T by the book, right? Hard pressure bot, get Hacker and Karen involved, roam in, and now it's just about constantly deep pushing for picks.
It's instantaneous. Wink is going to meet with maybe an ill fate, or at least a poke out that leads towards Baron. Cryin in the meanwhile gets a turret. What more can you do? I mean, IG might lose Baron for the sake of this Ari being bot side. At least he has TP. But now it's just a threat from FPX, as that ward won't give full information until Hacker steps out.
No, but they're going to go for this. And like we said, with the fact that they have everything except inhibitor turrets down, and they're nowhere close to Soul, they really need a way to break open the game. So they're going to try and rush this. I guess not even rush, right? They were trying to sneak the Baron into now bringing it into a full 5-man. Beishang nearby has Smite up, but they're not even gonna try.
Nope. Well, IG, I guess just asleep at the wheel. In
That is where
Australia,
you
you'd probably
full
lose
send
like
it.
6 demerits. Yeah.
Yeah. That's
have
like,
to.
if there's any time to just full send and say, hey, we have felt pressured all game. We haven't really been allowed to do anything. Like, we just gamble. That is the moment you do it.
Jeez, I mean, honestly, might just go back to eating the steak. YSKM, he's trying. At the very least, he's trying, but Care just takes him out. FPX might be ready to get, like, book in hot pot. What time is it over there? 8:30. I'd say 9:30 if this series continues like this. Book in hot pot for 9:30. Maybe take IG. I think they could use the meal.
Yeah, honestly. I don't know, like, I guess it would depend on the person. I was going to say, would you be, like, offended as IG to get invited, or would you be like, all right? I feel like if it was me, I'd be like, you know what, 6 losses, I have no pride left. Let's get a free meal out of it. I enjoy some hot pot,
Let's have some beer.
Exactly.
Let's have some Qingdao beer, boys. Sink in.
And let's be real. Even if FPX win the series, you'd probably still be, as FPX, you'd be like, guys, we get it. We're only 2 wins. It's not a huge gap. It's not a huge difference.
God, and it really feels like it is. I mean, FPX are 10k up.
Does.
Base is breaking. IG, the last time they made a play was 1998 when League of Legends was in its infancy. This Hacker, that's a clone. They're sitting there. Beishang's almost dead. I mean, like, Windows 95 came out. I remember that's when IG woke up, and as they sit towards the fountain, inhibitors going down, watching the game, crying, Spirit Rush. Okay, finally, there we go. But not the full commit. There's the ulti from Xiao Yueji. Inhibitor's still going to drop.
And, I mean, IG are trying to fish for anything they can, but not going to be able to find it. FPX tethering kind of right on the edge of some of the ranges of IG's members so well. And to give context, you said it right, IG are the substitute team. They are, that there's some classes back in the day where you'd have your class would like the same substitute teacher every time. Then you have that class where you have a different one, and you have the teacher that's for some reason out like every 3 weeks. That's IG. They've been constantly kind of moving pieces in their roster this split. They haven't settled or cemented on any just win it. Xiao Yueji coming back to the LPL for the first time since 2022 spring. YSKM just getting back from Asia Games. Beishang's only had a few series back in the LPL and now on IG. So I think it makes sense why IG are struggling so heavily, but I definitely didn't expect to see so much of a disparity coming on through into the series.
Yeah, hopefully game 2 a little bit different. I mean, again, we can't talk about this one being draft. It's IG and their confidence, their ability to make it at least something happen. As they get pushed in, bot side's the last inhibitor turret left. IG sitting in their base naturally. But Shallow, as he pushes up mid, this is going to be so much pressure put on the base at once. They can't step up to LWX. The pain that comes out of this champion right now, way too much for them to deal with. Shallow is just walking in the base. As said, pressure apply.
But I don't know, without having the Baron buff, I feel like it's going to be incredibly hard. At least they have 2 waves of supers, so they can at least pull the pressure of IG across the map, but we have a flank coming through.
Okay, YSKM on the long haul. The inhibitor turret might be gone as
Wait,
Xiao Yueji. He's not even going to let this Aurelia come in as IG. When they get to the backside, that's Wink with the quickness. YSKM, I mean, he's now stuck on a Wukong. I guess you can't do much when your team's dead, but IG, I think go back to the drawing board. Just think about this one. He didn't really do anything. YSKM got a solo kill. And there was one more in there as well, but that was it. That was the most disappointing IG game I have seen since 2000. Yeah, 2001.
Yeah, that was a rough one for IG, right? But I want to move it back to FPX because I'm happy that FPX again leaned into their strengths, leaned into the fact that LWX and Chotro are a legit 2v2. They find 2v2 kills often. They're able to contend in terms of CS with pretty much anyone. They're a bot lane that is willing to be aggressive, which is why I liked when FPX ended up picking up Chotro because it kind of felt like a match made in heaven. And they were just able to whittle away at that bot lane. It gave them a lot of freedom in terms of how Hacker was able to play the map. And then we saw it was, what was it? The first Herald that really broke up in the game. And honestly, IG kind of out-rotated themselves in a way. They give up Herald, make their way down towards bot, but send no one up to top to defend what was a Herald push against that turret. They don't have the wave or have enough members down in bot to answer with a turret of their own. And I think they just ended up really slowly getting Dragon and then FPX even ended up coming down to bot, like stealing away camps because of how much time IG just meandered, pretty much doing nothing.
Doing nothing. I mean, again, it's disappointing in that sense. But you're right. FPX should be, congratulated for not only how they played their lanes, but how they grouped up. And as you were saying in game, as you said now, Hacker had a really good return to force, I think, for FPX. Like, Shallow, who had a decent game. Care had a good game on the Annie as well. But LWX and Chocho played their lane as they should. And it was nice to see them in the 2v2 just taking control when Xiaoyu got a warm return to the LPL after his debut in the split.
That is always the best way, though. I feel like it happens quite a bit when we get LDL call-ups, is that almost always their first game is, like, welcomed against some of, like, the most oppressive laning champions or, like, camping from a jungler or whatever it is along those lines. So they really did give him a proper welcome back to the LPL. This is what you can expect with your time here. Please don't extend your stay and don't make your way back down. As I don't know if Xiaoyu wants to go through that one again. But for FPX, I just want to see them string it into 2 because they're another roster, I'd say more so than IG, because IG, right, they have so many moving parts, like, they kind of need to figure it out, whatever. FPX, having run such a similar roster over so many splits now, like, you want to see them stepping up. LWX and Chocho we've hit on. Kara is someone who's had phenomenal splits. He's someone who's also had very quiet splits. Shallow, who hyped in his debut, never really able to match since then. You have some names that have been touted before. It's just about bringing it together and really being able to put together a cohesive performance like this, because this was very much a team effort.
It really was. For FPX, I can't get over IG's damage numbers.
No, I actually can't get over Shallow's.
I'm sorry, that is pathetic. Like, that is pathetic damage numbers. It was one-sided, but Jesus Christ. Like, as a team, you'd be going looking at that and be like, how did our AD, how did our jungle?
This just says what you just spelled out. Like, this was Xiaoyu welcoming into the LPL. Hello, have fun. Go auto attack against Varus Heimerdinger. Go walk up in a team fight when you feel like you're behind against Annie, against Cassante, against Wukong. Like all right, Xiaoyu, go play the game somehow. How? How?
You're right. How is a big part of it for sure. I don't think we saw Gale Force activated. I'm not sure about that, but outside of the the roasting of IG, look, at least players like WiseCam, we saw the all-in, we saw the potential of this Aurelia. But
hey, that one actually sounds a lot more fun than the game we just had. Like a Comedy Central roast of IG. Like get IG in on it, make it good fun. There's the content piece someone needs to look for. The like roasts of esports teams / players, and you get the setup. That could be your idea.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Oh. We'll get that. We'll get that in action. Start with IG. At the very least, on a positive note, curious to see what FPX cook up in the draft for Game 2, because their Game 1, exceptional, showing a bit of a diff between IG. We'll go to a break. When we return, let's hope both teams come to the draft cooking and bring new attitudes when we return.
We're dancing a little bit of a 1-2 step right now. NIP back on the fair, and OMG, they are tired of this game. And Aki overextends himself. The front to back is taking advantage of by OMG, though. They distracted the backline of NIP, and that has led to a boon for OMG. Shadow goes back in. Can Photic be the difference maker? Shanji, he gets exhausted, and here comes Abel. He's shutting him down and taking down the house. As Swall goes down, resets come through. PP God versus Angel is all that's left. Angel with the triple. He's looking for a quadra. He gets the damage. It's gonna be good. And it's an NIP who come out on top in a long haul fight.
Top esports with a very low headshot. You just need to land one EQ, buddy. One Q. And that's top esports being down.
Here. He's going for a little bit more. Jackie Love actually ults onto him and just takes him out. The opposite man eradicated by Jackie Love, one of the greatest of all time and living up to that reputation here in this game. The Bramble Smash won't come through. Jin Zhao tries to finish the job, but he can't. Nobody can bring him down. It's Jackie Love on the scene.
They're going for the inhibitor for the side of LGD. They want to stop this Meteor too late.
A valiant effort from Meteor, but it's not going to be enough. Tries to stop the ports now. The GA will buy some time. This Decade will get the inhib. Jackie Love. 2v1 here will mark alongside him. The sustain is there though when he actually gets them. He charges forward. Your carries mean nothing here.
And they've definitely been playing it that way. The goal advantage certainly helps. It means that you can't brute force their way into as many fights as they would like. They have on items that help.
Uzi! Oh, that's all they needed! Fantastic hook there from Hung. And that means that you don't really have the damage to continue this fight. Two-man decimating smash into the knockback of Fofo. He will have nothing to do with this fight.
Like, they get a big hook onto Ruler. They will one-shot him with an Aphelios. But Finn, not the champion you'd expect to be one-shot. He's going to be, though. It's the Ignite burning away. Knight can't quite finish the kill. There's now the follow-up anti-engage, and Shun just taken for a ride, as so are the rest of BLG. JDG happy to go under the tower here. Look at them shred through BLG. See ya later. We're back to MSI Finals again. It's domination. A Finn TP's back in just to be set up for maybe a second quadra kill. Ruler on a triple already. I think he's bought enough time. I don't think the multi-kill will be there, but it just doesn't matter because Ruler hits double digits, 10-0 at 20 minutes.
Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I'm far from your ordinary lover. I'm different from any other you've ever had before. So you must have me mixed up. You must have messed up. You won't make that mistake no more. Or I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. No, you don't want to see the monster inside of me, 'cause it might be a bit too much to handle. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I may be more patient than the others. I tolerate the stress and all the mess and all the headache you bring. But listen to me, you'd rather have my good side than a dedicated enemy. 'Cause I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. You don't want to see the monster inside of me, 'cause it might be a bit too much to handle. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LPL. After what was a very quiet game from IG in game number 1, but an exceptional game from FPX for game number 1. In that same regard, I'm Hysterix, and this is Lyric, and Care will get our MVP for game 1. I think this is well-deserved, Lyric, considering the Sani was quite committed to the cause. I think, honestly, we're not too surprised that Care gets it when this is one of his mainstay champions against someone like Cryan, who really invented the pick, or at least was part of that invention.
Yeah, was one of the first to bring it out. But yeah, Care, good performance. Again, this one was kind of hard to nail down an MVP in my mind, where the way that FPX was kind of playing the map, choking out IG, was really the way they won this game. We talked about the rotation kind of post Rift Herald really being what cemented the game in their favor, but still playing around a lot of the pick potential that Care offered. That's how they found a lot of these kills when breaking open the game could be a little bit harder. And had they not done this right, this could have given IG the time they needed to get their composition online.
I mean, again, like, there were some moments from IG where it stymied some of the tempo from FPX, but they were never really held down. Wise came with the solo kill. Overwatch Chocho was one of them, but yeah, FPX just always had the go button and were never afraid to use it. Lyric, I think game 1 is kind of self-explanatory. I think it's very simple to understand. Game 2, tell me what needs to change. What comes in red hot for both teams, especially IG?
Yeah, I mean, now they just have to be more conscious of some of these things, able to come out through the bot lane, because as IG, that's what you need to be looking at. You need to be looking at what LWX and Chocho are going to get their hands on. So now that they're on blue side, I think it does open them up a little bit better for like that not to be able to come through, like saving, bot for 4 or 5 on red side isn't really a thing. You're going to see counter picks come through from things like the solo lanes. So should be in a bit of a better position this time around. And in my mind, it really just is making sure you get through that 2v2, dedicating more attention from Beishang down towards that side of the map. I wouldn't be surprised to see once again a trade of the Ahri and Annie coming through. Maybe this time we do get both mid laners on the one that they are more well known for. And yeah, just being able to transfer that pressure from lane to lane. Cryan being able to get out. We said he's been the catalyst, and pretty much the reason why IG have picked up any game wins, does lead their team for MVP performances so far.
Yeah, God.
Just get the bear on your side. Just get the bear on your side. There's a lot of like great cinematic bears in the world, and you know Tibbers might not be high up on that list when you got things like Ted out there, or like Yogi, Blue. You got Bosco from Avatar: The Last Airbender. Like, everyone loves Bosco. Nice. So you just need to be able to get the spirit of the bear, and maybe that's enough.
Okay, spirit of the bear.
Unedited footage of a bear. Another great bear out there in the universe.
Unedited footage of a bear. What is that?
That is it's an Adult Swim short. It is, broadcaster like anything appropriate, so you can go out there and enjoy it for yourself. But great time, great little thing.
Oh, good.
So point is, whoever picks Annie, we're gonna have bias for right off the bat.
Yep. All right, there you go. Well, IG might be able to get it first because so far we've got the usual bans. IG on blue this time around. It was Annie first pick for FPX in game number 1. As 13-11, we're still in the same kind of environment. Lost minds over game 1 just a little bit. Hopefully game 2 is going to be a little bit different. I'm just waiting for this final ban. Annie on blue ban. Okay. I guess they don't want to give it a Cryan.
And I just pinching out mid even more, right? Because now as FPX, you have an option. Do you want to take away the Ahri and make sure there's no like S-tier mid-sec over, or do you want to try and keep a ban from something like that was in game 1? Maokai was taken away. Emilio is another thing that you still see banned pretty much all the time. So we'll keep one of those. Does heighten the priority on the Ahri, and I bet Cryan's going to lock it in.
Wow, what a surprise, Lyric. Wait, but Milio's open. Hang on. Milio Lucian, Lyric. They've given Gragas over too. Another big pick. FPX have just been given something that a lot of teams would not risk.
No, so now IG, you say Milio Lucian, because that really has been kind of the end-all be-all pairing in my mind. We've seen, like Milio Cog and Milio with other things, but the Lucian has looked the best. IG will take that one away to make sure that powerful duo does not go over. Now in their hands, just wanting to go straight away, make sure they get the Nami and have a strong 2v2 for themselves. So when we said, hey, the adaptation has to be in bot lane, IG have come in and they were prepared.
Surprising to see the Aphelios here. I mean, a lot of the time when you lose the Lucian, it's been the Jinx, but LWX just obviously having a personal preference to pair with it. Still, a couple of good picks here for FPX for the meta, as Poppy's now banned away, especially against Gragas. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, now just wanting to deny even more options for Beishang in jungle. Beishang's always been a player who's had a really deep pool. We've already talked about how he's brought out the volley bear once this split. So I think he's kind of hard to be able to take away. To where for FPX, you're probably expecting to see them go towards mid on 3. With what Care can even look to bring out into the Ahri. I mean, you said he's kind of brought a lot to the table. Like, we have seen him go towards the Gragas already, has gone towards AD mids if they didn't want to go towards that, but it seems like it might just be a Gragas mid lane for Care if they do lock in this one.
Well, they've been listening to the broadcast. What's with the volley bear ban? What is going on? It's the second time today, I think, as well. We've only had one volley bear in the LPL, but
it was Beishang, you know?
It's creeping back in. Yeah, Beishang definitely maybe warranting it for his solo queue. As Sejuani instead here for Hacker with that melee solo lineup means that we do have a potential flex here for the final pick, Lyric, or at least one final pick for topside. IG have to blind pick into it regardless.
So they go for the Jax, which I imagine will pull the Gragas up towards top. It's, you know, even like before that he became a meta staple, that was one of the matchups he was just always really good into. And ooh, I would love this, please. Really? I want some more early aggression. We have an Ahri, we have a Lee Sin, and we have Lucian Nami down in the bot lane. So IG wanting to push the pace. Now, if you're going to put Gragas in top, I really don't know what you look for in the mid lane for the likes of Care. I mean, we've seen him play things like the Kiana. Akali's gotten a few buffs. That's coming back in. Yone is another old staple for him.
Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it, man. Do it, please. Oh, please. Oh, please. Yes. That's one way to make a statement. And
I love
especially when you have yourself a couple of cleansers in this game. FPX playing cheeky. Lyric, run me through.
I also like that they did this because I would have been afraid had FPX put in Gragas mid and then gone for something else top, because it feels like they need some solid damage to come through and not just run like a bunch of bruisers around Aphelios composition. Every time we've seen that, it fails. But now 2 threats to worry about, a lot of dive potential onto the back line of IG. But it still feels like it's going to need a bit of time to get there, right? Yone, someone who needs some levels under his belt before he really becomes a threat. You have a Sejuani, you have the big frontliner. You're going up against Lee Sin Ahri on the opposite side. So there is a lot of potential there for the side of IG to just snowball this game out of control and enable Xiao Yueji and Wink to get ahead and stay ahead in the spot lane 2v2.
But if they don't, I mean, we're going to see IG take, or rather FPX take over again. IG, their proactivity in game 1 was their biggest issue. Maybe the draft stems it. Maybe this is a bit of a fix here. You'd love to see it if so, especially with how disappointing it was for the organization in game 1. How disappointed I was seeing a team literally do nothing. This is a different draft. This is a different game. And for number 2, it is just looking real hot. FPX bringing out the Yone. We got Milio on the side as well. There's a Jax back in the game for the side of IG, like YSKM, that carry top laner. Had a couple of flares on the Aurelia last game. But is the Jax going to be enough yet again as we go into Summoner's Rift? See if FPX and IG can give us a banger.
Oh, we're going to get a banger.
Level 1. Oh, yeah. Hacker, what did he start? Is it W? Is it E? Probably E.
That was so disappointing.
Yeah, that sucked. Well, it's live. Is that IG? Is that IG's chant or FPX's? Because he is
I couldn't
up there.
tell. Yeah, I was trying to listen out for it, and I couldn't tell which one it was. But whoever you are, my guy, you are owning it.
Taking control of the arena.
You know, if he is IG's, maybe they got to get him on stage. Maybe they got to get him in the coaching room and like have him give the motivational speech.
Hype him up. Hopefully IG have come in hype for game number 2. As you said, early game here is going to be everything. Not only mid jungle, but we know bot lane 2v2. While for FPX, Lyric, I mean, they're all in. Is kind of insane. Plus, double melee solo laner for Hacker to try and, I guess, advance on.
Oh, and YSKM's going to be a nuisance. Even if he doesn't find a kill here, right? Just buying time, setting Hacker behind, and giving Beishang a tempo advantage to where he's going to be influencing lanes first and starting up those advantages that we were just talking about.
Hacker just has to go to Wolves. As you said, slowest start here. Especially when Beishang's already onto his second camp at level 2. So nicely done here from YSKM. He'll be slow to the top wave, but Lyric, I don't believe he's really going to lose that much, if anything.
No, he's going to be fine. And I mean, he isn't even too pivotal a part of this composition in this game. You have two lanes you can very easily play around in the early game. And then YSKM really comes online towards the mid game where you are playing a bit more of a 1-3-1 with the RA and Jax able to influence sides to where Gragas will want to group up and can use that to just fish for picks all across the map. FPX on the opposite side, it's going to be a little bit hard. I think you're mostly going to want to be playing with your Yone. That's why you draft a Yone Sejuani combo set, Crying behind, and really just get in and just completely stop the Lee Sin and Ahri in their tracks before they're able to take over the map. And hopefully shutting that down means that your side lanes don't get pummeled too hard, and that buys you enough time to get into the team fight phase where in outright 5v5s, I think FPX should be stronger if we go in both teams similar power spikes.
And, I mean, you know, trusting that how FPX played last game as well, team fighting should be a prompt as Hacker and Beishang are going to meet. There's a Sonic Wave. Arctic Assault to slow him down, but Beishang, the right place at the right time from that YSKM red side start, or at least invade. Beishang now taking out red. Hacker going to come back in. Care moving too. This is going to be a fight for the smite, but it's at least in, of course. Sonic Wave makes it that much easier. And Hacker misses out on his red. Beishang gets away. Nice and smooth.
Manages to get it off. And
he's still there.
Beishang, I love it. Look, and to me, this is a style I really like. Think of Beishang for. You think back to some of his earlier days in the league, the Olafs, the Xin Zhaos. That is really where he flourished, and really kind of taking a page out of their play styles in terms of how he is playing this game so far.
Beishang on the Lee Sin as well. Another iconic part. I mean, as an aggressive jungler, we're talking a little bit earlier about Le Yen. I feel like Beishang, when he was on his WE days, there was some iconic champions with him as well. And Lee Sin is something I think about. What else? We had really a lot of Olaf games.
He's played everything, because Olaf's his most played. Graves in 2020 was his big thing.
Yeah.
He was someone who would pull out the Echo, when that was a niche pick, and use that. I remember he had some Pantheon games, but do they find IG's bot lane?
Well, Hacker has been waiting here for a while, but doesn't Arctic Assault in? I mean, Wink and Xiaoyu IG just walk it out. And Hacker just has to back off, hoping to give LPX and Chocho a bit of comfortability here with Shove.
At least that he's, him being here makes sure that no real pressure is able to come out and they can just keep pushing. Because that's all you're playing for, right? We kind of hit on for FPX. You aren't the ones looking to escalate the game really whatsoever. As long as they aren't finding advantages through mid and through bot, you will be able to get to a point to where neutrals come up. And when neutrals come up, that is where FPX will really start to thrive.
As waves get shoved in, just a quick note. There are some CS leads brewing. Looking at Cryan and Care in the mid lane. About 10 CS here is Care. Good little trade here on top of Cryan. Charm hits at the end of the connection though. Last Q not connecting, speaking of.
But
are
you talking about
still
brewing?
Holding a CS lead.
You talking about brewing like a normal brew of coffee where it's maybe 2-3 minutes before you have your cup? Or we're talking about a cold brew, you got to wait overnight and, then we're going to start seeing some good stuff.
Bloody hope not. I mean, first of all, I use pods, I use an espresso. No waiting for that as Chocho. What a guy. Just coming here to help out mid. Beishang's nearby. But I feel like Care's going to be able to get the shove in. Nice and easy, does it? I'm sorry, but America with coffee, this is why, people go to Starbucks. Starbucks sucks. My wife loves Starbucks. She's like, oh, all the coconut or pumpkin lattes. Dude, Starbucks is hot garbage, overpriced nonsense. Australia has
you know what I
great
learned?
coffee.
You know what I learned when I lived in the UK? And I don't know, maybe it was just UK because it was way better than it was here. Is that Starbucks food was great. Starbucks drinks, I can agree. Like there are better places to go and get coffee. But I don't know. Some days I'd get Starbucks breakfast when I was in the UK, and I was like, man, it's just better here. But I feel like that's the way with a lot of chains. That's just back home, it doesn't hit the same.
Dude, there's something over here. I don't know if any Australians are out there, but Flower Power, absolute banger of a cafe. We also, as Beishang coming mid, looks like he's just helping out, maybe waiting. This could be a 2v2. Oh, the window's huge. Crying gets out with a flash. Spirit Rush combo comes in as well. Hacker too dangerous. The Sonic Wave is still taken, but it's double melee. Permafrost there. Fate is sealed, but your jungler's now dead. Care needs the flash on top of Beishang. Does so, gets away until Cryan follows up. A double for this Ari and a bit of a mess for FPX's 2v2.
So much dipped and dodged by both sides. When Crying initially missed the charm, I thought it was over for IG, but they managed to turn it back around. And now huge 2-0 start for the Ari. Crying's going to be able to come back, have a bit of power, and start getting off those roams that we were talking about.
Important stuff, especially when I think Crying and IG's wins, or at least some of their individual game wins, has been the core carries. Flash from Wise Cam. He's the Grand Master at Arms. He's smacking his lamppost. Left, right. Is it the Goodnight Shallow who trying to slow him down? YS Cam out of leap strikes for now, but asserts his dominance, taking a summoner away from the teleportless Gragas as well.
Doing a nice job, IG just finding advantages all over, but here, the two key things in 2v2s is burst and CC. For IG, they went out and burst. FPX, it's about the CC, so the fact that Crying escapes the stun coming out from FPX allows him to re-engage. That passive is worn off, and he can just run down and finish off this first kill. Care really having to overextend to try to get a return kill possible, but at the same time, Crying still going with the Spear Rush, still dishing out that damage. Had they been able to lock Crying down before he flashed away, I think that could have been the thing that would have won it out for FPX, but great play by Crying to make sure that didn't happen.
I mean, great play across the board, even topside. Look at the push in now because Shallow, who had no TP, it was the 1v1 that YSCam flashed for. Good morning, IG. I mean, again, all this talk about Starbucks, it probably went and had a coffee between game 1 and game number 2, because right now things are looking good, but halting on that, Beishang might need to make himself known bot side because Hacker. Lyric setting up for a potential dive, but I think he knows better.
Yeah, not going to go for it at the end of the day. I like it not over-aggressive for something you really can't look to pull off. Moonlight Vigil, though, thrown out. LWX, hoping to just get one turret play from this, but looks like they're going to be forced to back up before. And with Beishang coming down, it is a good call. Now we're kind of keeping our eyes on which team is going to look for Rift Herald first drilling, and if a trade comes out for Dragon. Because now with FPX's bot lane going for a reset and Hacker pathing towards topside, it could set up FPX well to be the team to pick up that objective.
Oh, FPX just got to quickly look at ultis. LWX burned his moments ago on the camera. They still have 4 available, though. It's that all-in we were talking about. Quick note, though, that Crying still quite large here with the Lost Chapter, Dark Seal, and importantly enough, has his ulti available too. So we'll just have to keep an eye out for some of those skills running towards neutrals. Because Lyric, I should also mention, it is a late first Dragon. So late that IG have actually turned their sights towards this first Herald on topside 10 minutes in.
And the difference being the fact that their AD carry recalled as well, because Shocho actually got a reset up before Wink, but same wasn't done on the opposite side. They might want to contest this, even if it is numbers disadvantage.
Care's
ulti,
ulti, Charm's going to start it. There's a tidal wave. Wait for Care. He hasn't popped it yet. Fate sealed into no one. He'll help finish off the kill as Culling is blocked by Shelly, but Care just goes down doing nothing. IG find a charm on a Xiao Hu, and Xiao Yueji takes a kill as well. This time it's IG all the time in the early game.
Fate sealed into nothing was a good way to put it. Care giving up his life, and that allowed IG to really just turn that around. Lucky for them that their consistent damage dealers were the ones who survived the initial onslaught that took Beishang away, and it's going to lead to Herald just right away being dropped to funnel even more gold onto the solution.
The solution has been pretty quiet in the early game, no longer with the kill, with the turret plating. First item seems easy as that. I mean, Crying should be the same as well. YS Cam getting turret plating in the bottom side. IG, like, this is just so... it's like seeing your kid's soccer game. First half, they had me there, Lyric. They really did.
Yeah, we see Charm to come out. They find the engage. But the Lee Sin jumping into so much CC coming out from the side of FPX. Really nice body bot by Xiao Hu. But it's totally counteract when Care goes for the ultimate, doesn't connect with anyone, ends up going a little bit too deep. And Xiao Hu being in the same position because he was trying to combo with that Yone. Just set up for 2 free kills to go over to the side of IG.
So, what happens next? Because Dragon's still sitting there waiting. Herald's already been used to pop to the plating we talked about. Maybe I've got my answer. Xiao Hu was spotted. They spotted Xiao Hu. Oh, this Gragas. Oh, no. You large man. Xiao Hu has to walk it away. He TP's the top side. I guess in shame.
Yeah, not going to be able to find anything. And this one we're going to start seeing, right, YS Game really bullying in the 1v1. Sure, FPX might get this Dragon, but I would say if IG wanted to contend, it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility, especially with Culling just coming back up.
How does it begin? Crying from the side. As you said, oh, Charm, Care, oh, Care, oh, Care. Fate Sealed would have been great if the team were there. Care on Yone is not doing too red hot.
That was so weird, too, because you see Hacker already backing off and Care, like, committing even more to just, you know, be in the pit, stay around, and hope that they can take it. So definitely FPX not synced up when we praised them for their coordination in Game 1.
We said so much about their coordination. It was a clean Game 1. Maybe more volatile picks, and suddenly, you know, Care's struggling. Our MVP from Game 1, by the way. And IG, now really far ahead, 2k gold lead. They got that dragon, but we are talking about one item difference, Lyric, as Cryan not going to be baited in. Everfrost comes in as well. Cryan doesn't have the Spirit Rush, otherwise Shallow might be looking at a very different situation. But that is a very strong Ahri.
I'm surprised he even thought he would have enough burst to be able to find anything there. It hasn't even finished off his Everfrost just yet. I mean, Cryan, tier 2 boots, Everfrost, like 2 rings. This man has 2 rings. You're not taking down this man in a 1v1.
No way. 4 stacks on one of them as well. 3-0 and 2. I mean, it started with the CS leading lane and then kind of compiled through that fight towards bot side. I'm sorry. Fight towards mid, Lyric. It was the 2v2 mid that really sealed the fate of FPX so far in this game. I'm not talking about Care as chase down. Wink. Oh, beautiful ulti as well. LWX caught. Has to flash away from the bubble as Beishang finds himself in. Has man gone too far? He wouldn't know. He's blind. He can't bloody tell. So at least following the Sonic Wave doesn't get him killed in the end.
I'm surprised he wasn't able to find more. The knock, you know, the Q coming in from Hacker, stopping in his tracks. I don't know if LWX also swapped to his grabbing him and found his stun there, because it seemed like it was locked up for a really long time, but could have just been the Sejuani. Still leads to IG picking up the spot lane turn, and look at the minimap. You have Jax who's roamed to mid to try and set up for a dive to come through with Cryan. Care backed off in time, but still leads to even more turret damage coming across for Invictus Gaming.
Shallow, who at least in the meantime going to get topside turret. That gold lead is shifted to about 4,000, or at least getting towards it. Now back to 3 with Shallow, who finally getting the first turret for FPX here at the 14-minute mark. Lyric, it is just such a good change in draft. It is such a good adaptation for a team that needed more proactivity in the early game. IG, it just doesn't feel like these players are worth sitting on their backside. As speaking of which, here's more. Beishang might need to get a good Dragon's Rage soon as Cryan flies on in, not getting the charm though. FPX have numbers advantage for now, but Wisecam flies on LWX. The fate sealed. Care now has to run though because his team can't follow up. Sonic Wave to the backside. Low health bars across the board. IG should have died there, but they say not today. And all I have to say for this one is that this is the biggest wake-up call in a series I've seen in a long time.
And it just goes back to when you have 2 teams around the same skill level playing. That, honestly, stomps just happen. It doesn't matter if we're talking about like the peak of League of Legends and you're looking back to like let's say BLG, Genji, MSI, like things like that, where it's like both are top teams, but sometimes when one gets ahead, you know, the other just doesn't get let in. Same when you have like 2 lower tier teams facing off against each other, right? Is that one will fall behind, they won't have the same comp, they won't have like understand the same comeback mechanisms, and games will just be stomps. We knew today was a 6-game day, and it does look like it'll go the distances. The TP comes through. It should be a numbers advantage, but look how far IG's bot lane is. So just winning this out with like the pure damage coming out from Wisecam. Great target selection to set up for Cryan to get that first pick. And then sure, Shallow who gets in the picture, but so does the rest of IG, as we see there. Cryan just following up to lock them down longer. And sadly for Care, left in the waiting arms of Beishang with that Q landing.
Oh, it's just so beautiful to watch. It's such a good turnaround. And more importantly, as you said, Wisecam, his angle from the TP, absolutely insane. Having a quieter lane, but definitely not a quieter game. I mean, even me saying that's wrong, right? We saw through the lane that 1v1 to get pressure and really open himself up. He has less CS, but he got so many plates in lane. Hence the fact that he's keeping up in items here is Lyric, gold's at 5k. There's another Herald. IG have opened topside, they've opened mid. bot is now open as well. It's free real estate. And it feels like it's deserved as well. That's a great thing. Like, IG really made this early game their own. They punished FPX from the minute go.
Yeah, it feels like we've had like a lot of free real estate today in terms of like how like teams have gotten run over kind of consistently through it, like in their wins. Obviously, every team, if IG win this, every team, all 4 teams that have played today will then have ended up with a game win, but all have found dominant series. And with now 2 items on the Lucian, rapid fire cannon picked up, I feel like just gonna be able to keep cementing this lead further and further. Crying pretty close to a Shadow Flame. It's gonna be very bursty, and he's always found his way to a backline so far. Spirit Rush up again, complete summoners up for your carries in Crying, Xiaoyueji, and YSKM. No flash being available for LWX or Care. This would be perfect time for IG to find a pick, which is why they're playing so far forward in this blue side jungle of FPX.
So walk me through how FPX finds something back in this game. How do they find a response as Herald gets placed down, whether this is the right time or not to ask?
Funnily enough, I like what they're doing now. Overgroup, give up on sides, and you have to probably look for like a casket play to come up from Xiaolahu to knock someone into your team, find a pick that way, and kind of slowly get back into the game. We're going to get to a point where Hacker at least will become an annoyance to deal with for Xiaoyueji and Cryan, and that's about just buying the space for LWX to auto-attack while Care is being a menace in the backline. So we're going to start off small. We're going to keep our eyes on Xiaolahu, on Care, kind of isolating one member of IG, finding those picks and buying more time.
Buy more time so we can get that big fight. I mean, I think Care needs his first item. That's one thing that should be mentioned, that this Yone has been one of the biggest weaknesses of FPX here in this game number 2. Care might be backing to get that first item now. Let's just have a look. As our leaderboard's gone down. Are we looking at a replay? What's happening? They're preparing for something. Where's the script? Oh, hang on. It says at 19 minutes, 10 seconds, leaderboard will come back up and we'll get a Gale Force Yone. There we go. I knew it. Sorry, guys. I just had to read. Oh, Lyric, it says at 20 minutes, 30 seconds. You got to be surprised when FPX get their first all-in and do an even trade.
20 minutes, 30 seconds.
Yep.
Okay, we are 1 minute away from the prophesized, FPX dub that Asterix has said. Now having the wife buff, we expect him to be correct. IG angling for it.
Well, no, this turret will go down. Okay.
I'm trying to build the tension, but actually we're still like 40 seconds away from your prophecy.
True. We've got to wait. I don't know where it's happening. It's probably just going to be IG taking it all, isn't it? I mean, they've found themselves through mid.
You can't walk back on the prediction.
I'm not. I'm just giving myself some leverage in case I'm completely wrong.
I feel like that's one of your. I feel like that's one of your charms, though. I feel like when you're completely wrong is when you're at your most charming.
Yeah, because it happens. It must happen a lot then. You'd hope so, wouldn't you? Culling, LWX can absorb the rest of it. 10 seconds away from the timing. And I'll be honest, no one's grouped as a
Oh, 2030, we're getting there.
Well, this is going to be pretty hard to see. There's the ulti. Flash away from the bomber. YSKM just sleep strikes in. Xiaohu's running for his life. No one to save him. Might have another body slam soon. Waiting for that Q to get slow. He flashes. He's out. And just like that, YSKM again asserts his dominance as, oh dear lord, we are past my time, and Xiaoyueji just annihilates LWX.
I was starting to believe that, like, okay, maybe the script is a little bit like over dramatized, but at the end of the day, Xiaohu escaped. That was an FPX stub, but with LWX going down, everything's dead in the water, and this might just be a Baron attempt coming out for IG, and it looks like it will be.
It will, and look, it'll go down pretty quick as well. Especially with the Lee Sin, things are going to be hard. Care wants to peek his head in, but with the control ward down, that'll give him some time. At a high HP Baron, he's not going to do too much for FPX Lyric. Here's the Hail Mary.
Yeah, you go for it. Yeah, you got to go for it here, right? If you don't try and contend with this, the game is over anyway.
Body Slam doesn't connect. Wisecam with great sidestep. Everfrost doing nothing as well. Charm clans away, and you can see there's a lot of damage coming through as Blast Cone mid-air interrupt. FPX are doing some kind of work here. Fate Sealed is also still up, and they stop the Baron. I guess that's some kind of win when IG still have the the game in the palm of their hands, rather.
And IG don't have the best turn on a Baron, right? Like they have some tools. Nami Tidal Wave, like Crying Conspiracy Overlook for a Charm. You have Counter-Strike from ISKM. But nothing as easy as like a Nautilus or like a Sejuani Gragas that the side of FPX have in this game. So the fact that they weren't able to connect any of that CC and like actively turn it into a pick means that they weren't able to follow up and capitalize on the lead they found. LWXO, despite we just saw the replay of him going down, has picked up a Kraken Slayer, so is 2 items strong, but that's still a whole item behind Xiaoyue Ji, who finally has the Lord Dominic's regard.
Oh yeah, it's a big third item. We've also got 2 items, mid versus 1 and a bit. Like, there's differences across the board. And again, IG, from game 1 to now, it's such a great recovery here against FPX. As FPX are the ones who need to find their agency. IG are controlling the map, and FPX behind the Baron pit. Well, the only thing saving them right now is the fact that they have Scuttle. They do have a ward in Baron. But apart from that, anything past that really feels dark.
Stabilizing for now. I mean, they know they can't contend, waiting for Care to get to his second item, which most of the time, you still see a lot of Bloodthirst just coming out onto the Yone. It looks like he's going to go for the Immortal Shield Bow in this one by the fact that he has that pickaxe.
Okay, Charm. Oh, Hacker ain't that tanky. Jungler flashing away, but he's just dead. Culling to fly through. Care wants to get back in. Fate sealed again. Oh, he seals his own fate, doesn't he? His LWX is now the hope. He Gale Force, he tries, but IG survive. A couple of summoners burnt, but the dragon will still be theirs, and they cannot catch a break.
No, they try. Bad timing by me to talk about items for Dragon Spawn, but IG still come out ahead. Luckily, not too big of a fight breaks out with Hacker being the only one to go down, and we're really just seeing the difference in their bank accounts so far in terms of like the fights, right? The fact that Hacker wasn't all that tanky, was just easily able to be bursted out by, you know, the 3 item carry of IG. Hell, 2.5 items for Crying. He's not that far off from the 3rd either. And now we see Hullbreaker for YSCam. He's going to be a menace in those side lanes. It's about that 1-3-1. It's about playing through picks. Lee Sin with the bot lane duo lean up towards the Ahri and take out people that way. We'll get to see here that it is Hacker punished by that Ahri. Charm comes out, isn't all that tanky. Great CC chain with Tidal Wave to follow through. And they're just able to force the members of FPX out. Care does a good job of getting some flashes in return. Great tethering by Xiaoyue Ji. So then wants to, again, get back into the fold and force Care away.
Spacing from someone like Care, I mean, you're right. Like, there's a positive coming through from FPX, but still feels like IG have been outplaying it every turn here in this game. They're on Soul Point. They're 4 minutes away from achieving that Chemtech Soul, whether people regard it as a good one or not. But now it's for the Baron threat yet again. What can they do? 2 items you mentioned on the Aphelios. Note that we do have a 2-item Gragas in that top side as well. But we need Care for a second item because he is getting outmatched. People like Crying onto his 3rd. Xiaoyue Ji onto his 4th Lyric. Like, that is a big Lucian in comparison to what Care can do.
Yeah, and typically I'm a big fan of like baiting Baron, and I know a lot of throws happen, and a lot of people are like, why are you doing that? But again, it's like they don't commit to the turn completely. For IG, I think that is very hard, and we need to see them playing more out of grouping up mid. You have the Jax push, which pulls Gragas to bot side. Then you have him rotate towards mid. Crying should be pushing top, and kind of like aggressively pulling them around the map to where they have to move back and forth. Well, the pick's not going to go down, and finding picks that way. Because we need to be seeing picks come out from IG, and they need to be the ones forcing the hand of FPX so they don't just get more free time collecting more gold on the map.
25 minutes in, you're right. I mean, again, it's still something to consider. Crying trying to set up that pick as Culling was also doing that in the base. LWX had to burn the barrier from that. And the Gale Force all in one rotation from Xiaoyue Ji. It's a threat of this new Lucian army at this point in the game. I mentioned Echoes of Hellier actually coming out here from Wink. We've seen so many Shirelias in-game. It's nice. I'm not sure how much of the Echoes we've seen so far. But that's going to hold because for now, Baron is more important. Yes, we're getting a solo kill bottom left of our screen. But IG is starting up this Baron hoping FPX walk in.
Yeah, going to start it off, but not going to completely commit to this one going through. So they're going to back off in the end. You can see that they're tense and that they aren't confident in their ability to just turn. I think as long as FPX have Hacker being the one to walk up, like we saw before, there's definitely enough damage to take him down, but you'd have to pretty much chain the CC perfectly of like Tidal Wave or Charm into the other, into Bubble, and that buys you the time to take him down.
Bell just picked up, by the way. I realized we don't just have to go for Echoes of Helia. We can also get Mikhail's Bell. That is something as well. Just mention that Wink is now 2 items. But a minute 30 till Dragon. We are just waiting. We're lulling. We're chilling. We don't have to do anything. As you said, beneficial for FPX to have a slow pace.
I want to highlight, oh, look at all the stopwatches coming out for the side of IG. YSKM, Beishang, and Xiaoyu IG all picking them up. So they kind of know that if they take this fight, this would pretty much seal the deal for them. They can not only take Soul, but then more importantly, turn that into a Baron, and then have the power to start pushing down the base of FPX. We'll see if FPX is going to try and do the whole, oh, you know we can't fight you, so you take Dragon, but we're gonna make you think that we could do Baron. And it looks like that could be a potential play for them.
Walking away though. It's the push and pull, this time just through the mid lane. Hacker spotted out, crying again. His charms have been a pain as Arctic Salt gets him away from Everfrost. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu actually able to get some gold back here for FPX. It's an 8k gold lead still, but it's really slow tempo. FPX are not giving anything away. As you were saying, I mean, IG need to make magic happen. The next 10 minutes feels so crucial to this game. We do have a 2-item Yone now too. So it's ever so creeping back to some kind of respectable territory for our red-sided team. Oh, never mind. Yeah, almost dead. Oh, Chocho almost dead. Flash matched here. Just as I was saying that, Xiaoyu G. Nope, never mind. The QSS great as well. LPX in Shuriken territory gets a good ulti. Wait a minute. That world champion is spinning and YSKM just ran into him. Explosive cast gets him away. Counter-Strike is keeping him alive. There's the Fate Seal. This time it sets it up. Look at him go. LWX is flying through. When in doubt, let the Phoenix out. He runs forward. Beishang gets hit. Members are dying. LWX will run out of Shuriken for now, but they defend again. And Old Faithful, we have waited.
And now for FPX, they can turn towards this Dragon, which they're looking to do. But you need to remember, Beishang is still alive. He has Smite up. This one could be rough. Could turn into a bit of a steal.
But, I mean, it's a lease in at this point in the game. Poked out. Beishang, if he wants to get in, has to go in now, but no chance. I was waiting for that Orb of Deception coming back. It was smited. And FPX are given yet another 5 minutes in the game. No Elder for IG to pick up Lyric. It is a concern that the game goes on from IG's perspective.
You said it earlier, right? When you were talking about Xiaoyu IG, you were comparing him to the Jackie Love school of like 80 carry. Likes to be aggressive. That is what he was known for as being a stud in the LDL. And he showed that here. Dashing forward aggressively, flashing forward aggressively. Still goes for it once again to get the kill on Chocho. But it opens up for Hacker and LWX to go for this turn. LWX even able to reposition. YSKM, he isn't going to be happy with that TP positioning once he watches it back. And it is going to be a little bit of a back and forth. But the deciding factor is that LWX, the DPS, is still alive. Lucian, Xiaoyu G on the opposite isn't. And it turned things in the favor of FPX to give them more time, take a Dragon, and now even get more gold back in their pockets.
And they've got objective bounties still up because that's how far behind they were. 6,000 gold the difference now as mid is finally opened up. IG still have so much power. They've got a GA now on Xiaoyu IG. We have 3-item Ari mid Lyric. It still feels like it's their game. But one more fight from FPX like that, and everything changes again. FPX have held on that long. It's 31 minutes in. It's getting concerning that IG still haven't had a chance to break open the bases. Hacker, is he caught out? He ults in response. Wink might be caught out. Kicking a soccer ball is the next goal as Hulling onto Hacker. Hits the edge of the flesh. Xiaoyu, excuse me, as we've got a million Xiaos in the LPL. He's going to get away with only a dent in his armor. But FPX are staying group Lyric. This is the thing. They just don't stop grouping. Beishang and Cryan have to be careful. Hacker's healed up a little bit. That FPX, they can still turn this into a fight.
Yeah, gonna end up backing off and turning around and not really doing anything to contend with this. I also want to highlight, I'm very surprised by the Abyssal Mask pickup by Hacker. Not a whole ton of AP on the opposite side, and you're not really shredding MR for anyone.
We'll have have to hold on that though, Lyric, because at 5k, Baron is a very real threat. IG have pulled off. It's resetting. Teleport in from Care. They got the Summoner. But are FPX strong enough to team fight? We know the answer's probably not unless they get the perfect fight lined up or a mistake. From IG, is that Ward? Almost sets up for a good Arctic Assault as Cryin still waiting. Wisecam in the top side. Going to be pushing this turret, takes it down. FPX are moving up here, but Lyric, they're finally split.
Yeah, so are getting pulled across the map. IG do benefit being able to get that turret, and they're going to try to turn this into a Baron start once again. YSGame has TP. They do have that one ward that we can see right now on our screens, but no, now it's going to be gone.
Have to be careful though, because Baron's still being done. 6k. Gonna get some vision here with Barrel as Cryin gets a charm. Culling comes through again. There's TP on the back line. FPX Lover going for the engage fight. The fate sealed. Didn't do too much yet again. LWX gets his ulti, but he's been Sonic Wave as he goes golden. This is dangerous. FPX need to get out of here or take the fight right now. Care trying his heart out, but he goes down. FPX have just been thwarted again. IG, it was looking dicey, but with the numbers advantage yet again, they'll move back to the purple worm.
YSGame coming off an award that FPX didn't know about, and that really just closed their options. Like you said, they're going to turn towards the Baron, so hopefully this one is enough for them to start breaking down the base. We've seen them stick to playing out through like a widespread map, looking for the 1-3-1 and the 1-4, and now with this, the Hullbreaker Jax is really going to have a lot of pressure to give.
I mean, YSGame's had a great time on this Jax so far. Look again, Cryin started this off waiting in brush for the Baron bait.
And just so much damage you're able to get off before a fight even commences. We see the cast come out, but it doesn't lock down the member you need in Xiao UAG. And once Jax gets in, we see LWX flashes, buys some time with the stopwatch, but still in between a Jax and an Ahri, doesn't manage to escape. And hell, Xiao UAG, even having that Guardian Angel, didn't go down in the end. Did lose out on the passive, so won't have the revive for this fight coming up in the next 30 seconds.
Well, it's going to be over the Dragon. This will be Soul here for IG for Chemtech Soul. FPX have delayed it long enough, but as you said, the Baron puts in so much more perspective here as Bei Xiang and the rest of IG are converging in. Meanwhile, Xiaolahu defending solo mid. It's going to be so hard against this Lucian here with rapid fire cannon and almost a full build. YSCam also, you speak of the devil. He's got a GA too. We got a GA on Bei Xiang. Many second lives for IG to play with in this upcoming fight.
And look how far Xiaolahu is pulled. He does have TP, so would be able to join in, but not a ton of great wards for him to come through. Of course, there's that one in Tribush, which you said, to look at YSGame and his positioning. Always ready to come over the wall with the blast plant or even wrap around from the opposite side.
Giga Blast Pan as well. He can just follow on through. Shallow, who's been spotted on the TP. All for this Dragon. YSCam now spotted on his own ward. Ulti misses from Hacker. Look at the poke though from LWX. He's going to be the target. There's the ulti from Wink, but he's out of there. LWX has spaced himself so well. YSCam is in there without a team. They get Chemtech Soul, but now the Jax is out with GA. He's out with the life. FPX have got numbers advantage, Lyric, and there's no Baron on top side. They might be able to trade and get some gold back.
I'm curious to see what happens, because if all FPX members show in the spot wave, I was wondering if they send someone up towards top to get a bit of a push in. Doesn't look like they're going to go with it, so FPX, at the very least, should be able to get a turret off of this play. But look, Xiao UAG now full build. Just picked up the Bloodthirster.
Yep. They're still running in. 30 seconds on Jax. Cryin 15 seconds. Objective bounty is still available on an inhibitor turret. FPX find that. And at the very least, as they get this inhibitor, now there's pressure on the map. They got an inhibitor before IG is Care, ladies and gentlemen, Care. Needs to be careful with Bei Xiang with the bait. Xiaolahu, Everfrost in the end to zone them off. IG chasing this because look, Lyric, look. Cryin is coming on in. Blast Plant going to see him. Charm not going to connect to Xiaolahu, goes on a magical journey.
TP from YSGame on the map as well.
They want to keep it going. They want to try and find some kind of angle here. YSCam's going to be spotted out. Xiaolao, who might be in trouble. Explosive Class gets him as Gravitum is there over the wall to slow them down. IG aren't able to catch up, and super minions flood the bottom side to give him a bit more time.
FPX, IG just can't get rid of them. They're that stray cat that's just going to keep coming back and back. And honestly, good on him. Good on him for not crumbling to the pressure. You highlighted LWX here in his positioning was so good to see. We're going to see him be to start it off. Gets a nice snipe with the Calibrum onto Cryan. Damage comes through. Looks like Shallow, who got a bit of damage as well. And then the cast to bring him in, and the flash away from the Jax, sidestepping everyone. So we'll have to go through. And the other members of IG, honestly, tunneling on the Dragon, which I can understand. It would be Soul for them, which is why they knew this is the high priority. But still, giving FPX that room to play with. And they're 5k gold behind, but we're getting close to the point in the game where the gold doesn't really matter. Xiaoyu AG might have an item advantage and be burstier than LWX, but if LWX is left untouched, he is still going to take over a team fight.
And I mean, you got solid tanks on the side of FPX as well, right? As you said, front to back for them is huge as Beishang's angle may be bigger. Oh no, the kick not working out. The Sonic Wave isn't enough damage either. What an attempt as GA's gone down left, right, and center. Care now doing so much damage despite his early game transgressions as Beishang taking care of business or getting taken care of on the backside. Care one step away. Xiaoyu waits for him, but LWX is dead to YSKM. What the hell is happening? Counter-strike followed by Chocho's death. Shallow in a brush by SKM. Dangerous play. But we have 3 members alive of IG versus 2.
But
and
we have supers and bot.
Yakety sacks.
You have supers and bot as well. So it's like, okay, IG are going to push this, but they have to be conscious of supers on the bot side. And I don't know what's going to go down. And honestly, both of these teams, let's call it how it is. It's been a mess.
It's been a bloody big mess.
How was LWX like left to be found by YSKM there? I thought he was fine. I thought they found Beishang. I'm not going to pay attention to LWX anymore. Let's kind of see what's going on with the rest of the fight. And then suddenly he's just gone.
Wing trying to keep the game going. Of course, save the Nexus turret. Boys back. This Derby can't solo the minions out by herself. One Nexus turret dropping down. No, not today, but we're going to get a replay in a second, guys. Let's go. Let's watch this bad boy again.
So they go for the engage, a lot misses. Great job by Shala, who on the back end of that, just huge damage coming out from this AP Gragas. And like we said, Beishang gets peeled off. FPX do a great job of making sure their AD is safe. YSKM is the one I really want to keep my eye on, as it looked like he was just going to be stalled with these 2 for so long. But walking forward, it just gives YSKM the opportunity to go for that flash. And from there, he's able to take over. You don't really have any more consistent damage on the side of FPX with both Yone and Aphelios down. And IG are still far ahead. Xiaoyu AG even able to change his final item, sold the Guardian Angel since it's not up anymore, and even picked up a Kraken Slayer.
Nice. I had to change my opinion, though. Let's watch Shallahu in the next fight. This Gragas is a nuke.
That was gross.
That was the biggest bomb I've seen. That's like Season 1 Gragas.
That's like, like Season 3. It was insane. Is you right, Baron?
Oh, he got it! Yes! Watch Shallahu! That's what I'm saying, man. This Gragas does it again. I don't know if you got that with Q or ulti, but frickin' bomber.
It is seriously like giving me the vibes of mid lane, Deathfire Grasp Gragas. You throw out the ult, everything is just dead. Manages to pick up a Baron. Look at the player cams and how unfazed FPX are by this. Crazy.
Oh my god, I can't believe they just got Baron. IG would be killing themselves. As you said, gold less and less relevant. They are cursed. Game 1, not great. Game 2.
YSKM.
Oh, the flank from downtown, but Baron is going to help them push fast. YSKM not spotted on a ward yet, but there are some good wards leading up to this said flank. There's Cryan's trying as well. This is so sketchy. It's like going to McDonald's in the middle of the Sydney city at 1 a.m. in the morning. There's people in there you just don't want to talk to or even be near to smell. As YSKM, I don't think he's spotted, but they know Elder's up. They got to think, LWX, wait, LWX is by himself. LWX is by himself? Never mind, doesn't matter. Or does it?
Shala, who's far away, though. He's the man you want to keep your eyes on, but he might be able to stall them long enough.
Okay, going in, get the smite, get the smite, get the smite. He gets the smite. Elder's down. IG just lost Elder. Elder's gone. It's like game 1. Objective just died. Why?
This is this is an absolute tragedy for us. How did we get here? How did we get here? Someone tell us. Man, IG must be cursed. IG must be cursed because this will be the push for FPX. 40 seconds on Crying. You still have a lot to work with. Moonlight, Vigil, like the ult for Care.
You know what? There's one song that represents this series for FPX. There's one song. It's the Biggie Smalls remix of Thomas the Tank Engine. Go and check it out after this. It's literally how they feel. Wink is going to survive for now, but as Beisheng runs on in, it's versus an Elder team. They have to really mess this one up to lose this game from here. Cam, not the best game I've ever seen. As YS Cam, look, he's doing a lot of work for someone against this Elder buff. Guys, you have Elder. Push in. Push in. It's okay. Hacker, it's all right.
How did IG end up here?
I don't know, but this was a series and a half. IG will not be going to Worlds this year. FPX, on the other hand, not bad. Not bad at all. You know what? We take that Biggie Smalls remix of Thomas the Tank Engine for that 2-0. There you go.
You know, if you're an FPX fan, you're going to feel pretty, you know what? You're going to feel pretty circusy about this one. You're going to be like, you know, did they deserve this win? Probably not. But I always think it's a nice, like, spread when it's like, okay, my team got a stomp, like a dominant victory, and they also showed that they can come back. Like FPX showed a solid spread of gameplay in this series. They break their 5-series lose streak. I'm still a bit at a loss at how some of these things happened. The Gragas steal, like, again, Season 3 Gragas, the Elder going through, being zoned. I wasn't biased for anyone in this matchup, but it just kind of stings for IG. It just kind of hurts.
It does.
You know,
LWX is like,
your tone of voice is kind of like, yeah, I expected this one.
Yeah, I kind of looked at that game too and was like, you know, IG have a lead, but the base is still standing and they're not really doing much. And I was a little bit sus, you know, a little bit sus. And I was right to be sus. I guess I was. And as we said today, like, it felt like there were two very different teams. Like, IG looking like a bottom tier team, FPX maybe an echelon above, right? Because there's no way any other top tier team or mid tier team in the LPL would look like that. Game 1 or Game 2. You know, Game 2 was better. I said IG woke up, and then they didn't. And then unfortunately they didn't.
And I feel like a big problem was we saw that IG just didn't know how to push the game forward without Baron, which is something that's very true for a lot of young teams. So, like, I don't blame them. We talked about the roster musical chairs that they really have been playing, because there was a point in the game where we said, hey, you know, if you're this team, kind of look at what FPX did in Game 1. Like, use that Jax, push in that wave, get Gragas to show he moves towards mid. You have your mid laner and jungler more aggressively playing in the jungle, bot lane do on top side, and like try and force picks out that way. Still, maybe the enemy doesn't really give you anything, but you're taking away more camps, you're getting deeper vision, like there's things you're getting, and you're at least actively trying to find those picks. We really didn't see that at all. Like, they would poke their heads in the enemy jungle, but the Jax would still be down in bot, the Ahri would still be showing on a side lane, and FPX wouldn't really feel any threat. That's why they were allowed to stay as grouped up as they did, and you kept pointing out, look, FPX are still walking as 5. They're walking as 5. IG never really did anything to pull them apart, catch them in transition, and further this lead. So it's a bit unfortunate, but I think with the experience level and like synergy you would expect this team to have, it is like an understandable problem for the team to face.
Yeah, I mean, oh God. I don't know what more to say. I don't know what more to add. You know, it was, oh God, that was rough. God, that was rough. I got an IG jacket somewhere in the back, and you know, I'm considering.
I know. I was gonna say, I know your heart ultimately lays with the Shy, but I also know you spent so many years with IG that it's got to be a little bit personal there.
It is a little, but I think more importantly, as a caster and watching this league for a while, I have seen the strangest, the most frustrating games. I think Ultra Prime versus RA last split was one that I almost had a cardiac arrest from. This one, you know, it wasn't so bad from FPX side, as we were saying, but it was just IG that you look at these players, Beisheng, YSKM, Crying, one MSI.
Yeah.
And then, you know, Xiaoyu G, a hot topic from the LDL. Wink, who was on that IG roster as well. Like, these are good players.
I was kind of wondering how you saw that last one, but yeah, you're right. I mean, it feels like another team that isn't isn't even able to deliver the sum of its parts. And that's always a bit of a tragedy, right? If a team can't extend beyond that, that's one thing. But when you kind of see these teams coming together and that they can't even hit that, it is a bit disappointing. But one last time of they get a bit more time for FPX. I'm really happy coming into this. I think it's good that we saw LWX and Chocho like able to deliver as we kind of hyped them up to, because they have been a bot lane that have shown that they can contend with anyone. I'm glad that we've seen the mid lane like good things coming out from Care, when Care was someone that we hyped up for a little bit, but honestly it's kind of slowed down since his heyday, when he did just kind of come in, what was working so well with jungle, getting names back and forth. And Shalahu, kind of the biggest, I wouldn't say disappointment, but like the one who didn't meet the amount of hype that was given to him. This game, that Gragas was gross. That Gragas damage was disgusting.
He did more than LWX, but he had such a good time on it.
In that game, I was questioning why the Abyssal Mask from Hacker. Because the only real person you're shredding MR for is your Gragas. And I guess at the end of the day, we got to see why. We got to see why he picked up that item and how it worked.
Yeah, we did, didn't we? I mean, again, this Gragas was so good. Like, it wasn't even just through lane, but it was through so many of these team fights. Even when FPX were losing, some of the pickoffs, some of the opportune moments were coming through the great explosive cast from Shalahu. And his setup was exceptional, as that 32% damage top lane Gragas is the highlight for sure. I think that's MVP. Game
it just blows my mind.
MVP.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I'd be more. I guess we did get to see the actual damage numbers, and yeah, seeing him actually out damage his own 80 carry. I believe didn't out damage the one on the opposite side, but still, like the fact that your Gragas putting up damage numbers comparable to 80 carries, insane.
Well, I've just been told over in Shanghai, Christine is standing by with LWX for an interview after that 2-0.
Hello there, welcome to Post-Game Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by LWX, AD carry for FunPlus Phoenix. Congratulations on your 2-0 victory. Game 1, you guys played so dominantly, and Game 2 is a massive comeback. So how do you feel right now? Especially, I'm wondering how did you guys prepare maybe in the past few weeks to bounce back, to find your form back? 欢迎林伟翔选手来到我们的赛后采访。恭喜 FunPlus 今天2-0拿下了本局的比赛。第一局是一个非常完美的表现，第二局又是以这样大翻盘的方式获得了比赛的胜利，现在感觉怎么样呢？
感觉比较激动吧。
那么我们想问一下，在过去的一段时间里，相信队伍也一直在积极的去寻找一些适合的战术风格，可不可以跟我们大概说说，队伍在哪些方面都做了什么样的准备和提升呢？
队伍就是在减少失误这方面做了比较大的提升吧。
So first of all, I'm very excited about this win. Maybe in the past few days, we just try to adjust try to make less errors in our game in terms of this aspect to improve our form. And I also want to start with Game 1. Why did you guys pick Virus and Hammer as a budget to play against your opponent? Because this composition is not very popular in current LPL stage. 那么接下来我们问到游戏中的第一个问题。第一局的时候，想问一下队伍这边为什么会选择维鲁斯大头这样一个 poke 的组合阵容去打对面呢？并且看起来好像这个阵容在目前的 LPL 赛场不是非常常见，会觉得有什么特别好的点吗？
因为第一把下路过到了4、5楼嘛，然后就选了一个比较符合当时情况的一套组合吧。
I just think this composition suits our whole draft very well, because when we got into the ban pit phase into the 4th and the 5th spans, that's a good choice. And speaking of something about Game 2, your opponent, obviously they got a big lead around their mid jungle or top mid jungle synergy. So how did you guys manage to bounce back, especially that team fight in 13 minutes when your opponent was trying to push waves on mid? You guys just fight back. So how do you feel about those Game 2's late game from your perspective? 那么其实第二局的时候，我们可以看到对面在前期的时候滚起了非常大的雪球和优势，但是从 FPX 从30分钟他们想上中路高地那一波开始，就扭转了局势，打了回去。可不可以跟我们说一下，到了第二局后期队伍的一个心态和沟通是什么样的呢？
因为第二局前面队伍有一些失误嘛，然后当时的情况就是考虑发育到后面打团。
because we may made some mistakes in early game, and we just want to farm to the mid to late game and take team fights against our opponent. Final question for you. FPX has achieved 300 wins for LPL stage, and you did a really great job for this milestone. So what does this milestone mean to yourself and mean to your whole team? 最后一个问题，在今天的比赛当中 ，FPX 解锁了队伍 LPL 300胜场。那么林伟翔选手为这个里程碑也付出了非常大的努力，所以一路以来，觉得今天解锁这个胜场，对你对队伍来说有没有什么特殊的意义吗？Sorry。
300场胜利就挺不容易嘛，感觉打了这么久，确实挺不容易的，就感觉。
I think that maybe this 300 wins shows that we have played for so long. It's maybe a great milestone for me and for our team. Thank you so much for joining us. I do hope you guys can perform better and better in upcoming matchups. 谢谢林伟翔选手来到我们的赛后采访，辛苦了。Back to you guys.
Thank you to Christina and to LWX, and congratulations on 300 wins. LWX been there through majority of them as well. Like, it's a big milestone considering that this is his, hang on, what, fifth year? No, he joined start of 2019. 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022. It's like 5th year of FPX.
Yeah, he's been around for a while. I thought he's been around since 2018, but honestly, we've been around for so long now. Yeah. It started 2018 actually is when LD. So you 1 year off, but we've been around so long now. And he's been around for so long now. All these years just kind of merged together, and 2019 really was that breakout year for him. And now getting to play alongside Shalahu, who, yeah, I don't know, just seeing those numbers for Gragas is always going to be a little bit funny. And
what a legend.
I was going to say the face of an absolute killer.
Yeah, a man who stole Baron and proceeded to get the most damage in the game, well, at least on his team. An absolute star. Let's look at some of the plays. I mean, again, his setup was pretty sick this game.
Yeah, I feel bad that we were kind of leading into that Baron with, like, talking about, like, season 1 through 3 Gragas, because that moment probably deserved a little bit more finesse. But you know what? This man was just an absolute gangster this game. Walked in, did as he pleased, really commanded a game where I don't want to say necessarily invisible, but right, not able to have an impact, losing out in that 1v1, as the Jacks did scale up, and just FPX's mid-jungle were being so proactive. But then these little opportunities are what gave the game over to FPX.
Oh, man. I mean, again, he stole Baron. Like, I think Shallow, who's the reason they won in the end. As, what more can you say than the fact that this full build Gragas had no tank to fight against, had no care in the world because he didn't have to worry, Lyric. He's in and someone dies. We got to super late game and FPX came back in a game that maybe they shouldn't have had. Maybe IG should have won that game, but hey, IG should have done a lot of things in that series. Now sitting 1-6 as well. They're down the bottom. I honestly think this team is going to struggle to get past like 3-4 wins realistically with how they sit at the moment. Because I look at who can beat.
It's even just, again, you don't even know who's going to be on their roster when you watch them play. Like, you know, Xiao Yueji's now gotten his chance again. Is he going to be playing their next series? Are they going to bring back in On? Are we going to get to a point where they're like, oh, Weiss game's good, but once again, maybe champion pool doesn't fit, and like bring back in Naney? That's my real concern with IG for the season. And you could always be like, hey, they're building towards the future, but IG have always been a team who have kind of fostered and developed talent over the years, kind of barring when their roster finally did well, finally won Worlds, and then, you know, they stuck to that core for a little bit. But even go back further into IG's earlier years, it was always about developing talent. And yeah, sure. I don't really know where they go from here, because it feels still too early to just be like, let's just look towards next year, guys. But they are just so far away from being able to put themselves in a point of even contesting for like an 11th, 12th spot.
True. They sit so far outside of it. Hey, FPX on the other hand, though, maybe this is a climb up. I mean, they're 7 series deep. They've got a long way to go, but it is still a much better result for them. Breaking their 5-loss streak as well is also something to mention, as IG also coming in with that today. But here's where we stand as we go past our last 2 series day and onto our 3 series days for the rest of the week. Here's where we stand at that halfway point. And JDG Top Esports 7-1, that brings back memories.
It really does. It's just, It's nice to see. I'm excited for JDG Top Esports, which is this week. Me and you actually are going to be on that series together. Friday, JDG Top Esports. Don't you dare miss it. But we got games tomorrow, which I'll also be here for these games tomorrow. As you know, we've been gone for a little bit, and today was a bit rusty. But tomorrow, with the bangers we're going to show you. There we go. Standings disappear. EDGAL, Weibo TT. It's going to be a fun one, leading up to the ultimate banger of Billy LNG.
That'll be real good. I mean, over in Suzhou, in LNG's home arena. Hell yeah, that's going to be a great series. Even the EDGAL surprisingly should deliver in some regard, with EDG struggling a little bit. Uzi tomorrow. More Uzi tomorrow. That's what we're waiting for.
Yeah.
Hell
Uzi
yeah.
Watch, it definitely feels like a reason to tune in. And like we said, pretty much all of our top teams always drop games to lower tier, and we've been seeing it consistently this split as well. Again, surprisingly enough, WE, the only undefeated team in terms of games that we have in the league. So I'm sure TT and AL, at the very least, make it annoying for EDG and Weibo tomorrow, even if they come in as heavy underdogs.
God, looking forward to it. At the very least, though, Lyric, it's a pleasure to be with you after seeing it with you in Australia. You know, I've got a little bit sick after the wedding, so I'm glad that tonight
Karma for
we got to
breaking the
experience-
tablet.
Hey, that's not my fault. Not my fault.
That's a story for Thursday.
That is a story for Thursday, which is the next time I'll see you all, hopefully feeling a little bit better. Apologies for being sick tonight, but Lyric will be with you tomorrow. Mazel is jumping on the cast as well for our busy Wednesday. It's bye for now, but not forever. We'll see you tomorrow.